Chapter 1071. It could be seen that he was a little unwilling, but there was nothing he could do about it. She was stronger than him, so they were always the ones being scolded by her. Long Chen also paid attention to the other disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace. From their words, Long Chen could roughly guess that although he had just joined the Evil Dragon Palace and was considered a rookie, his strength was at least in the top 5 among the disciples. Compared to the other 3,000 palaces, he shouldn't be too far off. At least among the 3,000 palaces, Long Chen was considered very strong. After a period of cultivation, his cultivation would explode by leaps and bounds after leaving Lingxi. Following their footsteps, many people arrived at the foot of the Sword Pagoda Mountain. They were all warriors of the divine martial arts realm, so it was very easy for them to fly in the air. After the 6 of them arrived at the Tower of Trials, the number of disciples around them had obviously increased a lot. While more people were in awe of them, they were also discussing Long Chen's identity. The Sword Pagoda Mountain was a very large mountain peak that extended for dozens of miles. It soared into the sky, and it took a very long time to reach the peak from the foot of the mountain. Many disciples who did not have the qualifications to enter the Tower of Trials could directly cultivate in the Sword Pagoda Mountain, and the effect was very good. Along the way, Long Chen saw many disciples sparring in the beautiful forest. After about a quarter of an hour, Long Chen went around a peak and finally saw the Tower of Trials. It was a pure black steel tower. It rose from the flat land of the Sword Pagoda Peak and soared into the sky, piercing into the smoky sky. The top could no longer be seen clearly. The Tower of Trials occupied a very large area. The black tower in front of him was like a black wall in front of him. Long Chen's heart trembled. There was a kind of soul-shocking power coming from the black and plain Tower of Trials, making people feel a vague sense of reverence. This was the vast aura of the martial way, the aura of the heavenly Tao. Old 7, you must have felt it, right? Jiang Lingwen said with a smile after arriving at the Tower of Trials. What? Long Chen asked. Qin Feng continued Jiang Lingwen's words and explained to Long Chen, the structure of the Tower of Trials is very complicated. It's like a maze. For disciples like us, being able to walk into a training room is actually more dependent on luck. The training rooms of the Tower of Trials are constantly moving. It's possible that the room you enter by chance is a room left behind by a martial arts senior, and you might even be able to find some powerful battle techniques. I still don't understand the mysteries of the Tower of Trials. All 3,000 halls have their own Tower of Trials, and in each Tower of Trials, only those at the level of a Vice Hall Master would be able to truly understand the structure of the Tower of Trials. However, you have to ask. With divine sense, it's not easy to discover the structure of the Tower of Trials and find some of the more popular rooms. Long Chen nodded. After a period of introduction, he was already very interested in the Tower of Trials, especially the martial Tao puppets. This was what Long Chen was most interested in. That's because in the Tower of Trials, there's a soul-suppressing stone. Moreover, it's a level 7 soul-suppressing stone. Under the suppression of this soul-suppressing stone, including those at the 7th level of the divine martial realm and below, no one can use their divine sense. Speaking of this, Qin Feng felt a little proud. As a member of the true martial emperor palace, he still had the most basic pride. Soul-suppressing stone. Long Chen finally understood why their divine sense didn't work in Yi Wushang's Godslayer's mausoleum. It was definitely because Yi Wushang had placed a soul-suppressing stone there. The soul-suppressing stone is an incomparably precious item. It plays an important role in the defense of the sect. Otherwise, if the other party is strong enough, we won't have any secrets left. The higher the grade of the soul-suppressing stone, the rarer it is. This level 7 soul-suppressing stone is already very rare. However, among the 3,000 palaces, each palace has a soul-suppressing stone. Now you understand what kind of foundation the true martial emperor palace, a super force that has existed for millions of years, has. What made Qin Feng a little depressed was that Long Chen didn't have much of a reaction. He had seen a lot of novel things, so when he encountered something new, it was easy for him to accept it. The others looked at each other and laughed. With regards to Long Chen's reaction, the others were basically within their expectations. Outside the refinement tower, there were many people coming and going. They were standing outside, blocking the path of others. However, they were considered the most precious group of Evil Dragon Palace's disciples. When others saw them, they would make way. Long Chen and the others also walked to the refinement tower. The refinement tower can only be entered by true cultivators. Right now, I can only let you walk one round outside. I can't let you enter the refinement room. Qin Feng and Long Chen walked at the front and said to Long Chen. Long Chen nodded. There was no need to thank them. After these few days, he had already become very familiar with them. Just as they were about to enter the refinement tower, a girl in red suddenly walked out. This girl was about the same age as Long Chen and the others. Although she was petite, she had an astonishing charm. She emitted a cold and arrogant aura, making people not dare to approach her. In terms of appearance, she was the kind of girl that could become the focus of a crowd. There were many people here. Long Chen originally didn't pay much attention to her. However, after this girl glanced at them, she directly walked over. Seeing that it was her, Qin Feng revealed a smile. Before he could say anything, Jiang Lingwen, who was behind Long Chen, welcomed her with a face full of smiles. He said, Li Ying, I didn't hear you say you were coming to the refinement tower today. Why are you here today? On his face, a rarely seen gentleness could be seen. Long Chen also sensed the change in Jiang Lingwen. This kind of smile would only appear when Long Chen was in front of Lingxi. Could it be that this Li Ying was someone that Jiang Lingwen liked? Or could it be that they were already together, just like the relationship between Long Chen and Lingxi? Today, Li Ying's mood wasn't very good. She glared at Jiang Lingwen angrily and said, swaggering around the city all day, not focusing on cultivation. Even I'm disappointed in you. Come with me. I have something important to discuss with you today. After saying that, Li Ying silently glanced at Long Chen and the others. Even though Long Chen was a stranger, her gaze didn't linger on Long Chen for even a second. She immediately turned around and left. Jiang Lingwen awkwardly looked at the crowd, and finally said to Long Chen, Old Seven, I have something to attend to today, so I'll be leaving first. After you and the others finish touring the refinement tower, they will bring you back. After saying that, he closely followed Li Ying's footsteps and quickly left. The two of them walked one after the other. Jiang Lingwen kept smiling and talking to Li Ying, but Li Ying kept walking with her head lowered, as if she had something on her mind. This is... Long Chen felt that something was wrong. It's nothing, they've been together for 3 to 4 years already. Usually they just fooled around. Don't worry, Qin Feng said with a face full of envy. From what Qin Feng said, they were already together. Long Chen didn't bother too much about it. It was probably because Jiang Lingwen was unable to do something that had angered Li Ying. After all, it was normal for couples to quarrel. Jiang Lingwen's face was filled with the radiance of happiness. Old Six, look, your brother already has someone he likes. When are you going to get one back for your brothers and sisters? At this moment, Jiang Cha teased Jiang Lingwu. Get lost. I'm not interested in girls. So troublesome. Jiang Lingwu was startled and hurriedly took 2 steps back. How dare you say that girls are troublesome? Serves you right that no one likes you. Jiang Cha said angrily. The group of people laughed and joked around as they walked into the Tower of Trials, attracting the attention of the crowd. Behind them, Jiang Lingwen was chasing after the red-robed Li Ying, getting further and further away. After entering the Tower of Trials, it was a vast, black space. As they walked, their shoes made a hollow sound as they stepped on the ground. Indeed, after entering, Long Chen realized that his consciousness, which only had a radius of 10 meters, was suppressed by the soul-suppressing stone. However, he still had his spirit-devouring demon eyes. It was a pity that the spirit-devouring demon eyes could only see souls, and was useless against the structure of the Tower of Trials. Otherwise, he could have explored this Tower of Trials properly. As long as we continue walking forward, we will enter a maze. We won't be able to figure out the direction, and all sorts of training rooms will appear before us randomly. After entering a training room, we will need at least a day to exit. Furthermore, only one person can enter each training room. I won't be able to bring you in to take a look. However, I can explain to you what's inside the training rooms. As they moved forward, Qin Feng introduced everything in the Tower of Trials to Long Chen. He explained everything in detail to Long Chen. Every training room is different, but the most basic one will have a button to summon the martial Dao puppet. At the same time, our true martial Emperor Palace has also raised many fierce beasts. You can directly find a fierce beast to fight, or you can cultivate in the training room. No one will disturb you. When you actually enter, you will know the general idea after exploring. Along the way, Qin Feng and the others had basically explained everything to Long Chen. Long Chen's future life in the true martial emperor palace was no longer a problem. Long Chen was also very satisfied. At the very least, he had figured out the most important thing about the Tower of Trials. They walked into a long black corridor that appeared out of nowhere. After that was an endless maze, until a black door appeared in front of Long Chen. This is the door of the Tower of Trials. If there is someone inside, you won't be able to open this door. But if you can open it, you must enter. Do you understand? Understood. Long Chen nodded. Chapter 1072. Following Qin Feng, everyone headed towards the exit. Long Chen had already familiarized himself with the true martial emperor palace. It was time for him to cultivate. At this moment, everyone had already walked out of the maze. There were many people outside. When they walked out of the Tower of Tribulations, before they could say anything, they suddenly sensed a huge commotion in front of them. Someone is fighting. Don't they know that killing is forbidden outside the Tower of Tribulations? This was the rule of the true martial emperor palace. Previously, when Long Chen ascended the mountain, he only saw them exchanging pointers in the martial Dao. There wasn't any commotion. But now, there should be people fighting with their lives on the line. Only then would there be such a commotion. Here, Qin Feng and the others had the divine sense of the great circle of the fourth level of the divine martial realm. They could extend their divine sense to a distance of 7 to 8 li. This commotion gave them a bad premonition because that direction was the direction Jiang Lingwen had gone. Oh no, it's Yang Yu, he wants to kill old Five. Qin Feng screamed, his face turned pale. The others also sensed the commotion in that direction, except for Long Chen because the commotion happened 1 li away from Long Chen. However, he was the fastest to react. From Qin Feng's words, he knew that something had happened to Jiang Lingwen. Their expressions were extremely unsightly at this moment. Quickly go, Yang Yu is too ruthless. Brother. The one who was the most anxious was Jiang Lingwen's twin brother, Jiang Lingwu. He also saw how cruel the situation was. At this moment, his eyes were red as he rushed towards that direction like a madman. Originally, there were many people rushing towards that direction, but now, they all gave way to Jiang Lingwu. Although Long Chen had fought with Jiang Lingwen and Jiang Lingwu at the beginning, after these few days of interaction, he had already treated them as his own people. Jiang Lingwen still had the heart of a child. Although Long Chen wasn't as old as him, he still treated Jiang Lingwen like a younger brother. He naturally pledged allegiance to Qin Feng's organization. Today, they were enthusiastically introducing the true martial emperor palace to him. But someone actually dared to make a move against Jiang Lingwen. With Jiang Lingwen's temper, he naturally wouldn't sit idly by. Just as everyone was rushing forward anxiously, Long Chen's speed instantly surpassed everyone's imagination. Long Chen, who was originally at the back, instantly accelerated, transforming into a golden bolt of lightning. He instantly overtook Jiang Lingwu, who was running at the front. In an instant, his silhouette vanished from everyone's sight. That was 7th bro. Everyone was taken aback. However, they were worried about Jiang Lingwen, so they didn't have the time to think about how Long Chen could be so fast. In front of them, a scene that made them extremely sad and indignant was happening. This Yang Yu was simply arrogant to the extreme. In terms of speed, in the Evil Dragon Palace, only the Vice Palace Masters could compare to Long Chen. In the first instant, Long Chen had already rushed to the location of the incident. His spirit-devouring demon eyes could roughly grasp the situation. To Long Chen, 500 meters was practically a distance crossed in an instant. In front of him was a waterfall. In the forest beside the waterfall, there were actually hundreds of disciples gathered. Basically, they were all onlookers. Among them, a tragic battle was taking place. Long Chen was still late. They could only blame themselves for staying in the trial tower for a little too long. At this moment, Jiang Lingwen was already seriously injured. Although Long Chen's relationship with Jiang Lingwen wasn't as deep as Xiao Lang's and Yixian's level, a raging flame rose in his heart when he saw Jiang Lingwen in such a miserable state. Surrounded by the crowd, Jiang Lingwen's entire body was drenched in blood. His eyes were bloodshot, especially his right arm, which was covered in a pool of blood. It could be seen that his arm had been ripped off. At this moment, Jiang Lingwen had already fallen to the ground. From the degree of completeness of his legs, it could be seen that they had been completely broken and bent to an exaggerated degree. A few minutes ago, He was still alive and kicking. However, at this moment, he was incomparably miserable. Blood and tears mixed together. His face was pale and it seemed like he couldn't hold on any longer. The instigator of all of this was an overbearing young man. He was not very old and even looked to be slightly younger than Jiang Lingwen. He wore a platinum robe and had bright eyes and white teeth. His face was fair and tender, and he had delicate features. If he were to change his clothes, he would be an incomparably beautiful young lady. However, at this moment, such a young man was looking at Jiang Lingwen, who was being stepped on by his feet, with a pair of vicious and arrogant eyes. He spat at Jiang Lingwen's face. This youth should be Yang Yu. Who was Yang Yu? Long Chen wasn't interested in knowing. In his eyes, he was just a wimpy kid. But this wimpy kid was too vicious. In the evil dragon palace, he actually acted so viciously. In terms of viciousness, Long Chen was much better than him. However, Long Chen never humiliated others. He always killed neatly. However, Yang Yu humiliated Jiang Lingwen in front of Li Ying. It was worse than killing him. That's right, at this moment, Li Ying was standing in front of Yang Yu. She tugged at Yang Yu's sleeves and looked at Jiang Lingwen with a pained expression on her face. However, this pained expression did not express anything else. Her arm that was tugging at Yang Yu's arm was also very soft. If Jiang Lingwen saw this, he would probably be even more heartbroken. The scene just now appeared in Long Chen's mind. Li Ying walked forward gloomily and said that she had something important to tell Jiang Lingwen. Jiang Lingwen didn't know anything and kept smiling at her indifference. Then, the next scene appeared in front of Long Chen. Judging from Li Ying's expression, Long Chen roughly knew what had happened. Not only did he feel sad for Jiang Lingwen, not only did he lose miserably, but he also suffered such humiliation. At this moment, Yang Yu's foot was on Jiang Lingwen's head. He looked down at Jiang Lingwen and stretched out his little finger. His other hand held Li Ying in his arms and said arrogantly, "Jiang Lingwen, you're just a pile of shit. How dare you challenge me and steal my woman? Why don't you take a piss and see how stupid you are? You can't even wipe my ass. To tell you the truth, Li Ying has been mine since 2 months ago. You're still in the dark, aren't you?" I knew that you would have this desperate expression after knowing it. Very good. I like to see your desperate and resentful expression, but you can't do anything to me. He tightened his grip on Li Ying's arm. Although Li Ying couldn't bear it, she didn't resist Yang Yu, nor did she refute his words. This had already proven everything. In terms of strength, I'm younger than you, but I'm already at the peak of the 4th level of the divine martial realm. Even 10 of you aren't my match. In terms of status, I'm the disciple of the dignified evil dragon palace master, and your master is just a vice palace master. In terms of appearance, I, Yang Yu, am 10 times better than you. Trash like you, what qualifications do you have to compare with me? You even dare to challenge me? What a joke. When he said this, Long Chen had already arrived. He glanced at Jiang Lingwen, who was lying on the ground and had no face to raise his head. He suddenly felt a heartache in his heart. Just now, Long Chen had seen everything that had happened to Jiang Lingwen. He understood how desperate and devastated this young man was at this moment. At the same time, he also thought of himself. If he didn't work so hard, if he didn't risk his life, he would probably fall to the ground like this in the future and have his head stepped on. This was a world where the strong were respected. Martial power was supreme, and everything else was fleeting. Without martial power, there would be no dignity. One afternoon a few years ago, Long Qinglan had told this to Long Chen. Long Chen had always remembered that a man's dignity was not given to him by his parents, nor could it be obtained out of thin air. Only he could give himself dignity. When Jiang Lingwen's dignity was trampled on, especially in front of the woman he liked, Long Chen thought of himself. It seemed that he had also fallen into such an environment, which made him extremely angry. Roar! A surge of qi exploded out from Long Chen's body. Before Yang Yu could clearly see who the person who had suddenly appeared was, the other party had already arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Who are you? The other party's fist instantly reached his lower abdomen. The strong force shocked Yang Yu, and he hurriedly used his arms to block himself. However, the huge impact of the other party's punch still made him feel his qi and blood surging. His body shook violently, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been feeling proud just now, and of course, he could not lose face now. After suppressing his qi and blood, He was sent flying by Long Chen, along with Li Ying, who was in his arms. Long Chen had always felt that Li Ying was a little familiar. After taking a closer look, he guessed that she should be the deputy hallmaster from a few days ago, Li Bijiang's junior. The appearance of Long Chen shocked everyone. They remembered that Long Chen was the legendary Long Chen who had defeated Jiang Lingwen and Jiang Lingwen. If it was Long Chen, it was normal for him to send Yang Yu flying with one punch. After all, 2 hallmasters had fought over Long Chen, including Li Ying's grandmother, Li Bijiang. The sudden appearance of this legendary figure made everyone realize that a new climax was about to come. Long Chen did not immediately find trouble with Yang Yu. Some things could not be vented by himself. He still needed Jiang Lingwen to stand up himself. Both of Jiang Lingwen's legs were already broken, and it was obvious that he could not stand up. His left arm was also broken. Long Chen did not say anything. Everyone was originally exclaiming, but at this moment, this youth called Long Chen emitted a thick murderous aura. It made everyone feel a sense of reverence, and they quickly shut their mouths. After helping Jiang Lingwen up, Long Chen felt that he was dispirited. It was as if he had already died, or rather, his heart had died. Long Chen did not say anything and gave him a slap. The slap was very loud, and a red mark appeared on Jiang Lingwen's face. Chapter 1073. Slap. This slap was like a slap to everyone's face, burning hot. This fiendish youth was like a death god that crawled out from hell, causing everyone to tremble in fear. They unconsciously took a few steps back. This was a subconscious action, and it also showed how terrifying Long Chen's aura was. After this slap, Jiang Lingwen also clearly saw Long Chen's existence. He saw the 7th brother who had once easily defeated him. His helpless heart finally had someone to rely on. Previously, he had been so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. But at this moment, he seemed to see his own hope. Long Chen's words had given him a great shock. As a man, he should have his own pride and self-respect. He definitely couldn't fall in front of his own woman, not even in front of the woman he used to be. Before him was Long Chen's blood-red eyes. Countless dragons were roaring in them. To Jiang Lingwen, Long Chen's gaze was passionate and unavoidable. It was like an irresistible flame in the dark night. A wave of heat came from Long Chen's body to Jiang Lingwen's. Jiang Lingwen felt his body regaining its vitality. He shook his head and came back to life from the gloomy and hopeless world just now. At this moment, Qin Feng, Qin Kong, Jiang Cha and the rest arrived. Although Jiang Lingwu's strength was weaker, the one injured was his blood brother. His potential burst forth. Even though it wasn't a long distance, he was able to rush over immediately. When everyone saw Jiang Lingwen's miserable state, their eyes were about to spit fire. This was especially so for Jiang Lingwu. The baleful aura radiating from him was something he had never seen before. Brother. Old 5. Everyone took Jiang Lingwen from Long Chen. Jiang Lingwu hugged his brother tightly. Looking at his broken arms and legs, Jiang Lingwen had basically crippled Long Chen. They were both from the evil dragon palace, yet Yang Yu was so ruthless. How could they not be angry? Long Chen looked at Yang Yu and said, "Let's go." When they thought of Jiang Lingwen's joyful expression when he saw Li Ying, and how miserable he looked now, everyone's faces burned with anger. They had spent a lot more time with Jiang Lingwen than with Long Chen. "I'm sorry, I've embarrassed myself." Jiang Lingwen's tears streamed down his face as his shoulders twitched. He couldn't control his emotions. "Brother, I will avenge you. I will beat this bastard to death." Jiang Lingwu felt like he was about to explode. Without saying a word, he turned around, his eyes burning with rage as he walked towards Yang Yu. Yang Yu laughed when he saw him and said, "I've already crippled a piece of trash." "Another piece of trash? Why do you want to challenge me?" "I won't accept your challenge." Old 6, come back. Qin Feng and the others still didn't understand what was going on. Considering the opponent's strength and status, they couldn't be impulsive at this moment. Qin Feng was the oldest, they couldn't make the wrong decision at this moment. Otherwise it would be very troublesome. No matter what, Yang Yu was the disciple of the evil dragon palace leader. His status was higher than everyone else's, and his talent was also higher. If he could reach the 5th level of the divine martial realm in a few days, he would really soar to the sky. Jiang Lingwu didn't listen. In his mind, there was only Yang Yu's annoying appearance. He had long since disliked this guy. Today's hatred made him forget everything. In his mind, there was only the bloody broken arm. There was also that hypocritical woman by Yang Yu's side. Zhang Lingwu did not say it out loud, but in fact, he did not like Li Ying for a long time. It was only because Zhang Lingwen liked her too much and spoiled her too much that he could not say anything about it. Today, Zhang Lingwen had indeed fallen for this woman and paid a heavy price. Therefore, Zhang Lingwu also blamed himself for not persuading his brother to leave this woman earlier. Lingwu, get back here. This was Zhang Lingwen's voice. It was extremely weak, but Zhang Lingwu couldn't resist it. At this moment, the tall and sturdy Qin Kong had already subdued Zhang Lingwu and dragged him back. Zhang Lingwu was unwilling, but he had no other choice. He understood Qin Feng and the others. He knew that if he acted rashly now, it would only make things worse. However, he still couldn't accept it in his heart. Qin Feng's eyes were gloomy. Although he was famous for his good temper, today's matter had touched his bottom line. He handed Zhang Lingwen over to Zhang Cha and stepped forward, coldly looking at the arrogant Yang Yu. He coldly said, Yang Yu, although you are the palace lord's disciple, you have violated the sect rules of the imperial palace. You will also be punished. Don't forget that when the emperor breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the common people. Yang Yu glanced at Qin Feng in disdain and said, a piece of trash, stuck at the 4th level of the divine martial realm for 100 years, and still the second eldest disciple of Palace Master Zhang Qing. If I were you, I would have already banged my head against a wall and killed myself. As for the sect rules you mentioned, everyone saw it today. It was Zhang Lingwen who attacked me first and challenged me. I didn't make a move in the beginning, but in the end, he was too ruthless, and I had no choice but to reluctantly accept his challenge. Challenges are the original rules of our imperial palace. As long as 2 people agree to it, it's fine. I feel bad for injuring him. After all, it's just a spar between 2 people. However, this can't be blamed on me. If you want to blame someone, blame Zhang Lingwen for being a spineless coward, trash, and a good-for-nothing. Qin Feng and the others clenched their fists tightly while their eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. If they hadn't thought too much and tried their best to restrain themselves, they would have already pounced on Yang Yu. What? You want to fight? I have to warn you, I didn't agree to your challenge. Everyone here can be my witness. If you injure me, you'll be violating the true martial emperor palace's rules. You should know the consequences, right? The other party had 3 experts at the peak of the 4th level of the divine martial realm. Yang Yu was here alone today, and there were no other disciples present, so he was a little worried. Qin Feng and the others' eyes were filled with killing intent, but when they thought of the serious consequences, they couldn't make a decision easily. The only one who wanted to fight, Zhang Lingwu, was still under Qin Kang's control. Qin Feng's heart was in a mess. He was painfully hesitating whether he should impulsively teach Yang Yu a lesson or not. At this moment, Zhang Lingwen suddenly raised his head. Long Chen's words had greatly shocked him. Before he spoke, he glanced at Long Chen, who was standing quietly next to him. Long Chen smiled at him, and Zhang Lingwen seemed to be encouraged. He raised his head high, and his eyes moved from Yang Yu to Li Ying, who was sitting restlessly next to him. Zhang Lingwen said helplessly, Li Ying, I just want to ask why? Haven't I, Zhang Lingwen, been good enough to you all these years? If you don't like me, you should have told me earlier, and I would have let him go, and I would have blessed you. But when you were with me, you were sneaking around with him, hiding it from me, and only today did you tell me why. Facing such an answer, facing so many people's gazes, Li Ying was a little flustered, her face burning. She hated Zhang Lingwen for putting her in such a difficult and embarrassing situation. She took a deep breath and coldly said to Zhang Lingwen, I think Brother Yang Yu has already said it very clearly. He's more outstanding than you in every aspect, and he's also more hardworking than you. His future is limitless. You're just a person who doesn't want to improve. Why did I choose you? Are you worthy of me? Hearing this, even the surrounding crowd felt sad for Zhang Lingwen. The girl he loved for so many years was actually such a person. Everyone looked at Zhang Lingwen with pity in their eyes. The person he loved the most had betrayed him, and he had been defeated so miserably in front of the other party's new love. This was something no man could accept. Zhang Lingwen was faced with 2 paths. One was to sink into depravity forever, which was the most normal path, and the other was to transform. Hearing Li Ying's words, Zhang Lingwen slowly closed his eyes. Just when everyone thought he would be heartbroken to the point of crying, he suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. If that's the case, then I have nothing else to say. Forget it, forget it. At this most desperate moment, Jiang Lingwen suddenly thought of someone, and that was Long Chen. He struggled to turn his head to look, and Long Chen's eyes were also filled with the same kind of power that made Jiang Lingwen burn with passion. Li Ying, let's go. Let this bunch of trash be sad here. Seeing that the matter was over, Yang Yu proudly held onto Li Ying's soft waist and laughed. At this moment, Jiang Lingwen and Long Chen were looking at each other. Long Chen took a few steps forward. He understood everything very well. Looking at Jiang Lingwen, he said word by word, "Not everyone is worthy of loving with all their heart. So sometimes you have to open your eyes and see clearly that this woman is no longer the one you liked in the past. I dare say, she is no longer worthy of you." Jiang Lingwen understood what Long Chen meant. It was Long Chen's previous words that had saved him. He smiled and said, "I understand. It's just that even though I said that, it's still hard to let go of this beautiful memory in my heart. This ending is too cruel. It's better to be cruel. Remember what I said before, a man's dignity has to be reclaimed by himself. You know what to do next, right? Cultivate." Jiang Lingwen spat out these two words. After experiencing today's events, the look in his eyes had changed. The childishness in his eyes had disappeared and was replaced by unswerving determination. Men would only become mature after experiencing such things. Long Chen patted his shoulder, his eyes filled with praise. Chapter 1074. The spectators saw that things had ended just like that, and Yang Yu was about to run away. Since both sides weren't going to fight, there was nothing interesting to watch. Although everyone knew Yang Yu's status, and he was in the right, and Qin Feng and the others didn't dare to do this to him, they still subconsciously hoped that the conflict would be more intense. Just as Yang Yu turned around, he suddenly discovered that an unexpected young man had appeared in front of him. Yang Yu's eyes were filled with astonishment. "Who said you can leave?" That shocking killing intent was emitted from this young man. Yang Yu finally recalled that this malignant star was still here and hadn't spoken a word. "Long Chen, what are you doing?" Qin Feng and the others shouted in shock. Just a moment ago, Long Chen was still talking to Jiang Lingwen, but in the next instant, in the blink of an eye, he had actually appeared in front of Yang Yu, blocking her path forward. Everyone cried out in alarm. No one present could see how Long Chen had managed to get past them. His speed is truly heaven-defying. Qin Feng and the rest were extremely anxious. Only now did they realize that it was very possible that Long Chen's strength was not as simple as they had imagined. It could be seen from how he was so much faster than them just now. Long Chen, stop. They didn't want a conflict to break out. Only Jiang Lingwen and his brother didn't say anything. Jiang Lingwen bit his lip. He had a premonition that Long Chen was going to do something. At this moment, Long Chen slowly stretched out his hand, coldly looking at Yang Yu. He was like a primordial beast, surrounded by a terrifying killing intent. Yang Yu's heart thumped wildly in his chest. "I recognize you. You're the new disciple of Senior Jiang, Long Chen, right? What do you want? You still don't know the rules of the Martial Emperor Palace. What can you do to me? You'll have to rely on your strength." Although his words were pretentious, Yang Yu still had a trace of reverence towards Long Chen. Long Chen's punch had caused his divine origin energy to churn and he had yet to recover. Long Chen did not waste time talking to him. He directly walked towards Yang Yu. His murderous aura suppressed Yang Yu's body, causing him to retreat subconsciously. Li Ying, who was beside him, did not look good either. If you dare to attack the palace master's disciple, you will definitely end up badly. Brother Yang Yu, if he doesn't know what's good for him, beat him up. Li Ying pulled Yang Yu's arm and said fiercely. The onlookers stared at Long Chen and thought to themselves that the newcomer Long Chen was indeed a top-notch figure. However, even if he had the ability, he wouldn't dare to do anything to Yang Yu. The results were soon out. "I'm here to collect my debt." Long Chen's voice was very calm, but his speed was too fast. As soon as he said that, Yang Yu realized that Long Chen's body was actually sticking close to him. That murderous aura hit him in the face, making him feel suffocated. He looked up and saw that it was Long Chen's evil smile and blood-red misty eyes. It was like a giant beast looking at him from the endless sky. "You're courting death. Yang Yu was really panicking now. He gathered all his divine energy on his fist and pushed it forward. Shattering 8 Desolation. Yang Yu pushed his fist forward. This was a famous combat technique of the Evil Dragon Palace, Divine Grade 4. It was the same grade as the combat technique Jiang Lingguan used before. It was also one of the moves of the Evil Dragon Heaven-Defying Fist. It had a strong shattering ability. If it hit a human body, it could directly shatter it. At such a close distance, Shattering 8 Desolation directly imprinted on Long Chen's body. Old 7. Countless screams could be heard. They were all stunned. Why didn't Long Chen dodge when he was so fast? The others could not bear to watch. Long Chen's body was about to shatter. He would definitely end up worse than Jiang Lingguan. Yang Yu had never shown mercy when he attacked. This is that Long Chen. Everyone doubted his strength. The only person who was not doubtful and was even shocked was Yang Yu. His fist was red and swollen. The divine energy he sent out was directly repelled by Long Chen's strong body. At an angle that no one could see, Yang Yu looked at Long Chen with his pale eyes. His right hand was trembling non-stop. A mouthful of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and dripped onto the ground. This was incomparably thick black blood. He punched Long Chen and heavily injured himself. How terrifying is Long Chen's strength? Yang Yu was already stunned. His mind was blank. Only the pair of blood-red eyes that seemed to be suspended in the sky made him feel respect and tremble from the bottom of his heart. You. Yang Yu could not speak. Brother Yang Yu. Ah. Li Ying, who was hugging Yang Yu, had been venting her anger. But in the next moment, she realized the situation. She looked at Long Chen in shock, speechless. Long Chen stretched out his hand and pressed it on Li Ying's shoulder. That smile made Li Ying's hair stand on end. I said that I'm here to collect my debt. Your debt, Jiang Lingguan will pay you back, so. With a wave of his hand, Li Ying was thrown away by Long Chen. She fell to the ground with her butt facing the sky. It took her a lot of effort to roll over. Her face was covered in dirt. Her arrogance was long gone. She could only stare blankly at Long Chen, filled with shock. You think your brother Yang Yu is strong? Let me tell you, in my eyes, he's just trash. At this moment, Long Chen's boldness and strength scared everyone. He and Yang Yu were not on the same level. After throwing Li Ying away, Yang Yu was completely under Long Chen's control. I'll return all the benefits you gave my brother. It'll definitely feel good. Long Chen whispered in Yang Yu's ear. But everyone could hear his words. This man is truly a lunatic. Yang Yu is the palace master's favorite disciple. He can't be, at this moment, seeing Yang Yu in Long Chen's hands like a useless piece of trash. Everyone recognized Long Chen's strength. Next, it was time to see his courage. Although Qin Feng was shocked, when he thought about the problem of status and rules, he couldn't help but remind Long Chen. Old 7, please don't touch him. It'll cause big trouble. At this moment, Yang Yu was scared to the point of peeing. He struggled with all his might, but Long Chen pressed him to the ground with one hand. Yang Yu's huge strength caused the ground to shake, but he couldn't escape from Long Chen's palm. Long Chen, you can't hurt me. My master will take your life. Long Chen, spare me, spare me. From being tough at the beginning to begging for mercy, Yang Yu's change was huge. Li Ying saw all of this. Long Chen was doing this for her to see. At this moment, Long Chen was smiling at Li Ying. His gaze turned fierce. Under everyone's stunned gaze, he kicked Yang Yu's shoulder. There was a terrible sound of bones breaking. Blood splattered everywhere. Yang Yu's right arm was broken from the shoulder by Long Chen's foot. It was a bloody mess. Yang Yu let out an earth-shattering scream. That hoarse voice made everyone's scalp go numb. They were already afraid of Long Chen. It was as if Long Chen's foot was stepping on their bodies. Long Chen, Qin Feng and the rest were stunned. Although they were feeling good, this matter had really blown up. Long Chen didn't look at anyone but Jiang Lingguan. There was an incomparable calmness in his eyes. It was as if such a huge matter wasn't caused by him. Seeing the arrogant Yang Yu wailing under Long Chen's feet, everyone felt as if they were dreaming. Yang Yu was struggling with all his might, but he couldn't move at all. His body was covered in blood. It had reached a pitiful state. I think he broke your leg. Long Chen's words were directed at Jiang Lingguan. He was asking for Jiang Lingguan's opinion. He was also looking to see if this youth really had a backbone. Jiang Lingwen glanced at Yang Yu and then at Li Ying. Li Ying hurriedly begged for mercy and said, "Jiang Lingwen, I'm begging you. He has already lost an arm. Don't let him torture brother Yang Yu anymore." She was crying her heart out. Jiang Lingwen's heart was broken. Indeed, he wasn't in her heart anymore. This time he could be completely free. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, Jiang Lingwen had changed. "Old Seven, help me break his leg," Jiang Lingwen said calmly. Long Chen stepped on Yang Yu with one foot and used his other foot to break Yang Yu's leg. Then, he brought Yang Yu, who was howling in pain, to Li Ying's side. He turned around and walked towards Jiang Lingwen. His elegant posture and indifferent expression made everyone's scalp go numb. Today, everyone saw what a truly ruthless person was. Compared to Long Chen, people like Yang Yu, who used their status to abuse others, were just child's play. Even Qin Feng, Jiang Cha, and the others, who had interacted with Long Chen for a few days, had a feeling that they didn't know Long Chen. In fact, in their impression, Long Chen was rather easygoing and low-key. He basically had no emotions. They thought that Long Chen was a bit dull. Who knew that he would actually give them such a performance today? It was simply shocking. Other than Yang Yu's screams and Li Ying's panicked crying, there was complete silence. Jiang Lingwen had endured the same injury, but Yang Yu was still in pain. It could be seen that Jiang Lingwen's willpower was stronger than Yang Yu's. Long Chen was very satisfied with Jiang Lingwen's words. "Help me break his leg." "Many thanks." When Long Chen walked to his side, Jiang Lingwen looked at him with tears in his eyes. "I'll carry you back." Without saying anything else, Long Chen carried Jiang Lingwen on his back from Jiang Cha and the others and prepared to leave. Qin Feng also didn't know what to do. Since things had already happened, he could only inform his master in time. Perhaps, he could alleviate the situation a little. Long Chen wanted to leave quickly, so they followed. However, at this moment, a strong wind rushed from the direction of the Tower of Trials. It was extremely fast, and a powerful aura suppressed the entire place. Long Chen looked up and saw a woman with a frosty expression floating in the air. Her face was frighteningly pale. "What's going on?" The woman's dignified voice rang out. "Oh no, eldest senior sister." Qin Feng and the others looked at each other with ugly expressions. Chapter 1075. At this moment, this woman was slowly descending. This woman was clearly older than Qin Feng and the others. Her appearance couldn't be considered beautiful, but she was still very pleasing to the eye. Especially her curvaceous figure. It was very good. However, the frost on her face was too thick, destroying her entire feeling. Her eyes were very long and narrow. From her appearance, one could tell that she was a narrow-minded, proud and aloof woman. Zhao Xueqi's arrival caused a new change in the original situation. At this moment, under everyone's fearful gazes, Zhao Xueqi appeared beside Yang Yu with a swoosh. Her eyes were terrifyingly cold. Li Ying was crying at the side. Zhao Xueqi checked Yang Yu's injuries and a trace of bloodshed appeared in her eyes. She turned to look at Qin Feng and the others. Jiang Lingwen's injuries were the same as Yang Yu's. It was also shocking. Someone had informed Zhao Xueqi of what had happened here, so she had rushed over. At this time, Yang Yu had already fallen into a coma after being ravaged by Long Chen. Zhao Xueqi's divine sense was extremely vast, so she could directly see what had happened here from where she had come out of the Tower of Trials. Therefore, her gaze slid past Jiang Lingwen and finally stared at Long Chen. "Who are you?" Zhao Xueqi's voice was so cold that it made people's hair stand on end. "Eldest senior sister. He is the disciple that Master accepted a few days ago. He is also our 7th junior brother." Qin Feng had a bad premonition and quickly explained. 7th junior brother. Zhao Xueqi was a little surprised, but no matter what, she knew what happened. She also knew that Long Chen didn't care about Yang Yu's begging and cruelly abused him. As for why Jiang Lingwen was injured, she didn't see it. Even if you're new, hurting people like this in the true martial emperor palace is against the sect rules. "Do you want me to bring you to the punishment hall or do you want to go yourself?" Zhao Xueqi frowned as she looked at Yang Yu's injuries. She used some miraculous pills to help Yang Yu recover. Yang Yu was the disciple of the evil dragon palace master. His relationship with Zhao Xueqi was even better than Zhao Xueqi's relationship with Qin Feng and the others. "It was this guy who attacked first and injured my senior." I'm just returning the same punishment to him. If we're going to the punishment hall, it should be this guy going first. Facing the legendary big senior sister, Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. His performance was much more unyielding than Qin Feng and the rest. Zhao Xueqi immediately went against Long Chen. In her heart, this newcomer really didn't know the rules. If she didn't teach him a good lesson, he would continue to be arrogant, and there would be no end to it. What they did was a challenge. Winning or losing is a normal thing, but what you did was rashly sneak attacking them. Zhao Xueqi's voice raised, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Those who were familiar with Zhao Xueqi knew that she was already angry. From Zhao Xueqi's words, Long Chen roughly knew where she stood. She didn't stand on their side just because Jiang Lingguan was her junior brother. Since that was the case, Long Chen wouldn't be polite. He had always dared to take responsibility for what he did. He wouldn't be afraid just because Zhao Xueqi had some power. Long Chen laughed coldly. What an eye-opener. Sire has some status in the evil dragon palace, yet you can't even tell this little trick. It's clear that Yang Yu used a trick to anger fifth senior brother into challenging him. That's nothing. As for me, I'm just imitating him. If I'm guilty, then this guy took advantage of the sex loophole and cruelly injured his own people, so he should be even more guilty. There's also one thing I don't understand. Aren't you my master's disciple? Why are you standing on someone else's side? Could it be that you want to deceive your master? Or maybe you want to climb up to someone else? What a good plan. If you want to stand up for Yang Yu, they will naturally be grateful to you. Who knows, they might really treat you as one of them. Long Chen's words made Zhao Xueqi's towering breasts tremble uncontrollably. Let's cut the crap. We're in a hurry to save our fellow disciples. As for you, an outsider, you should bring Yang Yu back. It'll be easier to please others. Otherwise, with his current condition, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long. Just as Zhao Xueqi was about to explode in anger, Long Chen looked at him with disdain, then turned around and left with Jiang Lingguan on his back. His speed was extremely fast. When Qin Feng and the others saw that Long Chen dared to scold Zhao Xueqi like that, their horizons were already opened. While they were shocked, they also felt refreshed. Stop. Zhao Xueqi wouldn't let them go just like that. It was definitely the first time that she was so angry. Anger burned in her heart. Seeing that Long Chen was leaving, she was about to attack. She didn't care about injuring Long Chen to vent her anger. But at that moment, something unbelievable happened. Long Chen turned around. In his left and right hands, two white sword lights appeared. The sword lights were very weak, but they had a strange aura. Go! Tai Bai Sword Prison. The two white sword lights instantly flew in Zhao Xueqi's direction. The two sword lights didn't attract anyone's attention. But at that moment, the sword lights changed rapidly. One gave birth to two gave birth to three gave birth to 10,000. Countless white sword lights formed in the air, instantly forming a sword prison, surrounding everyone. This was the Grand White Sword Prison that Long Chen had learned from Chu Tiange. This Grand White Sword Prison was a 6th grade divine skill. Without a divine skill of the same level, it would be very difficult to break through the bindings of the Grand White Sword Prison. Using this move to deal with Zhao Xueqi was enough. Long Chen didn't have time to waste with this woman. Looking back, the Tai Bai Sword Prison was like a huge egg, completely surrounding them. At this moment, the Tai Bai Sword Prison was moving again and again. But Long Chen still smiled. Zhao Xueqi's strength was similar to the second-in-command of the Serene Hell Prefecture, Emperor Hades. But to the current Long Chen, she still couldn't break the Tai Bai Sword Prison for the time being. Alt 7, you really? Qin Feng and the others looked back. Their eyes were filled with shock. Only a monstrous character like Long Chen could use such a combat skill. Qin Kong and the rest were all staring at Long Chen. In an instant, Long Chen had replaced Qin Feng's position, becoming their pillar of support. Alt 7, we've already offended Yang Yu and First Senior Sister. What should we do next? You saved my brother today, so I'll listen to you in the future, Jiang Lingwu said decisively. Qin Feng and the others were very vexed. After causing such a huge commotion, how were they going to clean up the mess? Long Chen was strong, and they were very satisfied with him injuring Yang Yu. But how were they going to deal with this? Because he had lost too much blood, Jiang Lingguan was now unconscious. Long Chen didn't look back and said directly, Let's go back to the River Heart Pavilion first and let him recover. The evil dragon palace should have medicine that can regrow broken arms. It's better to use it as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll cause problems. Qin Feng nodded. Saving Jiang Lingwen first was the most suitable thing to do. We don't have it on hand, but there's a shop in the market that has it. It costs around 5,000 divine crystals. We should have enough if we pool our money. How about this? You guys go back to the River Heart Pavilion first. I'll go to the market and find the pill before going back. How about that? Second brother, I'll go with you, Qin Kong said. Go quickly and come back quickly. Long Chen nodded. Unknowingly, he had become the backbone of the group. After making their decision, Qin Feng and Qin Kong didn't say anything else. They turned and went back to the market. Long Chen, Zhang Lingwu, Zhang Cha, and the others returned to the River Heart Pavilion. With their speed, they arrived in the blink of an eye. After settling Jiang Lingwen down, the three of them waited for Qin Feng and the others to return. Seventh brother, this matter has really blown up. You were indeed rather rash back then. However, I've decided to support you now. You're really great. The spirited Zhang Cha looked at Long Chen with admiration. However, I want to know, are you really not worried about what will happen next? The palace master has many strong disciples. At least 3 of them are even stronger than senior sister Zhao Xueqi. There are also various punishment elders. This was Zhang Cha's doubt. Is Long Chen really not afraid? But you have to understand, there are many times when you have to make a move. This is no longer a matter of life and death. Long Chen didn't explain to Zhang Cha in detail. In fact, Long Chen had his own plans. Clearly, no matter if it was Zhao Xueqi or Yang Yu's disciples, they wouldn't let this matter rest. Hence, the only turning point was Jiang Qing. Long Chen knew what to do. The most important thing now was to let Jiang Lingwen recuperate. The person he liked for so long was actually this kind of girl. Long Chen believed that this guy's heart must be broken. Luckily, his Lingxi wasn't such a person. He hoped that this setback would affect his growth and not cause him to sink into oblivion forever. Jiang Lingwen could already be considered a genius since he could reach the 4th level of the divine martial realm at this age. It was just that he wasn't very eye-catching in the true martial emperor palace. Why aren't they back yet? The market isn't that far away. After a while, Zhang Cha's expression turned ugly. It seemed that half an hour had passed. The 2 of them should have returned long ago. I'll go and take a look. Zhang Lingwu quickly stood up. He had been sitting beside Jiang Lingwen the whole time. Chapter 1076. Hearing this name, no matter how tough Jiang Lingwu was, he couldn't help but reveal a nervous expression. Is it Zhang Dongyang? He's a ruthless character. Although he's not as high profile as Yang Yu, he's extremely ruthless. Relying on his status as the palace master's disciple, he's already crippled quite a few ordinary disciples. There's even a rumor that an elder's female disciple was raped and killed by him. That's right, it should be him. Everyone knows this, but there's no evidence. This is troublesome. Old 7, Zhang Dongyang will definitely not rest until he's dead. He's the kind of person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. As long as you don't kill him, he'll definitely haunt you like a ghost until he kills you. What should we do? Old 2 and Old 3 are already in their hands. Then I can only kill him. What made Zhang Cha dumbfounded was that after Long Chen said this, he immediately laughed as if he was joking. But when Long Chen said this, it didn't seem like he was joking. Is this still our senior apprentice sister? She's actually helping others and injuring her own junior apprentice brother. Thinking of the scene in his divine sense, Jiang Cha had an urge to cry. At this time, Zhao Xueqi and Zhang Dongyang, each holding a person, proudly landed on the island of the Jiang Xian Pavilion. Qin Feng and Qin Kong had many injuries on their bodies, especially Qin Feng, who was being controlled by Zhang Dongyang. There was a deep wound on his shoulder, and blood was flowing out. He had basically lost all the strength in his arm. If he wanted to recover, he would need to recuperate for some time. Long Chen had Zhang Cha and Zhang Lingwu stand where they were while he walked out of the Jiang Xian Pavilion. His expression was indifferent as he looked at the 2 of them. This Zhang Dongyang was tall and thin, like a cheetah. He wore black tights, and his entire body exuded a murderous aura. His eyes were very wild, like a wild leopard that was currently examining its prey. After seeing Long Chen come out, he suddenly smiled, and licked his lips with his long scarlet tongue, and said, "You want this thing, right?" As he spoke, a pure white pill appeared in his hand. A rich medicinal aroma wafted out, giving off a feeling of a white lotus. "This is the open-air fragrance pill," Jiang Cha said with some joy behind him. "That's right. I think he spent 3,000 divine crystals to get that claw of Jiang Lingwen's, right? Unfortunately, it ended up in my hands." With that said, Zhang Dongyang looked at Long Chen with a provocative look in his eyes. He exerted force in his fingers and crushed the white open incense pill, turning it into dregs that fell to the ground. Zhang Dongyang casually stepped on it and it disappeared. "Two pieces of trash, get lost." Zhang Dongyang put on a show. He exerted force in his hand and Qin Feng flew towards Long Chen. If no one caught it, Qin Feng would have crashed into the Jiang Xian Island. Although Long Chen hadn't known them for a long time, he couldn't be bullied like this. Long Chen reached out and easily caught Qin Feng. Qin Feng was very embarrassed. He endured the pain in his shoulder and said to Long Chen, "I'm sorry, I'm too useless. I didn't do this well. You've worked hard. Go back and rest." He didn't expect Long Chen to say such words. He had already expected that the other party would come, but he didn't expect that it would be in such a way. A good open-air fragrance pill was completely destroyed by the other party. Eldest senior sister, Qin Kong, who was still in Zhao Xueqi's hand, had a bitter expression. "Trash, get lost." Looking at his face, Zhao Xueqi felt very annoyed. Although they were all disciples of Jiang Qing, the gap between him and the others was too big. She had never looked up to these junior brothers and sisters of hers. After releasing Qin Kong, he didn't forget to kick Qin Kang's butt. Immediately, his eyes filled with anger finally stopped on Long Chen. "That move from before was really not bad. It took me a lot of effort to break it. I've been staying in the Tower of Tribulations these days and haven't heard of you. I didn't expect that after learning about you. I'm really surprised. You can also be considered a top-notch character." Zhao Xueqi was a conceited person. She had suffered a lot from Long Chen's Tai-Bai sword prison, so she thought that Long Chen was someone worth dealing with. "Whether I'm a top-notch character or not isn't up to you to decide. It's up to my 7 malevolent demon saber." Zhang Dongyang continued Zhao Xueqi's words. His only purpose in coming here was undoubtedly Long Chen. After letting Qin Feng go, he walked towards Long Chen with a sinister smile. "Newcomer, you're really ruthless. You actually broke my junior brother's arm. This is a challenge to the disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace. If I don't cripple you today, my faction won't be able to raise its head in the Evil Dragon Palace." While talking and walking towards Long Chen, Zhang Dongyang took out a black saber from his storage ring. This saber was very long, about 2 meters long. It was completely black and looked like the teeth of some ferocious beast. At the hilt of the saber was a hideous skull emitting black mist. A fiendish and corrosive aura was emitted from the saber. Long Chen felt a kind of demonic power from the 7 malevolent demon saber. It was cold and evil, cruel and ruthless. This was very similar to Zhang Dongyang's character. Zhang Dongyang's strength was comparable to the old devil Su Zhen. At that time, Long Chen was far from being Su Zhen's opponent. But now, with the Scarlet Blood Heaven Desolation and the second level of the Divine Martial Realm, Zhao Xueqi looked at Long Chen with pity in her eyes. Among the disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace Lord, Zhang Dongyang was not the strongest. He could only be ranked 4th, but his reputation was the most frightening. The other 3 experts were not so ostentatious. Zhang Dongyang was famous for his ruthlessness. Those who were targeted by him basically did not have a good ending. "Zhang Dongyang, you dare to behave atrociously in Jiangxin Pavilion? Without my master's permission, no one has the qualifications to act here. You'd better not act recklessly. Otherwise, if my master comes back, you'll be in trouble." Qin Feng was also very anxious. He could see that Zhang Dongyang wanted to kill Long Chen. "Lady Jiang." Zhang Dongyang licked his lips, gripping the 7 demon saber in his hand, revealing a sinister smile. "By the time Jiang Qing returns, I will have already avenged my junior brother." Zhang Dongyang's words caused Qin Feng and the others to be in complete despair. Clashing with a disciple of the Evil Dragon Palace Lord would not have a good ending. Qin Feng and the others looked at each other in dismay. Just as they were about to attack, Long Chen moved much faster than them. Even if you want to act tough, don't act tough for so long. Zhang Dongyang walked towards Long Chen step by step. Originally, he wanted to give Long Chen some psychological pressure. Who would have thought that Long Chen would directly say that he was acting tough? After saying that, Long Chen took a step forward. Suddenly, a majestic qi wave swept towards Zhang Dongyang. An expert doesn't need any additional means. That blood-red scarlet blood heaven desolation seemed to grow out of Long Chen's palm. The blood-red sword tip slowly extended out of Long Chen's palm. After such a long time, Long Chen finally took out his weapon in the true martial emperor palace. You are a sword martialist. Zhang Dongyang and the others didn't react for a moment. In everyone's opinion, Long Chen's body and speed were top-notch, but no one knew that he actually had another identity, that was, a sword martialist. In fact, this was Long Chen's strongest means. Zhang Dongyang was also a weapon martialist, but he specialized in Dao. At this time, his comprehension of sword Dao had already reached the 3rd level. Although he had just entered the 5th level of the divine martial realm, his battle prowess was already very close to Xueqi, who had crossed the devouring fire tribulation. Zhang Dongyang was very confident in his weapon, but after seeing Long Chen's scarlet blood heaven desolation, he suddenly had a feeling of palpitation. It was as if his 7-fiend devil saber paled in comparison to the scarlet blood heaven desolation's bloody and murderous aura. Putting aside this inexplicable emotion, Zhang Dongyang's heart was filled with determination. He had already regarded Long Chen as an opponent that needed to be dealt with seriously. Just as he was about to speak, a blood-red light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. His body turned into a golden lightning bolt and instantly shot towards Zhang Dongyang. That kind of speed caused the sound of breaking the air to reach a terrifying level. Next to the golden lightning bolt was a blood-red sword blade. It wasn't that Zhang Dongyang didn't want to let Long Chen go, but Long Chen had attacked Zhang Dongyang first. Although the two ended up fighting each other, the meaning of this was completely different. Zhang Dongyang had come to torture and kill Long Chen. Long Chen's performance should have been begging for mercy, but he didn't expect that Long Chen would be much more straightforward and bold than Zhang Dongyang had imagined. That pair of blood-red eyes made Zhang Dongyang's ruthless heart erupt with a huge amount of energy. You're still too inexperienced to fight with me. Zhang Dongyang grinned, and a huge amount of black demon qi swept over his saber, forming a black tornado, whistling, and pulling the branches and leaves of the trees near the River Heart Pavilion. A destructive force erupted from Zhang Dongyang's 7-fiend devil saber. Sky Demon Hell Shattering Saber. A bright black saber aura slashed towards Long Chen as Zhang Dongyang rushed forward and slashed down. Suddenly, a gully several meters deep appeared on the ground of the River Heart Pavilion, and the soil splashed towards Long Chen. On top of the black saber aura, a ferocious demonic shadow crawled out of the saber aura, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws towards Long Chen. A black mist instantly submerged Long Chen. Dragon Slayer. In the face of this attack that made others pale, Long Chen's expression remained unchanged. A martial artist who had just crossed the Oblivion Wind tribulation was just child's play in front of him. Long Chen had not yet reached the 2nd tier of the divine martial realm and had not even absorbed 1/10 of the blood essence, but he had already killed Sumo, who was at the same realm as Zhang Dongyang, not to mention now. Chapter 1077. Although he moved very slowly, he still managed to safely avoid Zhang Dongyang's black blade aura. At the same time, the blood-red scarlet blood heavenly desolation turned into a waterfall and swept towards Zhang Dongyang. The blood-red hardness completely submerged the opponent in the first moment, and a sky-piercing hardness erupted. So fast. Zhang Dongyang's body trembled violently. Long Chen's speed was at least many times stronger than his. The advantage in speed made it difficult for Zhang Dongyang to hit Long Chen. At the same time, he couldn't grasp Long Chen's position at all. Even with his spiritual sense, Long Chen's speed surpassed the speed of his spiritual sense. Did someone tell you that your speed is really slow? When he first heard this sentence, Long Chen's position seemed to be on his left and right, but when he finished speaking, Long Chen was already right next to his ear. Zhang Dongyang's entire body was covered in cold sweat. He had no time to think about why Long Chen was so terrifying. Nirvana Blade Light. He swung the 7 Evils demon saber wildly in his hand, forming a black whirlwind that completely surrounded him. I'd like to see where you can hide. Zhang Dongyang's ferocious heart was completely provoked by Long Chen. Everyone looked at the nervous yet ferocious Zhang Dongyang and looked at each other in dismay. They had never seen Zhang Dongyang in such a crazy state. It could be said that a speed-type opponent was always the most terrifying. "You're afraid of me." Long Chen's voice reached Zhang Dongyang's ears from an unknown place. It was a voice that made Zhang Dongyang's hair stand on end, because it happened right next to him. Turning around and slashing with his blade, Long Chen instantly appeared in front of Zhang Dongyang with his abnormal speed. In the shortest time, Long Chen used his spirit breath technique, making it impossible for his opponent to find his position. As for his eyes, Long Chen's speed was already faster than his eyes. Everyone watched as Long Chen appeared beside Zhang Dongyang, in a corner that Zhang Dongyang couldn't see. Zhao Xueqi wanted to call out to warn Zhang Dongyang. Long Chen wouldn't give up this great opportunity. "I'm here." This voice simply made Zhang Dongyang collapse. He abruptly turned around. The scarlet blood sky desolation quietly passed through his left abdomen. A stabbing pain caused Zhang Dongyang to spasm as he stared at Long Chen smiling at him. It was as if he had been struck by lightning, and his mind went blank. "Sorry, I made a mistake. It's still 3 centimeters away from your heart." After pulling out the scarlet blood sky desolation, blood spurted out of Zhang Dongyang's mouth. Long Chen hastily dodged, while Zhang Dongyang's body seemed to have lost all its strength and fell from the sky. Needless to say, Long Chen's relaxed appearance caused everyone present to be in a sluggish state. Only after seeing it with their own eyes did they realize how terrifying Long Chen was. Zhang Dongyang, the evil dragon palace's 30,000 disciples, was easily pierced through by Long Chen's sword. This battle wasn't half as intense as everyone had imagined. It could be said that there was no suspense at all. The fearsome Zhang Dongyang simply couldn't put up the slightest resistance in the hands of Long Chen. It was as if he was being toyed with like a monkey. Long Chen relied on his absolute speed to suppress Zhang Dongyang, coupled with Kitten's divine breath technique, and easily defeated Zhang Dongyang. To be honest, in terms of spirit essence, Long Chen couldn't compare to Zhang Dongyang. His current spirit essence was already between the early and peak of the 4th level of the divine martial realm. But coupled with the abnormal combat strength of his physical body and the scarlet blood sky desolation's all-conquering lethality, if not for Long Chen's careful planning, he could have easily killed Zhang Dongyang. The current Long Chen was no longer the same as when he had just reached the divine martial realm. The sword pierced through Zhang Dongyang's body, and at the same time, it also fiercely struck Zhang Dongyang's soul. If a proud person was defeated, the consequences would be quite miserable. Zhao Xueqi's complexion paled, and she hastily went to assist Zhang Dongyang. Looking at the blood flowing out of Zhang Dongyang's lower abdomen, Zhao Xueqi really panicked. She didn't expect that Long Chen could so easily injure Zhang Dongyang. As for the others, they simply worshipped Long Chen to the point of worship. However, everyone still had a headache. This time, not only Yang Yu's arms and legs were broken, but Zhang Dongyang's body was also directly pierced. Long Chen had just entered the evil dragon palace a few days ago. How would he end up? Long Chen. Everyone had a worried look on their faces, except for Long Chen. He quietly put away the scarlet blood sky desolation and calmly looked at Zhang Dongyang, who was looking at him with a horrified expression. Long Chen raised his head and said, "If you are not convinced and want me, Long Chen, to spar with you, I'm waiting for you at any time. But I'm not sure if I will fail again next time. I also have a way to behead people. Maybe you can try it at that time." After hearing Long Chen's words, Zhang Dongyang, who made the 30,000 disciples of the evil dragon palace tremble with fear, subconsciously shrank his body, almost shrinking into Zhao Xueqi's arms. "Long Chen, enough." Zhao Xueqi was getting angrier and angrier. She put Zhang Dongyang down to stop the bleeding, then stood up with a whoosh. A suffocating power erupted from her icy body. "You're really a self-righteous idiot who doesn't care about the consequences. Do you know who you're fighting? They're all disciples of the evil dragon palace master. You have some strength, but you're such an impulsive person. You'll pay for your recklessness." Zhao Xueqi's eyes flashed with a murderous light. Long Chen smiled, he waved his hand and said, "Don't be like this, I have nothing to do with you. Whether I pay the price or not, it's none of your business. You're acting as if you're disappointed in me. I, Long Chen, can't bear your expectations." There had never been a junior who dared to say such words in front of Zhao Xueqi. Zhao Xueqi could endure it once, she could endure it twice, but she definitely couldn't endure it a third time. A suffocating coldness was released from her body. Seeing this girl about to explode, Long Chen didn't feel any pressure at all. His calmness could be said to be what Zhao Xueqi hated the most. She really couldn't understand what this brat was relying on to be so arrogant. What? You want to fight me too? That's not bad. After beating up the little one, the big one came, and now you want an even bigger one? Dare I ask you, Zhao Xueqi, what relationship do you have with them? Are they your lovers? Only lovers are more important than your own junior brothers. Long Chen's words made Zhao Xueqi feel like she was about to explode. What did you say? Zhao Xueqi's words were practically roaring out. From the beginning, Long Chen felt disgusted by this pretentious girl from the bottom of his heart. Now that she had asked him what he was talking about, Long Chen of course wouldn't be polite with her. He said, "Did I say anything wrong? It was clearly Yang Yu who injured Zhang Lingwen. You are Zhang Lingwen's senior sister. Yet you stood on the side of others and helped others to bully your own people. You think you're very powerful? From what I see, what's the difference between your actions and building a memorial arch? I think they've called you big senior sister for so many years for nothing. You're not even a person here. River Heart Pavilion isn't a place you should come to. Now you can take this guy away as well. Of course, if you're not convinced by my words, let's fight." Long Chen's gaze was full of provocation. That proud expression of his didn't seem to be the least bit intimidated by Zhao Xueqi's current appearance. Long Chen's words could be considered to have helped Qin Feng and the others vent their anger. She was clearly their big senior sister. Yet she actually helped others to deal with their own people. It was really heartbreaking. When Long Chen scolded her, although Qin Feng and the others didn't say it out loud, they were secretly delighted. Could it be that Long Chen can still fight against big senior sister? From the situation where Long Chen defeated Zhang Dongyang, Long Chen and Long Chen should be able to resist Zhao Xueqi. There shouldn't be any suspense. At this moment, Qin Feng and the others were no longer so nervous. Instead, they felt very satisfied. One was almost stabbed to death by Long Chen, while the other's chest was heaving up and down, almost angered to death by Long Chen. Don't be angry. My words are very pertinent. Everyone thinks so too. Can you hurry up? I don't have that much time to waste with you here. If you don't make a move, I'll make a move. Long Chen. Zhao Xueqi finally experienced something today. This senior sister really had someone who could force her emotions to the brink of death. In her entire life, she had never been so angry. If she didn't kill Long Chen today, she wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Long Chen crossed his arms and looked at her with a contemptuous smile. This expression made Zhao Xueqi want to tear his face apart. Seeing that another battle was about to happen, the angry Zhao Xueqi suddenly trembled. She turned her head and saw a solemn-looking man wearing a blue robe standing behind her. The anger in Zhao Xueqi's heart was completely scared away, because the person standing behind her was none other than her most respected master, Jiang Qing. In her excitement, Zhao Xueqi didn't use her divine sense to check, so she didn't know that Jiang Qing had already returned and that Long Chen had seen him appear. In front of Jiang Qing, Zhao Xueqi didn't have the chance to make a move against Long Chen. Judging from Jiang Qing's frighteningly quiet face, he seemed to have some confidence in what would happen today. Long Chen was very curious about what he would do next. At this time, Jiang Qing walked over step by step. When he passed by Zhao Xueqi, he glanced at Zhao Xueqi, who was trying to hide her anger, and then looked at Zhang Dongyang. Zhang Dongyang was originally very arrogant, but at this time, the pain in his body made him lose his combat strength. Being fought by Long Chen alone was endless humiliation for him. "Xueqi, take Dongyang back to heal," Jiang Qing said in a flat tone. Chapter 1078. Jiang Qing pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "Just send Zhang Dongyang back. Don't worry about anything else." Zhao Xueqi was extremely anxious. This was a sign that Jiang Qing wanted to protect Long Chen. Zhang Dongyang could also hear it. He endured the pain and hurriedly said, "Palace Lord Jiang, Long Chen attacked my junior brother without his consent, causing him to be seriously injured. He lost one of his arms and both of his legs. He won't be able to recover within a year. You can't protect him for such a big crime." Jiang Qing's indifferent gaze landed on Zhang Dongyang. He suddenly smiled and said, "Dongyang, you can't say it like that. If this is considered a crime, You should have died countless times for what you did in the true martial emperor palace. I will naturally look for the hall master to deal with this matter. Juniors like you don't have the right to cause trouble in my Zhang Heart Pavilion. Zhang Dongyang angrily pointed at Jiang Qing, but he was powerless to do anything. He gritted his teeth and stood up, staggering. Zhao Xueqi quickly went to support him. At this moment, Zhao Xueqi's expression was very unsightly. She suddenly had an illusion that the master who doted on her twice as much in the past was a little different today. This change made Zhao Xueqi a little flustered. She thought in her heart, could it be that I really did something wrong today and made master angry? Now, she could only send Zhang Dongyang back and come back to apologize to master. Thinking of this, Zhao Xueqi fiercely glared at Long Chen, who was intoxicated with success. She supported Zhang Dongyang and left. Zhang Dongyang was very unhappy, but he could only leave in embarrassment. In front of outsiders, he dared to ridicule Jiang Qing, but in front of a senior, he didn't have the guts. Jiang Qing's position in the Evil Dragon Palace was second only to the hall master. After they left, Jiang Qing didn't say anything and entered the Zhang Heart Pavilion. The others looked at each other in dismay, not daring to say anything. In the Zhang Heart Pavilion, Jiang Qing quickly arrived beside Jiang Lingwen. At this moment, Jiang Lingwen had already struggled to wake up. When he saw Jiang Qing, he wanted to greet her, but Jiang Qing pressed him down on the bed. Truly a waste. I raised you for so many years, but I didn't expect that I raised a complete waste. Jiang Qing's cold eyes made Jiang Lingwen a little afraid. He quickly shook his head and said, Master, wait for me to recover. I will work hard. That's best. Jiang Qing didn't say anything else. She took out a jade box from her storage ring and said, the things inside are enough for you to recover, but you still need some time to recuperate. Thank you, Master. Lingwen's eyes were brimming with tears. Long Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, Zhang Dongyang had crushed the open white fragrance pill. Now, Jiang Lingwen could finally recover. After dealing with the matters here, Jiang Qing's gaze finally stopped on Long Chen in the corner. She said, follow me, and then left first. Long Chen knew that he would be called. In fact, the reason why Long Chen dared to be so fearless towards Yang Yu and Zhang Dongyang was because he knew that Jiang Qing's position in the Evil Dragon Palace was definitely not low. If the Evil Dragon Palace Master did not want to have a conflict with him, he would not dare to touch Long Chen and the others. The position of the Palace Master's disciple was definitely higher. This was necessary, but other than identity, there was another more important factor that determined one's position, and that was strength. When Long Chen displayed a fighting strength that surprised even Jiang Qing, it was impossible for him to be taught a lesson for injuring Yang Yu and Zhang Dongyang. This was the rule of the true martial emperor palace. No matter how many rules there would always be a rule that surpassed all others, and that was the rule of the strongest. Understanding this, Long Chen was able to display such a heaven-defying performance today. I was first surprised by your fighting strength, but now I find that I'm even more surprised by your calmness and wisdom. After walking into a small room, Jiang Qing turned his head, revealing a kind look on his face. Long Chen's yin-yang sword spirit was absolutely invisible. Jiang Qing absolutely didn't know that Long Chen had the will of an old friend. What he was most satisfied with now was that he had inadvertently accepted a disciple with infinite potential. It could be said that Jiang Qing's attitude towards Long Chen was purely a kind of appreciation for the younger generation. The most troublesome thing for geniuses was to compare them with each other. Jiang Qing's most outstanding disciple was Zhao Xueqi. Among his disciples, she was the only one who could make him feel satisfied. Today, when Long Chen and Zhang Dongyang fought, Jiang Qing had already used his spiritual consciousness to observe the whole process. From Jiang Qing's performance, it could be said that Long Chen should be on the same level as Zhao Xueqi in terms of fighting strength. However, Long Chen was much younger than Zhao Xueqi, which meant that Long Chen's potential was greater. At the same time, from the dialogue between the two, it could be seen that Long Chen's will was more mature than Zhao Xueqi's. For Jiang Qing, this was the most perfect disciple he had encountered in so many years. Therefore today, he didn't think about anything else and directly protected Long Chen. What Jiang Qing was thinking, Long Chen actually knew in his heart. You have a lot of mysterious things on you such as your realm, but these are your personal secrets and also your means. I won't ask too many questions, but this king will ask you a question. Master, please ask. Long Chen said. Jiang Qing liked him even more when she saw his calm demeanor. "Can you defeat Zhao Xueqi?" Jiang Qing asked directly. Long Chen didn't expect that he would actually ask this question. Long Chen didn't think much about it and directly said, "Maybe. I can." "That's enough." Jiang Qing smiled brightly and said, "You can go back now. Today, they should have introduced you to the Tower of Trials. Go there more often, maybe you will have unexpected gains." Long Chen remembered Jiang Qing's words and then said goodbye to Jiang Qing and returned to the original place. Seeing Long Chen go back, the others were relieved and quickly asked Long Chen what to do next. "We don't need to worry about the next thing. Master will handle it." Long Chen smiled slightly, which made everyone confused. In their impression, Jiang Qing was a very serious person. How could he be so easy to talk to today? Perhaps only Long Chen knew. "Let's not disturb old Five. Let him rest." A group of people walked out of the room, leaving Jiang Lingwu to guard his brother. The others went to busy themselves with their own matters. For Long Chen, today's matter was already over. Jiang Qing would naturally handle it for him. Although Jiang Qing didn't say anything nice, in fact, at this time, he already regarded Long Chen as a treasure. There was a harsh competition among the 3,000 palaces. New genius disciples were the greatest source of vitality in this competition. The Evil Dragon Palace was ranked in the middle among all the palaces. It was neither high nor low, in an extremely awkward position. If the Evil Dragon Palace wanted to revitalize itself and raise its position, it could only rely on young genius disciples. Long Chen was a new continent that Jiang Qing discovered. How could he have known that this newly discovered treasure might also become a fatal killing machine? In the next few days, Jiang Lingwen's injuries gradually improved. Under Jiang Qing's suppression, the commotion of this matter gradually dissipated. However, Long Chen's reputation spread throughout the Evil Dragon Palace. He crippled Yang Yu and pierced Zhang Dongyang with a sword. Such a ruthless person was not punished. Yang Yu and Zhang Dongyang's reputation in the Evil Dragon Palace was not very good. Therefore, no one had any objections. However, from this, it could be seen that Jiang Qing doted on this new disciple very much. Long Chen's status rose. Among Jiang Qing's disciples, apart from Zhao Xueqi, the others were all mediocre. Long Chen's status instantly rose to Zhao Xueqi's level. It was said that Long Chen easily defeated Zhang Dongyang, who was in the 5th level of the divine martial realm. With this kind of strength, he could easily enter the top 10 of the Evil Dragon Palace's young disciples. However, there were still 3 experts from the Evil Dragon Palace Masters faction who rarely showed themselves. They were in seclusion in the trial tower all day. If they came out of seclusion and heard the news, would they cause trouble for Long Chen? The answer was yes. It was just a matter of time. Long Chen did not care about so many things. Jiang Lingwen's injuries were gradually recovering. Long Chen had already given him some guidance, which was already extremely benevolent. Jiang Lingwen still had to walk his own path. Long Chen's target was not the Evil Dragon Palace. Therefore, they could only be considered to have met by chance. Next, it was time to enter the trial tower. The martial path puppets there were good stuff. Long Chen did not feel comfortable just because he was strong now. He knew that he was still lacking. At least in this small Evil Dragon Palace, he could not be the overlord. In the 3,000 palaces, he was even more of a nobody. With this little strength, not to mention marrying Lingxi openly, he might not even be able to reach the Sword Spirit Emperor region safely. The true Martial Emperor Palace was the place to temper Long Chen. Hence, he hoped to be more high-profile. Only then would he be in the limelight. He would be able to go to a higher place and meet stronger opponents. The 3,000 palaces weren't his goal. The Martial God Palace was his ambition. The true Martial Emperor Palace was the Martial God Palace. Cultivation. After Jiang Lingwen's matter came to an end, Long Chen wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivation. Since he was unfamiliar with this place, Long Chen headed to the trial tower. At this moment, Long Chen's name had already spread throughout the Evil Dragon Palace. Along the way, everyone looked at Long Chen with respect. They were ordinary disciples. Even the true inheritors of elders were at most in the 4th layer of the divine martial realm. They were not a match for Long Chen. Furthermore, this youth was so young. Everyone realized that because of Long Chen's participation, the structure of the younger generation of the Evil Dragon Palace was changing step by step. I really don't know if the three of them will fear this rising star when they come out of the Tower of Trials and see him. Or will they express their goodwill? It shouldn't be a gesture of goodwill. After all, Long Chen has already caused the evil Dragon Palace's disciples to lose all face. Chapter 1079. Those three are probably the three powerful disciples of the evil Dragon Palace Lord. They are probably the only ones who can fight against me. Actually, one of them is Lu Qingfeng's second junior brother. He has reached the 6th level of the divine martial realm and has a peerless golden body. I am not his opponent. The other two are probably at the 5th level of the divine martial realm and have gone through the 9th heaven lightning tribulation. They are on par with Su Shaodai and the Lord of the Nether God Palace. Long Chen was confident in dealing with Zhao Xueqi, but he wasn't very confident in these three. After all, their divine origin was many times stronger than Long Chen's. They couldn't be easily defeated by just relying on some external methods. I killed Chu Tiange before. Chu Tiange is much stronger than them. In a short period of time, I have to at least get first place in the evil Dragon Palace. Otherwise, can I still be considered a dragon warrior? Long Chen was full of confidence in himself. After entering the trial tower, it was dark. Long Chen continued to move forward, and soon, he mysteriously walked into an underground maze. The surroundings were filled with black walls, and they were still moving, making it hard to figure out what was going on. The evil Dragon Palace had at least 3,000 disciples, and they were currently crazily training in this trial room. They could find any opponent here, and the weather was even denser. They could even choose to fight randomly. The Tower of Trials was a magical place. As Long Chen moved forward, the black walls were like waves, swaying in front of him. Finally, Long Chen saw a black steel door. Without saying anything, he pulled the door with force. Unfortunately, there should be people inside, so he didn't open it. Helpless, Long Chen could only continue to move forward. After about 15 minutes, he encountered another steel door. This door appeared randomly in front of him, and there was no one around. Long Chen grabbed the door handle and pulled it slightly. The metal door suddenly opened and pulled Long Chen in. Long Chen quickly stabilized his body, and felt that everything around him had stabilized. It was no longer as confusing as the maze. This was a room about 200 meters in length and width. It was very spacious, and was completely black. There were no special disciples here. The only thing Long Chen didn't lack was monarch spiritual qi. It seemed to be compressed into this room, forming a dense white mist that danced in the black room. Long Chen casually inhaled, and a large amount of monarch spiritual qi was absorbed by his body. However, the monarch spiritual qi here seemed to be endless. However much monarch spiritual qi Long Chen absorbed, he could replenish it. After surveying his surroundings, Long Chen walked forward. He discovered that although the walls of the training room were made of extremely precious steel materials, they were still badly damaged. Judging from the densely packed marks on the walls, he could roughly tell how many people had trained in this place. At the same time, there were some words engraved in all the hidden corners. These were probably written by some senior martial artists who had casually written down their thoughts while cultivating here. It could be their understanding of battle skills, martial Dao, or even sword Dao. There was everything that could be found here. Long Chen glanced around and saw a lot of things. His heart was quite touched. Everyone in the God martial realm had different martial arts, but there were also similarities. For example, Nangong Lai's fighting way and Long Chen's killing way still had similarities. From these martial arts insights, he could understand other people's martial arts and summarize them, which would also be helpful to himself. Walking to a corner of the trial room, Long Chen saw a row of black brick-like buttons. On each black brick, there were words written. For example, the first brick had something written on it. Without saying anything, Long Chen stepped on the black brick with his feet. He was a little surprised. This black brick was not easy to step on. He estimated that only the strength of the God martial realm could step on it. In other words, this trial pillar could only be used by the warriors of the God martial realm. So this is how it sets up the restrictions for the level of warriors. Of course, Long Chen could easily step on this black brick. With a rumbling sound, the whole trial room trembled. In the center of the trial room, a piece of land disappeared out of thin air. A black steel pillar with a diameter of about 1 meter and a height of more than 3 meters rose from the ground. The material of this steel pillar was even more solid than the walls of the trial room. It had a kind of shocking power. There were also many traces left by the predecessors on the trial pillar. They were big and small, but not as obvious as those on the walls of the trial room. This trial pillar is an enemy that will not fight back. It is probably used to completely increase one's attack power. Long Chen turned his body and turned into a golden lightning. With a loud bang, he punched the trial pillar. Suddenly, there was a dull sound. Long Chen was lightly shaken back. On the trial pillar, there was a fist mark about 3 centimeters deep. It had already surpassed many people. I don't know if my scarlet blood eternal desolation can break this thing. Long Chen was just thinking about it. Of course, he would not break this trial pillar for no reason. After all, to get such a good thing, it would probably cost a lot of money. After stepping on the black brick once more, the trial pillar went down. Only then did Long Chen turn his attention to the other black bricks. The following bricks were for summoning ferocious beasts, martial arts puppets, and even one that chose to fight against other warriors in the Tower of Trial. The Tower of Trial was like a huge machine. With the internal operation, it could even connect 2 trial rooms. Whether it was against vicious beasts, martial arts puppets, or even against humans, you could choose the level of your opponent. As long as you could step on the brick, it would be over. The trial tower would automatically set a level according to the individual's strength. Of course, Long Chen did not want to choose to fight against humans. As for vicious beasts, it seemed that he had no interest or use. His greatest interest was still martial arts puppets. There was a brick for every level of martial arts puppets. Level 1, Level 2, Level 5, Level 6, Level 7. In this trial room, at most, martial arts puppets of Level 7 could be summoned. Long Chen calculated, which meant that the comprehension of martial arts of Level 7 martial arts puppets was roughly at the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm, which would undoubtedly be of great help to him. Unfortunately, Long Chen definitely could not step on this brick. Then, let's try it with a Level 4 first. Long Chen's gaze fell on the brick of the Level 4 martial arts puppet. The divine spirit on his legs surged, and he stepped on it with all his might. Suddenly, with a bang, that black brick was stepped on by Long Chen. Long Chen roughly felt that he had reached his limit. It was still quite difficult to summon a Level 4 martial arts puppet, and Level 5 was probably his current limit. Fortunately, Long Chen's realm was only at the 2nd level of the divine martial arts realm. Even if it was a Level 3 martial art puppet, it would still be useful to him. Rumble. One of the walls, under the effect of the mechanism, suddenly rose, revealing a spacious void. Endless darkness appeared in front of Long Chen. One of the paths led from the trial room where Long Chen was, to the endless void. A black ball suddenly rolled over from this path. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In a short time, it rushed into the trial room, and then that wall suddenly closed. At the same time, the vibration of the trial room also stopped. Long Chen's gaze shifted to that black ball. This is a martial arts puppet. Long Chen looked at it curiously. At this moment, the black ball suddenly split open. It turned out to be an egg. In this black egg, a cloud of white mist floated up. Perhaps it saw Long Chen, it rapidly changed, and finally turned into the appearance of Long Chen. Long Chen seemed to have returned to the time when he was in the divine kingdom of Yi Wushang. At that time, his opponent was also exactly the same as him, but that opponent was even more powerful. This opponent was a martial arts puppet. It just automatically changed into his appearance. From its gray eyes, no expression could be seen. You have 10 breaths of time to prepare. The martial arts puppet suddenly said, with an expressionless face. When Long Chen saw this stiff version of himself, he suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, his fighting spirit rose. With this martial path puppet, his cultivation level would definitely increase. The desire to become stronger ignited Long Chen's blood, causing him to boil with excitement. Unarmed, Long Chen was already ready. The true martial emperor spirit slowly opened, and a gray light shone from Long Chen's brow without hesitation on the body of the martial arts puppet. 10 breaths of time passed in an instant. At that moment, the eyes of the martial arts puppet instantly lit up. Its entire body was like a whirlwind, circling in an arc and attacking Long Chen. Every move, every punch, every kick, were incomparably mysterious, displaying the profoundness of martial arts. Every martial arts puppet should be proficient in a different Dao. This martial arts puppet's Tao is broad and righteous, but it will also be of help to me. I need to fight all kinds of martial arts puppets before I can make the final breakthrough. The path of killing was merciless madness. Long Chen didn't have the slightest care about the martial arts puppet. He attacked crazily, punching and kicking, fighting fiercely with the martial arts puppet in the most primitive way. Bang bang bang. Such sounds rang out in the trial room. Two shadows, one red and the other white, were fighting fiercely in this trial room. From time to time, attacks would fall on the walls of the trial room, leaving marks. Long Chen didn't rush to finish off his opponent. The martial arts strength of this martial arts puppet was not enough to hurt Long Chen. What Long Chen could do was to improve himself through each confrontation. He felt that he was close to the completion of the second level of the divine martial realm. When he reached that level, his strength was likely to reach such a level that he would be invincible under the fifth level of the divine martial realm. At that time, his words would probably have more power. 2 hours later, the martial arts puppet disappeared in Long Chen's hands, and Long Chen was in a state of self-destruction. The trial pillar appeared, and Long Chen attacked it crazily, leaving marks on it. Because of the existence of Long Chen, the trial pillar began to be riddled with holes. Chapter 1080. This time, Long Chen stayed in the Tower of Trials for a whole month. Moreover, he had no intention of leaving, unless he reached the consummation of the second tier of the divine martial realm. The real martial emperor soul could indeed absorb what Long Chen could benefit from the martial path puppet, but the effect was a little worse. The changes in it were relatively fixed, and it didn't have the on-the-spot performance of a real warrior. However, the benefits were endless, and he didn't have to worry about the secret of the real martial emperor soul being discovered. Long Chen could rest assured that he could be in a state of battle 24 hours a day. If the real martial emperor soul was tired, he could turn it off and fight directly. After a few battles with the level 4 puppet, Long Chen directly chose the level 5 puppet. The level 5 puppet's combat strength was very strong, and it was very suitable for Long Chen. Although Long Chen could not compete with Long Chen in terms of physical strength and speed, his comprehension of the martial way was much better than Long Chen's. It could be said that Long Chen had to spend a lot of effort to deal with the level 5 martial arts puppet. He did not even take out the Scarlet Blood Sky. At this moment, he directly fought with the level 5 puppet. The intensity of the battle made people's scalps numb. What Long Chen used was basically a suicide method. Long Chen basically did not defend, attacking with all his might. Sometimes, he did not defend or attack, waiting for the martial puppets to hit him. Then, he would comprehend the profoundness of the martial way from the martial puppets' punches and kicks. No one in the entire Evil Dragon Palace could compare to Long Chen in terms of physical endurance. Therefore, the level 5 martial arts puppet could only cause a certain degree of damage to Long Chen. Long Chen gritted his teeth and immediately got up. His body could also recover quickly. As for the level 6 puppet, Long Chen did not dare to summon it for the time being. With his current strength, he probably could not summon a level 6 puppet. The level 5 martial arts puppet was his limit. Long Chen could improve a lot by fighting with the level 5 puppet. The martial way was extremely difficult. Long Chen absorbed a lot of information every day, but he still felt that it was not easy to improve. For others, it was even more difficult to improve without something like the martial emperor soul. Long Chen knew that if he did not have the martial emperor soul, he would probably be in the 6th or 7th sky martial realm. It was absolutely impossible for him to stand here and have his current strength. The martial emperor soul was not easy to come by. Long Chen cherished it even more. The level 5 puppet in front of him was the 10th level 5 puppet that Long Chen had defeated. So far, Long Chen's skill against the level 5 puppet was much stronger. If he could use the god-killing sword formation to kill the opponent instantly. However, he did not choose to do so. Instead, he fought steadily. Sometimes, he even used his own body to withstand the opponent's attacks. Only when he was exhausted and gained a lot did Long Chen completely kill the opponent. Usually by this time, Long Chen would already be lying on the ground, covered in blood. The torn muscles on his body were wriggling rapidly. He would probably be able to completely recover in a few hours. The level 5 puppet is only so. If I want to break through to perfection, I still need an important opportunity to fight. This might not come from the martial arts puppet, but from real combat. The excitement and exhilaration that appeared when fighting with people was something that the martial arts puppet could not give him. Lying on the ground, Long Chen let out a long breath. He looked at the black ceiling in the sky. This world was like the training room, completely imprisoning him inside. It's already been a month. The more I improve in the God martial arts realm, the more difficult it will be. I have to complete the cultivation of the divine sense realm as soon as possible. After his body recovered, Long Chen walked to the black brick again. He looked at the brick of the level 5 puppet, and then at the brick of the level 6 puppet. He stamped on the brick with all his strength. The black brick of the level 6 puppet did not move. Long Chen smiled bitterly. Indeed, he could not summon the level 6 puppet with his current strength. In the Evil Dragon Palace, there were many experts in the 5th level of the God martial arts realm. Among them, there were more than 200 elders and hall masters. Therefore, there were many level 5 puppets. However, in the 6th level of the God martial arts realm, there were only 10 deputy palace masters and 1 disciple of the palace master. There were not many of them. Presumably, there were not many level 6 puppets. As for the level 7 puppet, he did not know if there were any here. So, it's already been a month. I can try this. Long Chen's gaze shifted to the black brick that was fighting with people. The Tower of Trial was like a huge system. Every training room was an independent unit. As long as Long Chen sent a request to fight, the Tower of Trial would accept his request and connect with other warriors who sent the same request. There were 15 black bricks in this series, from the beginning of the 1st level of the God martial arts realm to the peak of the 7th level of the God martial arts realm. Of course, the last few definitely could not find someone to fight with. Among the 3,000 disciples in the Tower of Trial, probably less than 1,000 would choose to fight with people. Most of the people were cultivating in silence. At this moment, Long Chen had completely recovered. He was thinking about which level of opponent he should choose to fight with. He was not interested in low-level opponents. Therefore, his gaze stopped at the 5th level of the God martial arts realm, the realm that had passed the devouring fire tribulation. It seems that there are not many people in this realm in the Evil Dragon Palace. However, some elders and palace masters would also be in the Tower of Trial. It would be more interesting to fight with warriors of this level. Moreover, the person who sent the request to fight is probably someone like me, someone who likes to fight. Thinking of this, Long Chen did not hesitate. This random battle was indeed interesting. Before choosing, he did not know who his opponent would be. Generally speaking, only people above the 5th level of the God martial arts realm had the strength to step on the black brick. Therefore, there would not be a situation where warriors of lower levels would randomly choose their opponents. The black brick was easily stepped on by Long Chen. Who will my opponent be? Long Chen was looking forward to it. After stepping on the brick, the whole trial room shook. Long Chen could not even stand steadily. He realized that the whole trial room was moving. It was moving in the Tower of Trial, as if it was looking for its opponent. What a miraculous place. This is only the trial tower of one of the palaces. I wonder if there is a trial tower of the 3,000 palaces that allows the geniuses and experts of the 3,000 palaces to fight against each other and choose their opponents at random. This was just a guess of Long Chen. Actually, he did not know that there was such a tower of trial in the 3,000 palaces. In less than a quarter of an hour, there was a loud explosion, as if the training room had crashed into another training room. There was a huge tremor, and there was the sound of machinery connecting. Long Chen's eyes became serious. He had already realized that the Tower of Trial had probably found him an opponent at the 5th level of the divine martial arts realm, who had passed the devouring fire tribulation. Who is it? While Long Chen was confused, the wall of the trial room on the left rose rapidly. Through the gap, Long Chen saw that on the other side, another wall was disappearing. The two huge trial rooms were connected together. This was the mode of random battles. No one knew who their opponent was. When the wall rose gradually, Long Chen saw a familiar lower body and an ice-cold upper body standing in the trial room on the opposite side. At this moment, Long Chen's expression was very interesting, because he actually knew this random opponent. It's you. On the opposite side, the person was even more surprised than Long Chen. She was Xueqi. At this moment, Xueqi was wearing a sky-blue tight-fitting outfit, which revealed her graceful figure. Her pretty face was covered with a disgusting coldness. It seemed that she could not believe her own eyes. She stared at Long Chen. Long Chen also did not expect that it would be such a coincidence. His first time choosing random battles, He had unexpectedly chosen Xueqi. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. At this moment, the two trial rooms were connected together perfectly. It was as if the size of the trial room had doubled. In fact, it was reasonable for them to meet each other. Among the disciples of the trial tower, there were basically less than 10 hall masters and elders. Those at the 5th level of the divine martial arts realm, who had passed the devouring fire tribulation, were even fewer. Among them, there were even fewer who would choose to fight randomly. They were all people with high status, so they would not choose this mode to improve their strength. If they became enemies with their opponents or lost face to their opponents, it would be very difficult for them. Xueqi was proud and arrogant. Generally speaking, in the trial tower, she would press the black brick that would randomly fight every once in a while, waiting for someone to choose. It just so happened that Long Chen chose someone with her strength. Therefore, the two of them naturally met in this place. When enemies met, their eyes were especially red. Seeing Long Chen, Xueqi smiled. It was the kind of feeling where one could wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, and find what they were looking for without even looking for it. Last time, you injured Yang Yu and Zhang Dongyang, but Master didn't punish you. Instead, he flattered you. Maybe it made you so lawless that you don't take me, your big sister, seriously, right? Xueqi walked toward Long Chen step by step. Today was a great opportunity. Even if she did not kill Long Chen, she would not let Long Chen have an easy time. In particular, the insulting words that Long Chen had said to her in the River Heart Pavilion. Every time she thought of these words, and thought that the person who had angered her was still living on her big sister's body, Xueqi felt uncomfortable and extremely irritated. She was eager to teach this young man a painful lesson, so that she could get rid of the hatred in her heart. Chapter 1081. As long as he stepped on the black brick again, the battle would end and the two training rooms would be separated. Long Chen's words made Xueqi realize that Long Chen was afraid of her, and she was overjoyed. Xueqi took a few steps forward and entered the range of Long Chen's training tower. In this way, even if Long Chen turned off the random battle, she would still be able to stay in Long Chen's training room. Her intention to severely punish Long Chen was very obvious. Since you've chosen the random battle and chose an opponent of my level, why are you still afraid? Don't worry. I know your true strength is very strong. Defeating Zhang Dongyang with that kind of advantage, even I can't do it. Xueqi already had Long Chen in her grasp. Such a good opportunity was delivered to her door. She would never waste it in vain. It could be said that she had been waiting for this day for a month. She still clearly remembered the lesson that Jiang Qing had taught her. Long Chen smiled, and a trace of indifference was gradually released from his eyes. After laughing for a while, he said, "I'm just joking with you. I know that you hate me to the bone, and you blame me for robbing your place in Jiang Qing's heart. Xueqi, Jiang Qing has never made a mistake. All of this only shows one thing, that is, you, Xueqi, are far inferior to me. Even Jiang Qing looks down on you because of this." This woman had a poisonous snake hidden in her heart. Long Chen didn't like such a person. What he hated the most in his life was those who betrayed their companions. As the eldest senior sister, she had never done anything for Zhang Lingguan and the others. After the incident, she even stood on the other side. In Long Chen's mind, Xueqi wasn't even as good as Li Ying, who had fallen in love with someone else. "You finally revealed your tale." Xueqi didn't get angry. Instead, she laughed. Xueqi didn't get angry. Instead, she laughed. Her impression of Long Chen should be like this. At this moment, she looked like she was ready to fight. She stared at Long Chen with her venomous eyes and said cruelly, "Ever since you came to the Evil Dragon Palace, Master's attitude towards me has changed. He even scolded me. In the past, this was something unimaginable. It's all because of you. The battles in the Tower of Trials are not limited to life and death. I think if I kill you, then everything will return to normal." "Is that so?" Long Chen came to a sudden realization and said, "You changed my decision. Originally, I just wanted to make you feel defeated, but since you want me to disappear, I can only make you disappear. From start to finish, I, Long Chen, am not inferior to others when it comes to ruthlessness. Whatever you want to give me, I will give it to you." Just like what happened to Yang Yu, Xueqi didn't dare to look down on Long Chen. He was someone that even Jiang Qing had to look up to. If they really fought, Zhao Xueqi only had 70 to 80% confidence. The two of them looked at each other. There was nothing more to say. This was a battle of life and death. Only the living could walk out. This was also a battle that Long Chen was looking forward to. It was a battle that would help him break through his limits and reach the peak of the second level of the divine martial realm. Sword warrior, take out your weapon. Zhao Xueqi looked at Long Chen with contempt. She knew that Long Chen's weapon was very powerful. It wasn't just powerful. Back then, Long Chen used the Blood Desolation Sword and directly broke the Clear Sky Sword. The Clear Sky Sword was an 8th grade divine weapon. I don't need it to deal with you. The real reason was that Long Chen regarded Zhao Xueqi as an opportunity for her to break through. In fact, the strength of the level 5 puppet was similar to Zhao Xueqi. The difference was in fighting skills and fighting style. Therefore, for Long Chen, who didn't use a sword, Zhao Xueqi would be much more troublesome than the level 5 puppet. Zhao Xueqi was really angry. She smiled coldly and said, "You asked for it. Don't blame me." Dense Emperor spiritual qi gathered around her. Zhao Xueqi's strength surged and formed a white whirlpool around her. Clear void technique. A clear breeze circled around Zhao Xueqi's body, gradually forming a fairy-like feeling. A white swirling mist completely surrounded Zhao Xueqi. A huge aura spread out from her body like waves, sweeping towards Long Chen to a certain extent. Fight. During a battle, using the divine breath technique in battle could reap unexpected results. At least in such a situation, it was difficult for Zhao Xueqi to use her divine sense to grasp Long Chen's position. She could only rely on her eyes, but she also understood that the speed of her eyes might not be able to catch up with Long Chen's heaven-defying speed. Fighting with martial arts puppets was boring and tasteless, but the battle with Zhao Xueqi was different. Long Chen's blood was boiling. Zhao Xueqi was much stronger than Zhang Dongyang. About 7 months had passed, and Long Chen hadn't fought with an opponent who could really match him. This feeling of excitement made his blood boil. A golden thunder dragon shuttled through the muscles of his body, bursting out bursts of strong thunder and lightning. Zhao Xueqi was stunned. That flash just now seemed to be the legendary existence above the gods. Pitter-patter. Long Chen's muscles and bones issued a violent friction sound. At this time, Long Chen's face was distorted. In Zhao Xueqi's eyes, he looked exceptionally fierce and ferocious, just like the legendary dragon. A disdainful aura directly broke out from Long Chen's body, suppressing Zhao Xueqi's aura of the 5th level of the divine martial realm. Playing tricks. Zhao Xueqi cautiously looked at Long Chen, not daring to act rashly. At this time, Long Chen, whose whole body was wrapped in golden lightning, issued a terrifying roar, and his figure instantly disappeared in front of Zhao Xueqi. How is this possible? It's like the god martial spirit has disappeared. My divine sense can't even sense his existence. At this time, Long Chen truly launched his divine breath. It had to be said that Kitten's divine breath was also a heaven-defying combat skill. Under Long Chen's speed, Zhao Xueqi seemed to be blinded. This kid's speed is even faster than when he fought against Zhang Dongyang. Has his speed reached the peak of the 5th level of the divine martial realm? Zhao Xueqi was shocked. In her opinion, the most frightening thing about Long Chen was his speed and his body, which had reached a monstrous level. However, just relying on these 2 points of strength is not enough to make him truly strong. A warrior's heart had a strong power, and Zhao Xueqi was also unyielding. She wouldn't be easily disturbed. In a situation where she couldn't completely grasp Long Chen's position, she could still take advantage of the situation to deal with him. Because she relied too much on her divine sense, at this time, she could only use her eyes and ears to perceive the existence of Long Chen. Here. To Zhao Xueqi's surprise, Long Chen just flew around her at high speed and didn't attack. In that case, Zhao Xueqi wouldn't be polite at all. Clear void technique. 18 fingers of cloud smashing. At this time, Zhao Xueqi had transformed countless arms, as if she had turned into a 1,000-armed guanyin. A white strong wind, which was actually a finger spear, pierced in all directions. There was always a direction that pierced through Long Chen. Although this combat skill was called 18 fingers of cloud smashing, it had more than 100 fingers. Every finger could break a hole in the clouds in the sky, which showed how strong the piercing ability of this finger technique was. Long Chen was also within the attack range of 18 fingers of cloud smashing. With a whistling sound, he unexpectedly didn't look back, but directly rushed towards the white finger spear. You're courting death. Zhao Xueqi found Long Chen's position. Her 18 cloud-shattering fingers stabbed at Long Chen in a frenzy. Even Zhao Xueqi herself was moved by the power contained in each move. She didn't believe that she couldn't kill Long Chen like this. Don't you realize that you're too slow? The real martial emperor's soul slowly opened, and a familiar gray light appeared in the gray eyes of Zhao Xueqi. However, she didn't know what the thing between Long Chen's eyebrows was. Under the decomposition of the real martial emperor's soul, Zhao Xueqi's every move, situation, and detail were clearly transmitted to Long Chen's real martial emperor's soul, which had countless benefits for Long Chen. It wasn't easy to drag this woman here, so Long Chen wouldn't let her go easily. At least before she died, he had to completely squeeze out her value. The 18 cloud-shattering fingers transformed into gusts of strong wind that directly hit the wall of the great trial room, leaving behind a hole that was almost 5 centimeters deep. However, even though there were so many finger guns, none of them managed to hit Long Chen. With his superhuman speed, Long Chen was able to deal with his opponent's attacks with ease. In an instant, Long Chen rushed in front of Zhao Xueqi, and his fist rushed towards Zhao Xueqi like a beast. However, Zhao Xueqi used the clear void technique to form a shield of emperor spiritual qi. Long Chen found that when his fist rushed into the shield, it was a bit like entering a quagmire, and his attack power was greatly reduced. You've fallen into a trap. Zhao Xueqi laughed, and the last 18 finger techniques pierced towards Long Chen's lower abdomen. If he was hit, even though Long Chen had such a strong body, the consequences would still be unimaginable. One punch was stuck by the opponent's clear void technique, and Long Chen's combat power was greatly reduced. That's it. The trapped Long Chen revealed a disdainful smile. At this time, his left fist had grown into a palm. Zhao Xueqi was astonished to see that in the center of Long Chen's palm, there was a dragon-shaped pattern. It was a golden divine dragon that spat out lightning. Its body was completely composed of lightning. Shao Jin Go. Chapter 1082. This time, it was Long Chen's mistake. He did not expect the clear void technique to have such an effect, and the golden thunder dragon could consume some energy to break free from the opponent's restraint. Otherwise, he would have to use the blood-red sky desolation. What is that? The golden thunder divine dragon shocked Zhao Xueqi. Long Chen did not answer her. Without saying anything, he directly used the method of fighting to the death with his fists and feet. Boom! Boom! A red figure and a blue figure kept changing in the trial room, making ear-piercing sounds of battle. With the martial emperor soul, although Long Chen was in a disadvantageous position because he did not use any combat skills or weapons, and he was even hit by Zhao Xueqi several times, the exciting feeling of death and the explosive knowledge in the martial emperor's soul kept Long Chen in a state of extreme excitement. Even if he was knocked down, he could immediately stand up and burst out with the combat strength that would make Zhao Xueqi collapse. Crazy! This man is absolutely crazy. Zhao Xueqi's killing intent was extremely strong. She had never seen such a person. She had directly beaten him to the point of vomiting blood, but he could immediately rush up and madly attack again and again. His hands were like an executioner, cruelly wanting to reap Zhao Xueqi's life. If Zhao Xueqi had not been so final, it was very likely that she would have been killed by Long Chen. She knew that she could not go on like this. In the 5th level of the divine martial arts realm, 3 calamities will descend. 4 countless warriors, this is a hurdle that is very difficult to overcome. However, if they can overcome it, it will be very beneficial for them. Just like my innate body, ice-sealing blood, I have awakened. The ice-sealing bloodline was Zhao Xueqi's most powerful weapon. She would only use it when she encountered an opponent that really made her feel difficult. Long Chen was such an opponent. At this time, Long Chen was slightly relieved. Although the opponent's combat skills made him very embarrassed in the battle, Long Chen also gained a lot. The martial emperor soul had absorbed a lot of martial arts knowledge and instilled it into Long Chen's god martial soul. Long Chen's god martial soul was actually evolving at this time. Even without the following battle, Long Chen could successfully transform into the 2nd level of the great divine martial realm. All this was thanks to Zhao Xueqi. Because of the battle with Zhao Xueqi, Long Chen did not use the blood desolation. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was not really injured. In this situation, Long Chen was like a thief, stealing many things from Zhao Xueqi. Until this moment, Long Chen's god martial soul was transforming. All this was also achieved by his own efforts. Not everyone, when their combat strength surpassed the opponent, did not use what they were good at, and was chased by Zhao Xueqi. Long Chen did it. Of course, Zhao Xueqi did not know this. She really thought that Long Chen was almost there. At this time, it could be considered as giving Long Chen a chance to die honorably. In order to speed up the battle, Zhao Xueqi used her bloodline that had transformed after she reached the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm and experienced the Oblivion Wind Tribulation and the Devouring Fire Tribulation. After this bloodline was used, suddenly, pieces of ice appeared on her body, and at this moment, she was completely frozen inside. At the same time, the majestic cold air swept through the whole trial room. In a very short period of time, the walls of the trial room were covered with a layer of ice. The blue ice emitted a fatal cold air, turning the place into a world of ice and snow. And Zhao Xueqi, who was in the center of this world, seemed to be covered with a mysterious veil. She became an ice and snow goddess. Every move of hers was a flow of fatal cold air. In this cold air, even Long Chen felt that the flow of his dragon blood divine origin had slowed down. Of course, in such an environment, his attack speed and so on would also be restricted to a certain extent. Before, Long Chen had looked down on Zhao Xueqi. Now, it seemed that her ice-sealing bloodline was really unique, especially in such an environment. At this time, Zhao Xueqi's situation was different from before. When she opened her eyes, a pair of blue eyes that looked like ice crystals appeared. They were incomparably magnificent. Long Chen even felt that Zhao Xueqi's eyes were even more beautiful than her whole body. Long Chen, you are dead. Not many people have seen me like this. Zhao Xueqi knew that before, she had completely suppressed Long Chen. Now that the ice-sealing bloodline had been used, Long Chen was even less of a match for her. 1,000-mile ice seal. Under Zhao Xueqi's control, the deadly cold air was released from her body again. It formed a whirlwind that rolled up countless sharp ice shards. It swept through the not particularly large training room. Even if Long Chen ran here, he would not be able to escape from Zhao Xueqi's pursuit. The wind surged. When the ice shards pierced Long Chen's body, he actually felt a stabbing pain. Long Chen was a little stunned. If it had been anyone else, their body would probably have been pierced by the ice shards. What entered his eyes was a blue world. But now, Long Chen no longer needed Zhao Xueqi. He quietly closed the true martial emperor soul and allowed his god martial soul to quickly grow. He slowly closed his eyes and a blood-red long sword appeared directly in front of Long Chen. Zhao Xueqi did not care so much. She was full of confidence in her current strength. Everything was under her control. Her hands moved quickly and the white cold air revolved around her, turning her into the center of everything. A kind of power emerged from Zhao Xueqi's body that made the training room tremble slightly. Only the ice-sealing bloodline can use this 6th-grade divine level move. Zhao Xueqi seemed to be muttering to herself. Her voice brought great shock to Long Chen. Are you going to beg for mercy? In Zhao Xueqi's hands, a rune made of snowflakes rapidly pulsated, and a destructive power burst out from it. Zhao Xueqi believed that this move would definitely be able to shatter Long Chen's body. She had already figured out Long Chen's strength. Out of Zhao Xueqi's expectation, Long Chen was not as panicked as she had imagined. He just looked at Zhao Xueqi with cold eyes and suddenly said a few words. You are the most stupid person in this generation. After Zhao Xueqi understood what he meant, her face turned red. She really could not stand Long Chen. Under such circumstances, he still had no intention of begging for mercy. Then go to hell. She really wanted to kill Long Chen. Only by killing Long Chen could she regain her position in Jiangqing's heart. Ice-sealing absolute kill seal. The snowflake symbol at this moment turned into a fatal light and shot towards Long Chen. In a moment, the cold air in the whole training room whistled towards Long Chen along with the ice-sealing absolute kill seal. Long Chen would never show mercy to someone who wanted to kill him. I've already reached the exceptional 2nd level of the divine martial arts realm. I could have had a chance to get along with you. What a pity. The majestic cold air was like the water of the whole ocean, rushing up to the sky and then pressing down on Long Chen. Long Chen was expressionless. A blood-red light flashed in his eyes. Ever since he had reached this level, he had never really used his true strength. 2/10 of the ancestral dragon's essence blood was not a joke. God-killing sword formation. Beast Tide. A blood-red formation suddenly appeared in the training tower. When Zhao Xueqi saw the sword formation, She saw that the ice-sealing absolute kill seal had already swallowed Long Chen. Finally dead. Zhao Xueqi's face showed a cruel smile. But was it really so? A terrifying beast roar from the desolate antiquity burst out in the small training room. It was like a huge explosion, deafening Zhao Xueqi. What's going on? Zhao Xueqi was stunned. In front of her, a blood-red divine dragon suddenly appeared. This was a divine dragon formed from sword qi, and at that moment, the dragon's head rose high into the air. A true dragon's might caused Zhao Xueqi to feel helpless. Then, this creature that stood at the top of the food chain roared at Zhao Xueqi. Zhao Xueqi's mind trembled, and she lost all of her senses. Terror grew in her heart like vines, and then it crazily grew. The branches and leaves pierced through her organs and muscles, causing her to cry out in heart-wrenching pain. Dragon and Long Chen. In Zhao Xueqi's last sight, the divine dragon made entirely of sword qi opened its mouth and swallowed the icebound absolute killing seal that she was most proud of. Then it surged towards her. In an instant, Zhao Xueqi's world turned blood-red. The blood-red sword qi completely swallowed her up. At the last moment, Zhao Xueqi, who was in despair, saw a strange figure. It was definitely Long Chen. He was right in front of her. She felt a pain in her forehead and realized that her consciousness was fading. Drops of blood dripped onto her eyes from her forehead. In her blurry vision, the only thing that existed was Long Chen's cold gaze. He hung high up in the sky, examining her weak soul. At the last moment, Zhao Xueqi finally regretted it. She realized that dealing with Long Chen was a joke, but she still did it. There was no turning back. In the end, she only heard the sound of her body heavily falling to the ground, and then the entire world stopped. Long Chen put away the scarlet blood tenhuang and looked at the woman he had pierced between her eyebrows. The world was cruel. Long Chen did not hesitate to kill a woman. When countless people had died at the hands of this woman, it was impossible for this woman to feel sad. Chapter 1083. You're really a pervert. Such a delicate beauty. How could you ruin a flower? You're going to be punished by the gods. How nice would it be if you gave her to me? Kitten grumbled on the side. Don't you like dye? Long Chen teased. Damn, that little thing that hasn't grown up yet wants to steal my heart. No way, Kitten said with a face full of disgust. Speaking of which, what on earth is that dye? While Long Chen was advancing toward the consummation of the second level of the divine martial arts realm, he asked Cat by the way. 9 Hell Fantasy Butterfly. It's a kind of ancient beast, almost from my time. It's a miracle that it has been passed down until now. The 9 Hell Fantasy Butterfly has 9 abilities. Transformation is just one of them. It doesn't have a fixed grade. Some are strong and some are weak. This kind of beast can sometimes be very terrifying, if it's trained well. It turned out that it was something from Kitten's time. That was a long time ago. Maybe Lingxi didn't know that much. When they met again, Long Chen would study the 9 Hell Fantasy Butterfly carefully. When they were together before, his attention was all on Lingxi. With the nourishment of a large number of divine gems and demon beast essence blood, Long Chen's strength had successfully transformed to the second level of the divine martial realm. The divine spirit in his body had almost increased by 10 times. Just now, Long Chen didn't feel any pressure when he killed Zhao Xueqi. Now, he should be invincible under the 5th level of the divine martial realm. Elders and hallmasters were basically no match for Long Chen. In the Evil Dragon Palace, people who were stronger than Long Chen were probably at the level of hallmaster and deputy hallmaster. There was also a legendary disciple who represented the Evil Dragon Palace, but he didn't know his name. As for the Evil Dragon Palace Master and the other 2 disciples, they should have passed the 9th Heaven Thunder Tribulation. Their specific battle strength might be comparable to Long Chen's, but that would be known after the battle. In order to advance this time, Long Chen could be said to have saved for half a year. Next time, he would break through to the 3rd level of the divine martial realm, the celestial being realm. At that time, he would be able to control the Emperor's spiritual qi and form his own domain. If used well, the domain would also be a powerful force. Zhao Xueqi must have had an element of ice domain. In this domain, Long Chen's battle strength was greatly reduced, while Zhao Xueqi was like a fish in water. Of course, this was a story for later. As for Zhao Xueqi's death, Even if others knew that he was the one who killed her, it didn't matter. To be honest, to the strong, the sex rules were just decorations. The true martial emperor palace's rules were based on one word: martial strength was supreme. The true martial emperor palace didn't lack geniuses. What they lacked were geniuses who could kill their opponents one by one. Those who were killed would be eliminated. There was no need to punish the real strong for her. Sometimes, those pinnacle experts could support the true martial emperor palace alone. Just as Long Chen was preparing to stabilize his newfound strength, he was suddenly startled awake. He felt that someone was approaching the training room. He abruptly opened his eyes and saw that the metal door of the training room, which should have been impossible to open, was slowly opening. Jiang Qing walked in. Long Chen took a deep breath. Qin Feng once said that as long as someone was in the training room, others couldn't enter. But obviously, Jiang Qing's appearance was not within common sense. Especially when Long Chen thought of many things, his whole body tensed up, and he became very cautious. "Greetings, master." Long Chen stood up. Jiang Qing smiled as he surveyed the surroundings. He then looked at Long Chen and couldn't see anything wrong. At this moment he said, "Are you very surprised that I can come in?" Long Chen nodded. Jiang Qing continued smiling. "The reason why this seat can come in is because this month, it's my turn to supervise the training tower. The entire tower is under my control, including how many 5th-grade puppets you summoned and who you fought with earlier. I know all of it. The only thing I can't see are the details." Long Chen was drenched in cold sweat. So this was the case. In that case, Jiang Qing knew everything. He knew that Long Chen had just killed his eldest disciple and even more secrets about Long Chen. Long Chen felt like he was suffocating. If Jiang Qing wanted to kill him now, Long Chen could only use a blood sacrifice to survive. After all, this was the training room, blood escape wouldn't work. Moreover, this was the true martial emperor palace. The true martial emperor palace was located on the Imperial Star. It wasn't an easy place to leave. However, Long Chen still had a trace of confidence. That was Jiang Qing's current performance. If he really wanted to kill Long Chen, he could have acted the moment he entered. There was no need for him to fake a smile at Long Chen. Thinking of this, Long Chen's emotions calmed down. However, he didn't say anything. It wouldn't be beneficial for him to say too much at this time. "I really didn't expect that you actually killed Xueqi." Jiang Qing looked at Long Chen with some emotions. His long black beard fluttered in the wind. Seeing Long Chen's nervous expression, he smiled again and said, "You don't need to be nervous. I also didn't want to do anything to you. This is the rule of survival. Xueqi lost to you. That's her fate. I can't do anything about it." From these words, Long Chen had a general idea of what the other party meant. Indeed, strength was the only standard to be favored. In front of strength and potential, Jiang Qing directly regarded Xueqi as one of the 5 treasures. This was because he had an even more important disciple, and that was Long Chen. Jiang Qing's eyes were filled with satisfaction and admiration for Long Chen. But Long Chen still sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly felt that Xueqi was very pitiful. There was no doubt that Jiang Qing was actually a very cold person. Long Chen expected that when a disciple of Jiang Qing appeared that surpassed Long Chen, it was very likely that he would become the Xueqi of today. Even if he fell, no one would look at him. But Long Chen didn't express his thoughts. He and Jiang Qing had a feud since a long time ago. That was the feud of Feng Yangzi. Right now, this feud could only be suppressed in Long Chen's heart. Speaking of this, Jiang Qing patted Long Chen's shoulder and said, "The reason why I came here at this time is because I have something to tell you. You don't have to worry about the consequences of killing Xueqi. I will help you deal with the consequences. But now that Xueqi is dead, a good thing will fall on your head." Long Chen had a general idea of Jiang Qing's thoughts. From Jiang Qing's current performance, it seemed that he only knew that Long Chen had killed Xueqi. The deepest secret that Long Chen had revealed here was the true martial emperor soul. If there was a pair of invisible eyes that had been watching Long Chen for 2 months, the true martial emperor soul would definitely be able to see it. But Jiang Qing didn't seem to have discovered the true martial emperor soul, so Long Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that even if Jiang Qing knew about the true martial emperor soul, he would also be jealous. This was not an ordinary treasure, and it was inextricably linked to the true martial emperor palace. "Master, please speak." Putting aside other emotions, Long Chen turned his attention to the good thing that Jiang Qing was talking about. There is competition in the 3,000 palaces, and it is intense. These days, I and the palace master have been busy with the trial battle that is held once every 50 years. This is a newcomer, so you don't know much about the trial battle. I will explain it to you in detail. Jiang Qing paused and saw that Long Chen was listening. He was very satisfied with this disciple. He didn't talk much, but he did a lot. He was very practical, so he continued speaking. The 3,000 palaces are ranked once every 50 years. The ranking is based on the performance of the disciples in the trial battle. Our evil dragon palace is neither strong nor weak. In the previous ranking battle, we were ranked outside the top 1,000. Of course, everyone wants to be in the top 1,000, or even the top 100, or even the top 10. The higher the ranking, the greater the reward from the martial god palace. There are also countless benefits. It can be said that the trial battle is very important. Speaking of the trial battle, Jiang Qing was clearly excited. The trial battle is a very interesting experiential training for my true martial palace's disciples. At that time, the martial god palace will assign 3,000 missions. We will randomly pick these missions that are about the same rank. Then the attendants from the martial god palace will follow us and give us a score based on the completion of the missions, the disciple's performance, the outstanding individual, and so on. Originally, only Xueqi could participate, and her name has already been reported. Since you defeated her, you will participate. Don't worry. Being able to participate in the trial battle is the glory of every disciple of the 3,000 palaces. If you perform well, you will have a chance to be rewarded. You might even be accepted into the martial god palace due to your outstanding performance. What kind of rewards are there? Long Chen was indeed tempted, especially the last reward, the chance to enter the martial god palace. This was the dream of all the disciples of the 3,000 palaces. The exact rewards will only be known 10 days from now. The exact reward will only be known 10 days from now. The palace master will receive a mission from the martial god palace. Our evil dragon palace has roughly 15 slots for this trial battle. Every vice palace master has roughly 1 slot, and the palace master has 5 slots. After receiving the mission 10 days from now, we will probably start gathering and setting off. Let me tell you a very good piece of news. The leader of this mission should be me. Jiang Qing smiled somewhat proudly. Leader. Jiang Qing knew that Long Chen had just arrived at the true martial emperor palace and wasn't familiar with the rules here. She patiently explained, every team has a leader and a supervisor from the martial god palace. However, neither of us can make a move, especially the supervisor. It's even more impossible for him to make a move. In the past, there was a team that was completely annihilated and the supervisor didn't make a move. As the leader, I can't make a move. However, when you encounter some external factors that you can't resist, I can help you eliminate these external factors and guide you. This is the responsibility of the leader. The trial battle is a competition with the other 3,000 palaces, and at the same time, it is also a competition with your own people. Whoever's performance is more outstanding will have the opportunity to obtain rewards. As the disciple of the leader, you have a natural advantage. Chapter 1084. Since Jiang Qing had come looking for him, and Long Chen had even killed his proud disciple, of course he could not refuse. So he nodded and said, Master, just let me know when the time comes. I will definitely complete the mission and receive the reward. Jiang Qing liked disciples like Long Chen, who talked a lot but did things with confidence. He nodded with a smile and said, Since your strength has increased, you should consolidate it. I'll leave first. 10 days later, you can go to the cloud ascending platform to welcome the hall master back with us. Long Chen nodded. Just like that, Jiang Qing walked out of the training room. The moment the steel door closed, Jiang Qing's face suddenly became extremely fanatical and twisted, even trembling. What is that thing between his eyebrows? How can it have such a magical effect? With excitement, Jiang Qing walked out of the trial tower step by step. After watching his figure disappear, Long Chen started to think. From Jiang Qing's behavior just now, he should not have known about the existence of the true martial emperor soul. This was what Long Chen was most worried about. Now it was all good. He killed Xueqi and did not receive any punishment. He even got a chance to participate in the trial battle. After adjusting his thoughts, Long Chen was a little curious. What mission was the evil dragon palace going to carry out? Would it be carried out in the 3,000 palaces or outside? There were a total of 3,000 missions. There were obviously not that many things to do in the Imperial Star, so he would probably have to go out of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Long Chen was the first person to participate in the trial battle after coming in. As long as martial strength is supreme, there is no need to worry about anything else. Long Chen calmed himself down, sat down cross-legged, and began to consolidate his current cultivation. In these 10 days, he had stopped cultivating, and instead pondered over the battle skills he had learned. That mysterious 9-dragon scripture, because he did not have the dragon scale, could not be used at the moment. Currently, his strongest moves were the 3 great 6th-grade divine skills, and when used together, they would have an extraordinary effect. That was the God-murdering sword formation, tie-by sword prison, and indestructible sword body. Long Chen did not even use his undying sword body, but he could already directly exterminate Xueqi. The God-murdering sword formation was a pure attack, while the tie-by sword prison was only used to trap disciples. Long Chen had tried the power of the undying sword body before, and it was extremely powerful. It could even allow Long Chen to replicate a Long Chen with an attack power that was on par with his own for a short period of time. Long Chen had spent a lot of effort to deal with Chu Tiange's invincible sword body, and had almost died in the process. After reaching the consummation of the 2nd LV of the divine martial arts realm, his strength had been improved in all aspects. Long Chen could now compete with warriors at Su Xiaojie's level. He slowly stood up. 10 days had passed, and the divine light in his eyes was surging. It was obvious that he had reached a higher realm. In fact, he had become even more ferocious. As long as he had strength, he had nothing to fear. Cloud Ascension Platform. This was the place where Long Chen had first come to the Evil Dragon Palace. After walking out of the Tower of Trials, he found that Qin Feng was waiting for him, so he hurried over to greet him. Old 7, Master told me to wait for you here, and then bring you to the Cloud Ascension Platform, Qin Feng said with a smile. Many thanks. Long Chen hurried towards the Cloud Ascension Platform with him. On the way, Qin Feng's expression suddenly became very strange. He asked, Old 7, let me ask you something. Please speak. Long Chen continued to look forward. Do you know where first senior sister went? I heard that she entered the Tower of Trials, but she did not come back. Also, how did the spot for her to participate in the Tower of Trials fall into your hands? Qin Feng asked curiously. Doesn't the outside world know about this? Long Chen roughly knew that Jiang Qing was keeping it a secret for him. He said honestly, in the Tower of Trials, I chose to fight randomly and encountered Xueqi. We fought to the death and I killed her. Long Chen's casual words caused Qin Feng to be stunned. He looked at Long Chen in shock and thought about the series of events. Evidently, what Long Chen said was the truth. This was too exaggerated. Your battle prowess has already reached such a level? Qin Feng said with incomparable envy. Long Chen nodded. Qin Feng was very satisfied with him. He did not have a good impression of Xueqi, so he did not blame Long Chen. Sometimes people had no choice in life. If you did not kill others, others would kill you. Qin Feng was also not a naive person. I remember that Master has been guarding the Tower of Trials recently. He must know about this matter and gave you the spot for the Tower of Trials. He has doted on Xueqi for so many years, but in the blink of an eye, he turned his back on her. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's face was filled with lingering fear. He solemnly looked at Long Chen and said, I will help you keep the matter of you killing Xueqi a secret. Long Chen, I can see that you are a very hot-blooded and powerful person. However, I still have to give you a warning. Be careful of Jiang Qing. Why? Long Chen lifted his head and asked. Qin Feng was a little helpless and said, I can't say it clearly. In any case, his reputation in the true Martial Emperor Palace isn't that good. Just be careful. Although this place was still far from the Cloud Ascension platform, Qin Feng was also worried that Jiang Qing's powerful divine sense would suddenly sweep in this direction. Long Chen understood. He smiled and patted Qin Feng's shoulder, saying, Let's go, I will remember what you said. Qin Feng smiled in satisfaction. It was always good to be careful. Very soon, the two of them arrived at the foot of the Cloud Ascension platform. The Cloud Ascension platform soared into the sky and touched the clouds. I won't be going up. Only the disciples who are participating in the trial are qualified to go up. Master is waiting for you up there. I will go back first, Qin Feng said. Long Chen nodded. After bidding farewell to Qin Feng, he followed the path of rocks and trees, all the way to the peak of the cloud ascension platform. There were already many people gathered at the peak, but compared to the previous time, the people here were much stronger. Basically, the 10 vice palace masters, as well as the disciples they were most proud of, were all here. The 10 deputy palace masters were basically all at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm, which was comparable to Jiang Qing, who was at the peak of the divine martial arts realm. Including Jiang Qing, there were 3 deputy palace masters in total, while the other 7 had just entered the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. Each of them had brought their own disciples, and now, only Long Chen was left. Before Long Chen arrived, the deputy palace masters were discussing about Xueqi. At this time, Long Chen arrived on the stage, and everyone's eyes focused on him. Where did this little brat come from? How dare he rush to the cloud ascension platform at this time? Get lost! A rough-looking vice palace lord scolded. Wait! Jiang Qing waved his hand and said, This isn't a little brat. Long Chen, come over here. Among all the vice palace lords, only his disciple didn't come. Long Chen slightly bowed and greeted the vice palace lords. Then, he stood behind Jiang Qing and didn't say anything. Palace Lord Jiang, this is... Many vice palace lords looked at Long Chen in confusion. Their disciples were also curiously looking at Long Chen. 2 of them knew Long Chen, Chen Yuantong and Li Bijiang. Chen Yuantong's voice was louder. As soon as Long Chen stood still, he asked, Brother Jiang, what do you mean? He just came to the Evil Dragon Palace for a month and you want him to replace Zhao Xueqi and participate in the trial. From this sentence, everyone finally understood who this person was. It turned out to be the ruthless person who had recently crippled Yang Yu and seriously injured Zhang Dongyang. Although they had never seen Long Chen, but his name was like a thunderclap piercing their ears. Moreover, in order to protect him, Jiang Qing did not hesitate to offend the temple master's disciple. From this, it could be seen how much Jiang Qing valued Long Chen. Jiang Qing patted Long Chen's shoulder and said, I thought about it again and again. Long Chen is the best candidate to represent me in the trial. That's why he is here today. Long Chen has only been in the Evil Dragon Palace for a month. Senior brothers and sisters, please take care of him. Jiang Qing had a smile on his face the whole time. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, scratching their heads in confusion. But then they remembered that Long Chen was able to defeat even Zhang Dongyang, so he should have some ability. Otherwise, he would be too much of an idiot and would only drag the team down if he participated in the trial. However, it was clear that everyone had more faith in Zhao Xueqi's battle prowess. Senior sister Xueqi is obviously stronger and can cooperate better with us. Why do you want to replace him? Yeah, what is the relationship between Long Chen and Palace Lord Jiang? All the disciples were at least in the 5th level of the divine martial realm. At this moment, they were gathered in 2s and 3s, whispering to Long Chen. Their faces were full of disgust and dissatisfaction. They believed that Zhao Xueqi was definitely more suitable than Long Chen. However, Jiang Qing didn't explain. It was up to him to decide who would participate in the trial battle. Clearly, the disciples of the Temple Lord's faction had not arrived yet. Everyone chatted for a while, and finally, after 15 minutes, a group of 5 people arrived from the east. A powerful aura descended, and the group of 5 landed on the cloud ascension platform. They just stood at the side and didn't come over to greet the temple lords. From this, one could see how arrogant they were. Among this group of people, there was Lu Qingfeng, whom Long Chen was familiar with. Lu Qingfeng didn't expect that Long Chen would cause so much trouble after coming in, and even hurt his junior brother. Of course, he didn't have a good impression of his junior brother. At this moment, he didn't know which side he should stand on, so he smiled awkwardly at Long Chen. Next to Lu Qingfeng was Zhang Dongyang, who was looking at Long Chen with anger and hatred. Of course, Long Chen had pierced a hole in his lower abdomen. After more than a month, he should have recovered. At this moment, Zhang Dongyang was whispering in the ears of the other 3 warriors. Those 3 warriors were probably the 3 strongest disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace Lord. They rarely showed their faces, but they were very famous. Long Chen's gaze landed on the 3 disciples. The most eye-catching ones were the man and woman who looked similar to each other. They were obviously brother and sister. Their appearances were very outstanding. The man had an imposing appearance, and his body was full of a strong aura. The woman was gentle like water, and her clear eyes seemed to be able to speak. And the one that Long Chen was most afraid of was the skinny man in the middle, wearing a gray robe. Chapter 1085. This skinny man was only as tall as Long Chen's chest. He wore a simple gray gown and coarse trousers. He did not fit in with the two handsome men and beautiful women around him. If one did not know his identity, they would have thought that he was a beggar who had snuck into the evil dragon palace. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see the difference between this guy and the others. There was a gray aura surrounding his body, forming a thin layer on his body. He gave off a mysterious and undetectable feeling. Especially this man's eyes. His eyes were lifeless, and there was a mysterious gray aura surging in them. If one looked closely at his eyes, they would feel very terrifying. Long Chen understood that this man was the #1 disciple of the evil dragon palace, the second junior brother that Lu Qingfeng had mentioned. The arrival of the evil dragon palace master's disciples attracted the attention of the vice palace masters and their disciples. They were the most arrogant group of people in the evil dragon palace. Other than the three who kept a low profile, the others like Zhang Dongyang and Yang Yu were arrogant and despotic. Lu Qingfeng was with them. Although he was the oldest, his strength was about the same. He really did not fit in. Therefore, although he was the eldest senior brother, he did not have the dominant position. At this moment, Jiang Qing was in front of Long Chen. He touched Long Chen's elbow and slightly lowered his head to introduce them to Long Chen. You don't get along with Zhang Dongyang and the others. There have been conflicts before. Let me introduce them to you. Long Chen nodded as he looked at the outstanding disciples. He could sense a murderous aura from the gray-robed man in the middle. Unlike Long Chen's violent murderous aura, the gray-robed man's murderous aura was gray. It was a murderous aura that made people feel death and stillness. In comparison, it was quite terrifying. That gray-cloaked man is the second disciple of the palace master. He is also the strongest disciple of the evil dragon palace. He has just reached the 6th level of the divine martial realm and has already cultivated a peerless golden body. None of the disciples of the evil dragon palace is a match for him. He also has another identity. The palace master brought him back from the Azura Sword Prison. The Azura Sword Prison is one of the 9 realms. Just like the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace, it is a world of soldiers and cultivators. The people of the Azura Sword Prison generally cultivate the Azura killing path. They are cold and emotionless. The people of the Azura Sword Prison, Azura killing path. Long Chen secretly memorized this information. In this way, he not only had to be careful of Jiang Qing, but he also had to be careful of the second disciple who cultivated the Azura killing path. His name is Yi Zheng. Although I am the leader of this trial, I am also responsible for bringing all of you to the trial grounds. After that, I will more or less disappear. If you encounter any danger outside of the plan, only then will I have the authority to appear. As for Yi Zheng, he is your leader. In the trial battles, you will basically have to listen to him when it comes to battle arrangements, Jiang Qing added in the end. Him. Long Chen didn't really care about this. Everything he did was to become stronger. This trial was also an opportunity for him to come in contact with the Martial God Palace. The Martial God Palace was surrounded by the 99 golden demon suppressing columns. If he didn't go in, he wouldn't have the face to see Lingxi. One had to know that in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, Lingxi was already a peak-level disciple. Only by becoming a peak-level disciple would he be qualified to be with her. However, Long Chen believed that a decision-maker must first have an analytical mind. At the very least, he should be able to say a few words. Looking at Yi Zheng, he should be a man of few words. He could really be a good team leader. Let me introduce you to the next two. While Long Chen was thinking, Jiang Qing looked at the other 2 young geniuses, the extremely attractive man and beauty. Wu Yang and Wu Yu are brother and sister. They have the same father but different mothers. Wu Yang is 10 years older than Wu Yu. Although they are brother and sister, their constitutions are opposite. Wu Yang has the sacred fire body, which has the attribute of yang and raging fire. Wu Yu, on the other hand, has the attribute of Gui water body, which has the attribute of yin and water. Wu Yang has the attribute of yin and water, which has the attribute of yin and water. Wu Yu has the attribute of Gue water body, which has the attribute of Yin and water. Wu Yang has the attribute of Gue water body, which has the attribute of Yin and water. Wu Yu has the attribute of Gue water body, which has the attribute of Yin and water. Both of them are at the 5th level of the divine martial realm and have passed the 9th heaven thunder tribulation. Yi Zhang, Wu Yang, and Wu Yu were the 3 great disciples of the evil dragon palace lord. Long Chen did not dare to be careless when facing them. After all, Wu Yang and Wu Yu were at the level of a palace lord in the Eastern Emperor region, and here, they were just a small disciple. Their strength surpassed most of the hall masters and elders, and their attributes could even allow them to have super strong battle prowess when they joined hands. As for Yi Zhang, there was no need to talk about it. In a short period of time, Jiang Qing had already finished introducing Long Chen. As for the disciples of the Vice Palace Lord, he did not introduce them. The disciples of the Vice Palace Lord were usually people who had at least passed through the Oblivion Wind Tribulation, and there were also a few who had passed through the Devouring Fire Tribulation like Zhao Xueqi. They were all experts of the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm, the Wind Fire Thunder Tribulation. When Long Chen was at the perfection of the 2nd level of the Divine Martial Realm, he was already able to keep pace with these warriors. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the ancestral dragon blood in his body was. The others also thought that Long Chen had some kind of miraculous method. The disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace Lord were obviously here to wait for the return of the Evil Dragon Palace Lord. However, when Jiang Qing introduced them to Long Chen, Zhang Dongyang also saw Long Chen, the person who had almost pierced his heart with a sword, and even now, Yang Yu was still lying in bed recuperating. Zhang Dongyang remembered such a deep hatred at all times, and when he saw Long Chen, he did not walk towards Yi Zhang, who was at the side. Instead, he went to the side of the extremely handsome Wu Yang, and whispered a few words into his ear while looking in the direction of Long Chen. Actually, he thought that the one who came was Zhao Xueqi, so the arrival of Long Chen made him feel very excited. This was a chance for revenge. Wu Yang must have known that Zhang Dongyang and the others were bullied by Long Chen. He and his sister Wu Yu looked at each other, and then walked towards Long Chen step by step. Zhang Dongyang and Wu Yu hurriedly followed. Lu Qingfeng looked left and right, and could only follow helplessly. The only one who did not follow was Yi Zhang, who had his arms crossed and was silent. Even when they approached Long Chen, Yi Zhang did not have any expression. The group of 4 came in front of Jiang Qing. Deputy Palace Lord Jiang. Wu Yang first slightly cupped his hands to Jiang Qing, and then said, "When Martial Nephew was in seclusion, I heard that you accepted a young disciple called Long Chen. His cultivation is very outstanding. It must be him." Jiang Qing was an old fox. How could this kind of situation scare him? He smiled lightly and said, "Yes, he is indeed a talent. If it wasn't for the fact that we are about to participate in the trial and can't have any losses, you can spar with him and test his strength." Jiang Qing's words were exactly what Wu Yang wanted. He awkwardly smiled and said, "Compared to him, I can be considered a senior. How can I fight with him? It's not easy to cultivate to this level. If I get crippled, it would not be worth it. Don't you think so?" After saying that, he looked at Zhang Dongyang and Wu Yu. Wu Yu seemed to be a gentle woman. At this time, she smiled slightly, and a kind of tranquil temperament spontaneously appeared. She said, "Brother has cultivated for many years. It is indeed not suitable to fight with juniors. The trial is just around the corner. How much strength you have can be displayed at that time." Wu Yang laughed loudly. "All right, then wait until the trial. If we are fated, then we will exchange pointers again." Speaking of me, Wu Yang bid farewell to the deputy temple masters and returned to Yi Zheng's side. They were accustomed to Yi Zheng's inaction. In their minds, Yi Zheng was such a person, but when it was time to act, he absolutely wouldn't be careless. Wu Yang was clearly dissatisfied with Long Chen injuring Zhang Dongyang and the others. This was also a provocation to Jiang Qing and Long Chen. They knew that Jiang Qing was the leader of the team this time, and it wouldn't be easy to kill Long Chen under her eyes. However, no one knew what would happen next. Perhaps, they could really kill Long Chen unknowingly. In this trial, Long Chen could be said to be surrounded by enemies, but he wasn't afraid. As long as he left the Imperial Star, with the help of the Blood Escape, no one present would be able to catch him. This was his undefeatable capital. Back then, even Chu Tiange hadn't been able to kill Long Chen, let alone them. This demonstration was just child's play to Jiang Qing. He didn't care at all and continued to smile, waiting for the evil Dragon Palace Master to return. Very soon he smiled, because within the range of his divine sense, the evil Dragon Palace Master had already appeared. "Welcome, Palace Master." Following Jiang Qing, everyone bowed to the legendary Palace Master. Long Chen was the same. He raised his head slightly, and in the distant sky, a figure was rapidly approaching. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he directly arrived at the Cloud Ascension platform, in front of everyone. Chapter 1086. This fatty was simply like a rich nouveau riche, and not like the palace master of one of the 3,000 palaces. However, no one was surprised by his appearance. This was the first time Long Chen saw him, so it was reasonable for him to be a little shocked. He knew the principle of not judging a book by its cover, so he quickly lowered his head and did not say anything. Indeed, the evil Dragon Palace Master was able to instantly discover the existence of a stranger. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, but he did not pay much attention to it. Instead, he looked around at the crowd, especially at his own disciples. Since they were all present, he said, "This time, I am going to the Martial God Palace. The mission for the trial battle has already been drawn. You will all be leaving in 3 days." "Master, may I ask what our mission is?" Wu Yang asked quickly. Quests were randomly drawn, and there were also differences in difficulty. Generally speaking, if a difficult quest was completed, it would get more points and a higher ranking. However, if it was an easy quest, it would be the opposite. Even if it was completed, it was likely that the points would not be high. Of course, since it was a trial battle, there were no truly easy missions. Furthermore, the missions had to be graded. For people like the Evil Dragon Palace, they could only get out of the middle-ranked missions, while those top-ranked palaces could directly draw extremely difficult missions that could give them high points. Everyone was looking forward to the answer of this comical-looking Evil Dragon Palace Master. When he spoke, the flesh on his face trembled, as if he was a busy rich man. There was no pressure at all. At this moment he said, "I don't know if our luck this time is good or bad. The mission that we drew is quite difficult for you guys." Difficult. Among the disciples, only the disciples of the Vice Palace Masters did not have good expressions. However, the disciples of the Palace Master level, with someone like Yi Zhang as their leader, were extremely daring. The more difficult the mission, the more points and rewards they could obtain. The rewards of the Martial God Palace were not that simple. Countless disciples went crazy for the rewards of the Martial God Palace. If their performance was outstanding, they might even have the chance to enter the Martial God Palace. Every trial battle was a grand occasion for the disciples of the 3,000 palaces. Anyone would go crazy for such an opportunity. Therefore, the more difficult the mission, the better. As long as one was an expert, they would still have the spirit to challenge themselves. After successfully attracting everyone's attention, the Evil Dragon Palace leader said, "Our mission this time is to head to the Northern Imperial region and exterminate the Moon Demon Cave at the edge of the Broken Star Sea. You may not have heard of the Moon Demon Cave, but it is an independent force, and I have already gathered the specific information. This is an evil organization, and they often use some inhumane cultivation methods to slaughter the common people, causing chaos, and the most famous is the Moon Demon Ceremony. Every time, tens of thousands of people would be captured by the people of the Moon Demon Cave and used as sacrifices for the Moon Demon Ceremony. The Imperial Palace has also sent out experts to exterminate the Moon Demon Cave, and the Northern Imperial Palace is also working hard. However, because the terrain of the Moon Demon Cave is too complicated, it is similar to a maze, and there are natural soul-suppressing stones inside, so every time we exterminate it, there will be remnants, and our mission is to completely exterminate the people of the Moon Demon Cave. We can't leave a scourge behind, but according to the preliminary information." At this point, the Evil Dragon Palace leader looked around and said, "The Moon Demon Cave is currently controlled by 3 warriors at the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm, the strongest of which is at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm, and there are at least 30 warriors at the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm. To be honest, if not for the warrior at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm, this combination would already be twice as powerful as you guys, and Vice Palace Leader Zhang is only the leader. The warrior at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm is part of the plan, and you guys need to get rid of him yourself. Right now, I don't have enough control over this person, and I need another day or 2, but I'm sure that this person can control the Moon Demon Cave, and has an evil cultivation method. His fighting strength is definitely very strong, and even Yi Zhang, with a difference of 10 times the divine origin, is probably not his match. Hearing this information, everyone looked at each other in dismay. There were more than 30 people at the 5th level of the divine martial realm, and they only had 15 disciples. It could be seen that the mission of the Moon Demon Cave was really very difficult for them. Longchen didn't care. For him, the people of the Moon Demon Cave were his enemies, and the disciples of the palace leader might also attack him. So Zhangqing also had to be careful. If this was the case, the battle in the Moon Demon Cave might really be a mess. Longchen didn't think that there would be such a complicated situation, but the harsher the challenge, the more excited he was. Therefore, even when he heard that the people of the Moon Demon Cave were very strong, he still didn't have any expression. The others, even Yi Zhang, couldn't help but frown at this moment. Wu Yang and Wu Yu together could probably hold off one of the 6th level of the divine martial realm. The others couldn't handle them, so he would have to face 2 6th level divine martial realm cultivators, and one of them was a perfection divine martial realm cultivator. This mission, those super palace leaders can easily complete it, but for us, it's a lot more difficult. But the evil dragon palace leader's fat body trembled as he said excitedly, "The trial battle is not only a place for you to stand out, it is also a place for the evil dragon palace to stand out. The mission has already been selected. This is a matter of luck. Luck has passed. Next, no matter what, we must fight for the glory of the evil dragon palace, and also for our own glory. Although the Moon Demon Cave is very strong, it is precisely because it is difficult that it can be considered a challenge, a true trial, so our luck is not bad. This is the most important chance for us to charge into the top 1,000. Ever since our evil dragon palace was established, we have never entered the top 1,000. This time we must succeed." Don't look at how the evil dragon palace leader was charmingly naive. He still had his own way of stirring up the atmosphere. Under his encouragement, everyone gradually gained confidence, and even evolved into lofty aspirations. Yes, that's right. This was definitely the best time to prove themselves. Although the task is very difficult, if we can complete it, the rewards that the Martial God Palace will give us will be very generous. Through the internal information, I have a rough idea of the rewards. Among them, there are all sorts of rank 7 divine skills, precious spirit herbs and medicinal pills, and even a rank 8 divine weapon. If your performance is very good, a rank 8 divine skill is not impossible. Do you know what a rank 8 divine skill is? Seeing that no one spoke, the evil dragon palace leader smiled and said, "I have spent my entire life cultivating to this level, the 7th layer of the divine martial realm, the heaven and earth aspect, but I have never even had a rank 8 divine skill. The higher the rank of the divine skill, the more precious it is. To be able to have a rank 8 divine skill, I can imagine that your battle prowess will definitely soar. So children, for the sake of the evil dragon palace and yourselves, work hard. Don't let down the many years of nurturing your masters have given you." "Don't worry, master. We have already made preparations. We have been preparing for dozens of years, waiting for this moment." Wu Yang raised his arms high and said coquettishly. The others also chimed in one after another. For a moment, the scene was very lively. The evil dragon palace leader smiled and said, "You all have to work hard. I have always wanted to obtain the ancient dragon scales. In the list of prizes this time, there are jade fire dragon scales, emu dragon scales and so on. If you can obtain the dragon scales, I will exchange them for something that will satisfy you." The others seemed to have heard this from the evil dragon palace leader, so they all looked as if they had expected it. Long Chen's body trembled. The dragon scales was something he yearned for even in his dreams. Only by obtaining the dragon scales could he start cultivating the 9 dragon scripture. What was the 9 dragon scripture? Just now, the evil dragon palace leader had said that a rank 8 divine skill was already so precious, and that 9 dragon scripture was a super divine skill that surpassed even a rank 9 divine skill. Only the scarlet blood heavenly desolation could be used. Back then, Yi Wushang had not even displayed the true might of the 9 dragon scripture and the scarlet blood heavenly desolation, yet he was already known as the god of slaughter. If Yi Wushang came to the true martial emperor palace, even if he could not enter the martial god palace, he would still be able to become a hall master of at least one of the 3,000 palaces. If I can still obtain the dragon scales, then in this trial, not only will I have to be careful of my own people, I will also have to work hard to complete the mission. Long Chen had a premonition that because of his appearance, this trial battle was about to become abnormally chaotic. Although Jiang Qing was leading the team, it was clear that the Hall Master's disciples wouldn't listen to Jiang Qing's management. Furthermore, Jiang Qing might be eyeing him covetously. The trial this time would definitely be very exciting. We will set off in 3 days. In these 3 days, I will send all the information about the Moon Demon Cave to you. Prepare well, and then step onto the road of glory for our evil dragon palace. Yes. Chapter 1087. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. The wine addict and the martial addict were the two most active people in the martial god palace. For such famous people to come and monitor them, everyone felt a lot of pressure. The most surprised one was actually Jiang Qing. His expression changed. Although he quickly concealed it, Long Chen could still see the trace of uneasiness in his heart. There must be a problem. The wine addict, Han Yunxing. Long Chen had entered the true martial emperor palace because of him. He did not expect him to become the supervisor of the evil dragon palace. Long Chen did not know if this had anything to do with him. A warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm, who had a nirvana golden wheel, was at the same level as Ling Shi. Such a warrior was already in existence that defied the natural order. Compared to the warrior at the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm in front of Long Chen, he was many times stronger. Long Chen did not know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing that such a person was paying attention to him at this time. However, although Han Yunxing's eyes were extremely turbid, Long Chen still did not feel any ill intentions. After listening to the evil dragon palace leader for a while, everyone had already gone back to prepare. Before leaving, the evil dragon palace leader finally noticed Long Chen and said, "Jiang Qing, this young man is my new disciple. His name is Long Chen. He was personally recommended by the martial addict." Jiang Qing was already prepared and said, "Oh, not bad, not bad." The evil dragon palace leader looked thoughtfully at Long Chen, nodded his head, and then called his group of disciples to leave. "Let's go." Jiang Qing brought Long Chen and headed in the direction of the River Heart Pavilion. On the other side, the evil dragon palace leader left with his disciples. Zhang Dongyang took a deep breath, and beside the evil dragon palace leader, he told him everything that had happened recently. Because he was injured, Yang Yu was still recuperating, so he was extremely excited. He wished that the evil dragon palace leader could immediately turn around and kill Long Chen. After listening, the evil dragon palace leader was silent for a while. "Master, can you kill that Long Chen for me?" Zhang Dongyang said nervously. Slapping him in the face, Zhang Dongyang's face turned red immediately. The evil dragon palace master looked down at him and said, "A true expert will only take revenge on their own. After being defeated, they don't learn from their mistakes and work harder. Instead, they find a way to beg others to teach them a lesson. This is the behavior of the weak. Zheng Dongyang, if you still act like this, I will expel you from the sect." After he finished speaking, the evil dragon palace leader left in a flash. Right now, he was a little angry. Wu Yang and the others exchanged glances with one another. "Junior brother, don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities. I'll help you during the trial." Wu Yang patted his shoulder and said softly. Wu Yu frowned. She knew that the evil dragon palace leader definitely did not wish for this to happen, but her junior brother had been bullied so miserably. As for Yi Zhang, he didn't say a single word from start to finish. "Second senior brother, what plans do you have for the Moon Demon Cave?" Wu Yang looked at the silent Yi Zhang. Yi Zhang looked up at him and said, "3 at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm, leave them to me." Within 3 days, all kinds of information about the Moon Demon Cave appeared in Long Chen's hands. The true martial emperor palace's information was extremely powerful. Among the information, there was information about every warrior above the divine martial realm in the Moon Demon Cave, including their appearance, age, strength, battle skills, past achievements, and so on. There was also an individual analysis of these warriors. There were a total of over 100 people in the Moon Demon Cave. Basically, only those above the 4th level of the divine martial realm could join the Moon Demon Cave. From this, it could be seen that the Moon Demon Cave was still a very strong force, at least much stronger than the entire Netherworld Mansion. The mission of the Evil Dragon Palace was to kill all the people on the list. Especially the 3 at the 6th level of the divine martial realm, they had to be killed. The Martial God Palace's evaluation was probably mainly placed on these 3 experts. Other than the information of the people, there was also a partial map of the Moon Demon Cave, a map of the location, and a partial map of the inner cave. The Moon Demon Cave had a natural soul-suppressing stone, so divine sense couldn't be used. In the huge maze inside, the people of the Moon Demon Cave were familiar with the terrain and could fight according to the terrain. There were even many traps. Throughout history, even if many forces that surpassed the Moon Demon Cave attacked them, they would still be defeated in the end, not to mention the young disciples of the evil Dragon Palace. At the same time, there were also some evil deeds that the Moon Demon Cave had committed in the past. There were many inhumane and heartless things. When Long Chen saw it, he felt a lot of anger in his heart. He remembered that in Yuanling City, the Scarlet Blood sect leader used the blood of young girls to carry out the blood sacrifice ceremony. The Moon Demon sacrifice ceremony in the Moon Demon Cave was even more cruel than that. Finally, there was the temptation of the 9 Dragon Scripture. Therefore, Long Chen's nerves were stretched taut. This training battle was definitely a very important battle for him. 3 days later, the 15 disciples who had familiarized themselves with all the information gathered on the cloud ascending platform. Under Jiang Qing's lead, they prepared to set off. The evil Dragon Palace leader, the various vice palace masters, all the elders and hall masters were already present. More than 200 people were looking at Long Chen and the others. After waiting for a while, the evil Dragon Palace leader said helplessly, "It's already past the hour by 2 hours. Senior Drunkard has never bothered with trifles. He might already be following you in secret. Since he won't appear, you guys can set off first." Everyone nodded. Long Chen was a little disappointed. He had thought that he would have the chance to see Han Yunxing. Let me emphasize again, in this trial battle, you all have to listen to Hall Master Jiang. Before the real battle begins, Hall Master Jiang cannot make a move, but you all have to listen to his instructions. And in the absence of Hall Master Jiang, Yi Zhang has the power. Those who do not accept will be severely punished when they return to the evil Dragon Palace. Yes. Everyone nodded. Jiang Qing bade farewell to everyone one by one, then turned around and left. Of course, Long Chen followed him, and the other Vice Hall Master's disciples seemed to have received quite a bit of education. Their gazes wandered for a moment, but they still followed Jiang Qing. As for the disciples of the evil Dragon Palace Master, they hesitated for a moment. Wu Yang took the lead, and Yi Zhang was at the back, without any intention of leading at all. A group of 16 people were divided into 2 small groups. The first step was to leave the Imperial Star. After more than a month, Long Chen had once again stepped onto the path of martial arts. This time, he was much stronger, and was one step closer to his goal. Turning back to look at the Imperial Star that was getting smaller and smaller, Long Chen couldn't believe that this was the planet he used to live on. The Imperial Star was rotating, and in a distant corner, a golden light shot up into the sky. It was a soul-shaking power. The 99 golden demon suppression pillars stood there. They probably had millions of years of history. Countless true martial experts were born and died here. The trial battle, 3,000 palaces, 3,000 missions. The true martial Emperor Palace's actions this time would definitely cause a bloodbath in the entire true martial Imperial region. Some of the missions might even go beyond the boundaries of the true martial Imperial region. After leaving the Imperial Star and coming out of one of the sacred martial palaces, Long Chen and the others were silent. The atmosphere was oppressive. They arrived in front of the teleportation array that led to the northern Imperial region. It was a huge teleportation array that shone with golden light. Occasionally, snowflakes would appear in the teleportation array. The northern Imperial region is the northernmost land of the true martial Imperial region. It snows all year round, and the temperature is extremely low. It's an extremely cold place, where ghosts and demons are rampant. That's why there are such sinister organizations like the Moon Devil Cave. Most of the northern Imperial region is a barren land. When you get there, remember to keep a low profile. Don't let others know your whereabouts. Don't expose yourself. You only have one goal, and that is to complete the mission. In front of the teleportation formation, Jiang Qing looked around and slowly explained. The Moon Devil Cave is not a simple force. They even have spies in the Northern Imperial Palace. If you want to show off, what awaits you will be the death traps they have set up in the Moon Devil Cave. Therefore, when you arrive at the Northern Imperial region, you must not cause any trouble. After we pass through the transmission formation, we will leave the Northern Imperial Palace in a low-profile manner. We will no longer look for the transmission formation to the Moon Devil Cave. Instead, we will fly there directly. The transmission formation to the Moon Devil Cave, even if we go to the nearby transmission formation, is definitely under the control of the other party. Jiang Qing had explained these things before. Now that he was repeating them again, it showed how much importance he attached to them. There's one more thing. The Moon Devil Cave is in the northernmost part of the true Martial Imperial region. After the Moon Devil Cave is the endless Broken Star Sea, one of the 9 realms. The entrance to the Supreme Shadow Devil World is in the Broken Star Sea. Recently, there has been a huge commotion in the Supreme Shadow Devil World. Many people may run to the Northern Imperial region. The forces of the Supreme Shadow Devil World are very strong, and not much weaker than the true Martial Emperor Palace. Therefore, you must be careful not to have any conflict with the people of the Supreme Shadow Devil World. Supreme Shadow Devil World. Among the 3 regions and 9 realms, Long Chen only knew about the Supreme Shadow Devil World and the Azura Sword Prison. Every time he heard about the Supreme Shadow Devil World, Long Chen would feel a little emotional. This was because Li Xuanji had once said that his sister had the Supreme Shadow Devil body. It was a rare and powerful physique that could compete with her 9-een Absolute Meridian. He wondered if the Supreme Shadow Devil World and the Supreme Shadow Devil body were related. In other words, could Li Xuanji have placed his sister, Yang Lingqing, in the Supreme Shadow Devil World? Thinking of this, Long Chen was a little excited. Yang Lingqing was his most beloved sister. She was the person he had protected since she was young. He really didn't know how she was doing now. I wonder if this girl is doing well. If she's doing well, I'm going to skin Li Xuanji alive. Thinking back, Li Xuanji was saved by Lingxi unintentionally. Chapter 1088. This was Jiang Qing's last instruction. He was only the leader of this trial and didn't even have the strength to make decisions. Once they arrived at their destination, he would temporarily hide in the dark and wouldn't act rashly. While he was speaking, Yi Zheng, Wu Yang, Wu Yu, and the others were mingling together. They simply didn't listen to Jiang Qing's words. Because Long Chen had injured Zhang Dongyang, they were very dissatisfied with Jiang Qing. In any case, in their eyes, Jiang Qing was only the leader. Only when the other side suddenly had a strong enemy appear would Jiang Qing have the opportunity to act. The real decision-making power was actually in the hands of Yi Zheng. Let's go! Jiang Qing was expressionless as he took the lead and walked into the giant Cosmos transmission array. This transmission array led directly from the true Martial Imperial Domain to the Northern Imperial Domain's Northern Imperial Palace. There was a distance of tens of thousands of miles between them. If there was no Cosmos transmission array, who knew when they would arrive? With the current strength of Long Chen's body, he didn't need to worry about being torn apart by this level of Cosmos transmission array. When he followed Jiang Qing into the Golden Formation, the Cosmic Teleportation Formation, which was usually quiet, suddenly started to spin. A total of 16 people stood in the Cosmos transmission array. Jiang Qing took out no less than 500 divine crystals from his storage ring and casually threw them. Under his control, these 500 divine crystals fell into the array eyes of the Cosmos transmission array. Suddenly, the transmission array erupted with a strong golden light, and its rotation speed instantly increased by tens of thousands of times. The golden light completely blurred Long Chen's eyes, and a tearing force acted on his body, tearing his body in all directions. Of course, Long Chen could still withstand this force. As for the others, they had no choice but to use spirit essence to protect their bodies. In terms of physical strength, it could be said that even Jiang Qing was inferior to Long Chen. This was because Long Chen's current body was basically equivalent to a 7th-grade divine skill, or even stronger. The ancestral dragon's bloodline expanded his terrifying physical body, strengthened his meridians, and allowed his divine essence to be 10,000 times stronger than other warriors of the same level. At the same time, it was a great help to his god-martial soul and physical body. This wasn't just a strengthening of his physical body, but a transformation of his life. Every time he absorbed 1/10 of the dragon's blood, Long Chen would feel that his life level was rising. The distance between the Northern Imperial region and the true Martial Imperial region was even greater than the distance between the Eastern Imperial region and the true Martial Imperial region. Long Chen didn't know how much time had passed. It might have been a few days, or it might have been an instant. In any case, He had been suffering, let alone the others. Suddenly, in the distance of the dark tunnel filled with tearing power, a golden light appeared. Everyone's faces were filled with joy, because this meant that they had arrived at the Northern Palace. Everyone had suffered enough, and it was finally time. This also meant that the opportunity to realize their ambitions had also arrived. Everyone touched the golden light in front of them. A burst of golden light flashed, and they appeared in a golden formation. This golden formation was similar to the previous one, but the surrounding scenery had changed greatly. The previous Cosmos Transmitting Formation was surrounded by dust. This Cosmos Transmitting Formation was in a city that was similar to the Eastern Imperial Palace. There were guards around it, but their cultivations were generally not high. Generally, warriors from the true martial imperial region were not strictly searched. Because of this, Jiang Qing led Long Chen and the others into the crowd and quickly left the area where the guards were stationed. It's snowing. Long Chen raised his head. This Northern Imperial Palace was a vast white world. It was covered in snow for thousands of miles, and there was a thick layer of snow on the ground that was almost a meter thick. The temperature had dropped to an extremely low level, even lower than some of the lesser cosmos worlds that Long Chen had experienced before. The entire city, whether it was the roofs or the trees, was covered with snow. The entire city was completely white, submerged by the feather-like snow. They were already cultivators. After reaching the divine martial arts realm, a cultivator's life had already risen to another level, and they were like gods. This was a kind of escape. Snow only belonged to mortals, but when Long Chen looked at the falling snow, he would also think of the days when he was still a weakling in Baiyang town, hiding from the snow under the eaves with his neck tucked into his shoulders. In those days, there was no lingxi or martial arts. There was only confusion and solitude. But now he was different. He had already transcended his original self and became the godlike existence that he had thought he was back then. Only 7 years had passed. Long Chen did not say anything, and followed Jiang Qing's footsteps, quickly and quietly leaving the Northern Imperial Palace. Originally, if they had arrived normally, the people of the Northern Imperial Palace would have welcomed them grandly. But the situation was different now. In order to complete the mission, they could not reveal their identities. Fortunately, they could safely leave the Northern Imperial Palace. In front of them was a vast expanse of white snow. Jiang Qing had memorized the direction of the Moon Demon Cave on the map, so they could only walk on foot. Of course, with their speed, it was not bad either. At least Long Chen did not have to worry about being left behind. The group of people was divided into 2 groups. The disciples of the evil Dragon Palace leader were still standing together with their own group. Just as they walked out of the Northern Imperial Palace, Wu Yang and the others actually did not say a word and rushed past Jiang Qing. A total of 4 people left first, leaving only Lu Qingfeng, who was extremely embarrassed, and said, "Palace Master Jiang, I can't persuade them, look." Jiang Qing didn't have any expression. In his eyes, this was just a child's quarrel. He smiled and said, "Let them be. In any case, they won't obey me even if they follow me. Qingfeng, you are more sensible. Follow them well. Don't let them do unwise things. Do you understand?" Lu Qingfeng nodded helplessly and said, "Many thanks for Palace Master Zhang's magnanimity. When we return to the Evil Dragon Palace, I will definitely bring them to apologize to you another day. These fellows are really too disobedient." Go. Jiang Qing did not say much. He would not hold back disobedient people. Before the battle had even started, they had already split into 2 groups. If the supervisor saw this, the Evil Dragon Palace's points would definitely be deducted. If it was an organization, unity was a powerful force. Internal strife was often the root of destruction. Therefore, as long as one was in the upper echelons, they would definitely not like this kind of situation. However, Jiang Qing did not care. This time, the supervisor was Han Yunxing. He was a mysterious person. Until now, no one had seen his shadow. It was very likely that he did not even come. After all, how many people who were called idiots were normal? Just like that, Yi Zheng, Wu Yang and the other direct disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace advanced first. They might have gone to the Moon Demon Cave from another direction. Jiang Qing was not worried about them at all. He brought Long Chen and the other 9 Vice Palace Master disciples towards the Moon Demon Cave. In truth, the other 9 disciples also formed a small group. They did not take Long Chen seriously. Xueqi could be considered as their friend. Who was Long Chen? He was just a newcomer. Why would Jiang Qing dote on him so much? He had even replaced Zhao Xueqi to participate in the trial. Zhao Xueqi was one of the stronger people who had passed the devouring fire tribulation. She was a great guarantee for everyone's safety. Who was Long Chen? If his strength was only at the level where he defeated Zhang Dongyang, although he would not be a burden, he would at least not be as useful as Zhao Xueqi. Long Chen followed behind Jiang Qing, walking alone. He didn't pay much attention to them. Apart from the top disciples of the evil dragon palace, there were more yin than yang. Among the 9 disciples, 6 had just passed the oblivion wind tribulation. The other 3 had passed the devouring fire tribulation, similar to Zhao Xueqi. Coincidentally, these 3 were all women. They were all beautiful. Some were cute, some were mature, and some were unruly. They chattered in low voices along the way. The beautiful scenery was a feast for the eyes. These 3 women all had arrogance in their eyes. In addition to those 3 martial artists, they and Zhang Dongyang could be regarded as second-class characters. If they performed well this time, it was normal for them to have a meteoric rise in their career. Moreover, with their good looks, if more powerful and higher-status young male martial artists fancied them, it would be even better. Basically, even if they didn't cultivate, they could live the rest of their lives carefree. At this time, Wu Yang and the others had already left. As long as Jiang Qing left, the group would be without a leader. When the 3 women saw the situation, they quickly tied the other 6 cultivators to their side. Naturally, they isolated Long Chen, who in their opinion was someone who had entered through connections. Perhaps in their minds, only those with internal connections could enter the evil dragon palace so easily and take over Zhao Xueqi's position. The women followed behind, creating a lively scene. "It looks like they don't like you very much," Jiang Qing suddenly whispered in Long Chen's ear as they moved forward. "Them." Long Chen was startled. Actually, he had no interest in these people. In terms of combat strength, Long Chen could kill them all within 10 breaths of time. Of course, they were the disciples of other vice palace masters. Killing them instantly was out of the question. "I will make them like me and rely on me." Long Chen understood Jiang Qing's meaning. Jiang Qing also did not want Long Chen to be isolated by them. Jiang Qing nodded in satisfaction. Long Chen was a very smart person. He understood immediately. Because of his intelligence, Jiang Qing vaguely felt uneasy. She did not know why, but this feeling suddenly appeared in her heart. The journey from the northern imperial region to the Moon Demon Cave was quite a long one. They chose to keep a low profile. Even with their current speed, it took them a month's time. They didn't rest much along the way. Finally, while the disciples were complaining, they arrived at a mountain range very close to the Moon Demon Cave. Chapter 1089. They had almost reached their destination. This was the northernmost part of the true martial imperial domain. The temperature had dropped to a terrifying level. Snowstorms filled everyone's field of vision. The accumulated snow on the ground had probably not melted for countless years. The strange thing was that the sky here was wrapped in a layer of purple light film. The sun during the day and the moon at night also looked completely purple. It gave off a strange feeling. They had been rushing at a high intensity for the entire journey. None of them could endure such a high-intensity journey. Of course Long Chen could. His physique was stronger than everyone else's, so this journey was a piece of cake for him. Therefore, when the fat and skinny girls were about to collapse from exhaustion, they saw that Long Chen was still alive and kicking, and was even cultivating. Their faces were filled with incredulity. In a place where Long Chen couldn't see, they were discussing softly. Of course, in order to prevent Long Chen's divine sense from spying, they were directly communicating with each other using their divine sense. Among the 9 people, the 3 strongest women had joined forces. All 3 of them were quite good-looking. Among them, the delicate and lovely one was called Yao Bitong. The sexy and flirtatious one was called Du Yishuang. The last one looked unruly and wild. Her name was Chen Peiqi. The strength of these 3 people was estimated to be around the same level as Zhao Xueqi. However, their real fighting strength might be a little weaker than Zhao Xueqi. After all, Zhao Xueqi's ice-sealed bloodline was quite strong. At this time, Yao Bidong looked at Long Chen's back in the distance with some disgust. She said, "This guy has been rushing for so many days, but he's still not tired. He's really a monster in human form." The sexy and seductive Du Yishuang gently tucked her long hair behind her ears. Her face was painted with heavy makeup and a seductive fragrance was exuding from her body. She blinked her eyes at Long Chen and said, "You're not pretending, right? You're probably very tired. All men are like this. They like to show their best side in front of women. When the two of you grow up, you'll probably understand." Chen Peiqi snorted and said, "You're just a fledgling, and you're making it sound like you know a lot. As for this Long Chen, I've heard that his body is very strong. I'm guessing that he has cultivated a grade 6 body refining battle technique. He's a match for Palace Master Chen Yuantong. But, a strong body doesn't necessarily mean that he's powerful in battle." Du Yishuang looked at Chen Peiqi and said, "That's not necessarily true. His body is so strong that it must be very hard. His skills in bed must be very good." "Your heart is rippling." Chen Peiqi looked at Du Yishuang with contempt. Du Yishuang smiled. "What nonsense are you talking about? Does he have the qualifications to make my heart ripple? The one who makes my heart ripple is Wu Yang. His aura is like the scorching sun. It's constantly burning my body," Du Yishuang said. Then, Jiang Qing gathered everyone and said, "Go in this direction. In about a day, we will arrive at the Moon Demon Cave. That place is a boundless mountain range. The Moon Demon Cave is an underground world. This is a very large underground world. There are hundreds of thousands of underground passageways. Some of them might be huge caves, while others might be small passageways that only one person can pass through. The people of the Moon Demon Cave are very familiar with the environment here, but you don't know anything about it. The difficulty of this mission is very high. Therefore you have to make your own plans. I have no right to interfere. From now on, I will hide in the shadows. I will only appear when you encounter an additional danger that you cannot resist. Otherwise, even if you die, I will not save you even if you die." After saying this, Jiang Qing's expression turned solemn. He coldly looked at everyone and said, "Everyone has to pay the price for their past. You were once a hard-working person, you might not have to die. The refinement battle is the most critical challenge in your life. The victor is the king and the loser is the bandit. If your skills are inferior to others, your death will not be regretted. Even if you die, this world will not change. Even your master will accept a disciple that surpasses you in the future and forget all of you. The true martial emperor palace has never lacked geniuses. No one would feel heartache if a few of them died." This should be the last time Jiang Qing spoke. "I remember there's a small city up ahead. You can rest there and come up with a battle plan. You'll have to rely on yourselves to defeat the powerhouses of the Moon Devil's Cave with your current strength. Goodbye, everyone. I hope you all can survive." Jiang Qing smiled and left in a relaxed manner. He didn't say anything else to Long Chen. In fact, Long Chen was much more mature than them. Long Chen understood everything. Jiang Qing's figure soon disappeared. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Finally, everyone's attention shifted to the three women. "Since Hall Master Jiang said there is a small city ahead, let's rest there first. At the same time, we can also inquire more about the Moon Demon Cave," Yao Bitong said. Du Yishuang wasn't willing to let the opportunity to speak be snatched away. In order to solidify her position, she quickly said, "Since that's the case, let's listen to Hall Master Jiang and head to that small city. Everyone, remember, after arriving there, we must keep a low profile. We must not attract the attention of the Moon Demon Cave. Moreover, we must enter the city separately. We must conceal our appearance and strength as much as possible," Chen Peiqi said. They had already thought it through very thoroughly. Everyone had nothing to say, so they followed them. This feeling of being in control was very refreshing. So the three women who were previously tired were now full of energy. They even momentarily forgot themselves. Soon, they discovered that Long Chen was also following behind them. Since this was the case, should they play with him? After thinking about it, they decided to forget about it. However, the thing that the three women wanted the most right now was to kick Long Chen out of their organization. The 9 of them were solid, and there was only one stranger who was hindering them. The small city wasn't far from where they were. The three women's divine senses were more than 10 miles away. Their eyes first approached the city in the snow, then quickly approached it. When they were close enough, they were stunned. They looked at each other and said, "Everyone stop." The others stopped and stared at the three women with their eyes wide open. In such a big city, there is not a single person. What's going on? Yes, there is not a single person. Could there be a problem? After the three women encountered a problem, they were a little flustered. They knew how to compete with each other, but this was the first time that they had to make a decision. After thinking for a long time, Xueqi said, "No matter what the problem is, it is better that there is no one. We have been rushing for so many days, so we need to rest. Let's enter the city first." "That's right. I haven't had a good bath for many days," Du Yishuang said gloomily. "Then let's go in." Yao Bitong didn't forget to interject to prove that she also had a position in the decision-making. Under the leadership of the three women, everyone could only enter the city. Long Chen walked at the very back. In his eyes, these three women were like flowers in a greenhouse who had never seen the world. They could fight tit for tat, but when it came to dealing with the vicious people of the Moon Devil Cave, they were a bit lacking. However, Long Chen couldn't be bothered with them. In this small city, there are many places that are still clean. The houses seem to have been occupied not long ago, but now they are empty. Why is there no one here? While following the large group, Long Chen carefully observed and studied. He discovered some small details. Basically, every household had many traces of fighting, and the city had also suffered a certain degree of damage. In other words, all the people here were probably kidnapped. Thinking about the information about the Moon Demon Cave, Long Chen roughly understood that this place had been ravaged by the Moon Demon Cave. This group of vicious scum won't be easy to deal with. If it was Yi Zheng's group, it would be fine. But these guys, it's obvious that they've met such murderous opponents since they were young. So the situation isn't optimistic. Long Chen also wanted to complete the task perfectly. However, his current teammates were pigs. He didn't know what would happen if the wolves came. Not to mention, these pigs might personally run into the wolves' den. While Long Chen was thinking, the sexy Du Yishuang looked at him and shouted, "Long Chen, come here." "What's the matter?" Long Chen walked over. "We decided to use the hall of this house as a conference room to discuss specific matters." "You clean up this place," Du Yishuang said arrogantly. "Are you crazy? Don't you know how to do it yourself?" Long Chen looked at her and turned away. Du Yishuang was furious. This was the first time she had seen someone reject a goddess-like figure like her. Du Yishuang was already one of the best among the younger generation since she was able to cultivate to her current level at such a young age. She was no longer just a vase. She had the right to be proud. "Forget it. Don't bother the disciple of Hall Master Jiang Qing. We'll do it ourselves. However, if we don't help them now, don't expect us to help them in the future," Xueqi said coldly. A group of people walked into the hall and cleaned up the place. Then, Long Chen turned to the city and continued to see if he could find any clues. There is no one in the city. If a cultivator with a powerful divine sense passes by, he will definitely discover us. This is not a good thing. These idiots really came in and used this place as their base of operations. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 1090. Yao Bitong said, "I'm guessing that Yi Zhang and the others have already killed their way in. They're just some small fries. Even if their cultivation is high, it's useless. We are the disciples of the 3,000 Palaces Deputy Palace Masters. We have the most powerful resources to train our disciples. How can we not defeat a few bandits?" Du Yishuang frowned and said, "This won't do. The people of the Moon Devil Cave are so cunning and there are so many of them. Even if we die from exhaustion, we won't be able to kill so many people. I think we should find a place to lure them out and ambush them one by one." Xueqi, who was at the side, laughed and said, "According to your method, we'll probably only be able to complete the mission next year. Next year's trials will be over. The shorter the time needed to complete the mission, the higher the points. For the sake of some small things, we're wasting our points. Is it worth it?" The three of them argued endlessly. For a moment, spittle was flying everywhere. The others looked at each other in dismay. They didn't even have the chance to interject. They just let the three of them make their own arrangements. It was a pity that the three of them were not of one mind. The argument gradually escalated. Everyone had their own reasons, and they argued endlessly for this reason. At the same time, they also wanted to prove their dominance. While they were arguing, the others were envious of Long Chen. He could stand so far away and look as if he didn't care. Long Chen used his spirit-devouring demon eyes to observe the surroundings. When the argument reached its climax, Long Chen was startled. He could sense that some people had entered the small city and were heading towards them. There were about 20 people in this group. Their strength was roughly at the 5th level of the divine martial realm. 5 of them had passed the devouring fire tribulation, while the rest had passed the oblivion wind tribulation. Du Yishuang and the others were still arguing, so they didn't use their divine sense to observe the surroundings. Therefore, Long Chen was the first to notice the situation. Don't quarrel, there are enemies coming. When the argument reached its climax, Long Chen said something. In a flash, everyone stopped and looked at Long Chen. Then, they used their divine sense and their complexion changed. There are so many enemies. Everyone, don't panic. Let's go out together and fight them head-on. Chen Peiqi took the lead and rushed out. She was quite courageous. Yao Bitong hesitated for a moment before calling everyone to follow her. Du Yishuang was a sexy woman who didn't support head-on confrontation. After thinking for a while, she decided that she shouldn't let them steal the limelight. So she also rushed out. The remaining 6 people's faces were somewhat pale. They could already feel that the situation was not good. As soon as they arrived on the street, a group of people appeared in front of them. These people were all wearing purple tight-fitting clothes. Even their heads were completely covered with purple scarves. It was as if they couldn't stand the sunlight on the snowy ground. The only things that could be seen were their slightly purple eyes and the purple moon pattern on their foreheads. Those who had read the information knew that these people were from the Moon Devil Cave. There were a total of 5 people standing at the front. Every one of them was as strong as Yao Bitong and the others. After sensing this, the people who had been talking about the Moon Devil Cave looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air. True Martial Emperor Palace. Do you really look down on us from the Moon Devil Cave? Why did they send trash like you to deal with us? Just as everyone was panicking, the other party said something that made them even more panicked. Instantly, everyone's heart was pounding. Long Chen also felt that the people from the Moon Devil Cave weren't simple. They even knew about the mission of the True Martial Emperor Palace's refinement battle. Jiang Qing had been very careful along the way, and he didn't know where he had slipped up. You even know about this? Not bad. We originally wanted to kill our way into the Moon Devil Cave. I didn't expect that you would come to seek death first. Chen Peiqi said fiercely. Her heart was pounding. The cold eyes of the other party made her heart palpitate. It was as if they were looking at monkeys. They were looking at the people from the True Martial Emperor Palace and the Evil Dragon Palace. After a moment of silence, one of them suddenly laughed and said, "Since the True Martial Emperor Palace has sent a bunch of beautiful women to our doorstep, we can only respectfully accept and enjoy them. Brothers, kill the men and capture the women. Today, we will all have a good time. No one will be left behind." As soon as this was said, the people from the Moon Devil Cave split up and charged towards Du Yishuang and the others. That boundless aura and cruel killing intent could only be obtained after killing many people. Du Yishuang and the others didn't have such killing intent, so they couldn't resist the other party's attack. You guys actually attacked together? How immoral. Despicable. Yao Bitong gritted her teeth and said angrily. She thought that they were still in the True Martial Emperor Palace and the Evil Dragon Palace sparring with their brothers. Thinking about what they said before, the hearts of the 6 women in the group turned cold. If they won, it would be fine. If they lost, even if they survived, they wouldn't be able to see anyone for the rest of their lives after being killed by these despicable people. At this time, they remembered what Jiang Qing had said, that everyone had to pay the price for what they had done. Let's go all out. Du Yishuang shouted to boost her courage. In front of these evil cultivators, their morale was reduced by half. They didn't have the heart to continue fighting. This was very dangerous. The people from the Moon Devil Cave didn't care about morality or what it meant to be a gentleman. They outnumbered the Evil Dragon Palace disciples by twice. Therefore it was basically 2 against 1. Although the Evil Dragon Palace disciples had good combat skills and good masters, they didn't necessarily have their own killing methods. In the first exchange, the evil Dragon Palace disciples were basically defeated. Clearly, there were no true experts in this group. They were already powerless. Du Yishuang and Yao Bidong were relatively beautiful, so they were besieged by two experts who had already crossed the devouring fire tribulation. For a moment, they were in a dangerous situation. However, the other party didn't kill them at all. Instead, their attacks were aimed at their clothes. It didn't take long for their clothes to be torn to shreds. Their white and tender skin was faintly discernible. This scene made the onlookers even more excited. The evil Dragon Palace disciples would be completely annihilated soon. The men were all dead, and the women lost their ability to resist. They were attacked by the Moon Devil Caves people one after another. After exchanging blows, Yao Bitong and the others knew that they were in trouble. The other party's strength was not as simple as they had imagined. In fact, they were much stronger than they had imagined. They might not even be able to deal with one of them alone, let alone two of them. When the other party didn't kill them, and instead tore off a piece of their clothes, revealing their fair skin, they let out cries of shock. When they thought about the tragic scene that was about to unfold, they were completely dumbfounded. They didn't even think about fighting. There were a total of 6 delicate female disciples. They were all virgin girls. At this moment, they were all in danger. As for the men, they were basically the targets of death. Long Chen was also one of the 4 male disciples. He had long since known that these 3 women were unable to accomplish anything but were good at spoiling things. So when he saw their terrified and despairing expressions, he couldn't help but find it funny. These arrogant, sheltered flowers had to be frightened by this method. Only then would they put away their arrogance. For them, this was also beneficial. You're courting death. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, I'm a disciple of the true martial Emperor Palace. If you mess around, my master will take your dog lives. While Yao Bidong was talking, the clothes on her chest were torn off again. The undergarment embroidered with mandarin ducks was exposed. Beside it was the shining white flesh. Yao Bidong screamed. Her heart was completely terrified. She looked at Qin Haodong. She was even trembling. The Moon Devil Caves people didn't say anything. They just coldly tore off their clothes. On the other side, Du Yishuang was in an even more miserable state. Because of her seductive appearance, men were always attracted to her. The 2 martial artists were also a little anxious. At this time, Du Yishuang's long white thighs were exposed, almost reaching the root of her thighs. Du Yishuang was crying. Tears flowed down her face. She looked extremely miserable. This lesson is more or less enough. Long Chen first had to deal with his 2 disciples. No matter what, they were disciples who completed the mission with him. He couldn't let them be killed by the Moon Devil Caves people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain to Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing would also have to explain to the other disciples. Although these 3 women were a bit arrogant and looked down on everyone, they had noble statuses in the evil Dragon Palace. This was just a small problem. It was not fatal. After today's matter, they would realize the consequences of looking down on others. 2 punches in a row. The 2 cultivators were directly sent flying by Long Chen. Under his fist energy, the 2 cultivators' internal organs were already crushed. At this moment, blood was flowing out of their mouths. Their scarves were covered in blood. The battle had already reached its end. Long Chen had no choice but to make a move. Scarlet Blood Heaven Desolation appeared in his hand. At this moment, Long Chen looked like a completely different person in front of everyone. That killing intent that surpassed everyone in the Moon Devil Caves people erupted and enveloped everyone. The birth of a killing god. Grand White Sword Prison. The white sword chi splashed out and instantly transformed. In a very short period of time, the white sword chi formed a huge egg, surrounding everyone inside. If they didn't use their level 6 god skills, no one present could escape. Everyone knew that this was caused by Long Chen. Whether it was the Moon Devil Caves people or the evil Dragon Palace's women, they all looked at Long Chen in confusion. Hiss. At this moment, in the blink of an eye, Long Chen's Scarlet Blood Heaven Desolation pierced through the forehead of one of the Moon Devil Caves cultivators. Chapter 1091. Before, Long Chen hadn't really made a move, but no one had expected that his attack would be so shocking. For the people of the Moon Devil Cave, the sudden appearance of such an expert immediately alerted them. They realized how powerful Long Chen was. In the blink of an eye, a warrior at the 5th level of the divine martial realm, wind, fire and thunder tribulation, had died in the hands of Long Chen. Leave one person to deal with your opponent, and the rest of you go all out to kill him. Sure enough, they were a group of desperados. They reacted immediately. Among the warriors who had been besieging one person was left. The remaining one person was enough to restrain their opponent. As long as the others killed Long Chen, who had suddenly appeared, they could continue to besiege one person according to their original plan. Because the number of opponents had decreased, the pressure on Yao Bitong, Du Yishuang, and Chen Peiqi was instantly reduced. However, they were still frightened, and their minds were still blank for a while. They didn't care whether their bodies were exposed or not. While they were dealing with their remaining opponent, their eyes were staring at Long Chen in shock. Every time Long Chen's blood-red heaven desolation killed someone, it was like a slap to their faces. In their eyes, this young man was like a god of death. Wherever he went, blood splattered. One by one, the people of the Moon Devil Cave fell at his feet. The most they could do was to restrain the opponents in front of them. In fact, if they used their full strength, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill their opponents. It was just that they were a bit lacking in quality. Now that they were panicking and confused, it would be good if they could save their own lives. In front of everyone's horrified eyes, Long Chen was like a bloody whirlwind. His speed had already surpassed the speed of the opponent's eyes. The most terrible thing was that Long Chen had used the divine breath technique that Kitten had given him during the battle. This divine breath technique could blind the opponent's divine sense, and they could only rely on their eyes to catch Long Chen's trace. However, they couldn't catch Long Chen's trace at all. In terms of divine origin, Long Chen wasn't stronger than them. At most, he was at the 5th level of the divine martial realm, which was similar to the warriors who had passed the Oblivion Wind tribulation. The people of the Moon Devil Cave were afraid. Among them, there were 2 warriors who had passed the devouring fire tribulation to deal with Long Chen. Their strength was comparable to Zhao Xueqi's, but they couldn't catch Long Chen. They could only watch helplessly as their subordinates were killed by Long Chen's sword. Boy, if you have the guts, fight us fair and square. What's the point of bullying the weak with your speed? One of the warriors said coldly. Previously, when he was dealing with Du Yishuang, he would touch her body from time to time. But since he was fighting with Long Chen, he couldn't even see where Long Chen was. You think you are qualified to fight with me? At this time, Long Chen stopped in the middle of the battlefield. He didn't attack again. The blood-red sword in his hand, which was the scarlet blood desolation, was dripping blood. A pair of blood-red eyes swept across the opponents. Everyone stopped fighting. As long as it was the people of the Moon Devil Cave, they were all shocked when they saw Long Chen's eyes. They seemed to see someone who surpassed them in terms of killing. They had only seen such a murderous aura from the 3 of them. This is a great opportunity. The people of the Moon Devil Cave waited for Long Chen to stop. Everyone looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. They quickly gave up on their original opponents and gathered together. There were only about 10 people left. They surrounded Long Chen from all directions. All of a sudden, everyone unleashed their trump cards. Basically, all of them were rank 5 divine skills. Every move had been honed by them for over 100 years, and they were very familiar with it. They had killed countless people, and in order to kill Long Chen, they could be said to have thrown caution to the wind. Long Chen, be careful. Du Yishuang and the others had just escaped from danger. The blankness in their minds gradually disappeared. They looked at Long Chen with disdain. Now, their eyes were filled with deep reverence. This was especially true for the 3 women. They all blushed. They knew that their previous performance in front of Long Chen was like a clown. At this time, they saw that Long Chen was in danger. The sudden appearance of the Moon Devil Cave made them unable to react. They had already launched a fatal attack on Long Chen. The combined attack of more than 10 people was too terrifying. In an instant, all the snow in the surroundings was shattered and turned into powder. Long Chen was at the center of the collision. Du Yishuang and the others definitely knew that if Long Chen died, all their hopes would be dashed. They would definitely end up miserable. Therefore, they were extremely anxious. At this critical moment, they could only divert their attention while the other party attacked Long Chen. Basically, their eyes were already glistening with tears. After today, they would definitely understand that arrogance would bring destruction. Unlike what they had imagined, the besieged Long Chen did not have any panic on his face. He had even used the 1,000 slaughter before. This kind of formation was a piece of cake for him. He had a move that could easily resolve it. God-killing sword formation, Sword C. Under his control, the blood-red desolation in his hand stabbed into the ground. Immediately, a blood-red formation appeared on the ground within the range of the magnificent white sword prison. Blood-red sword chi surged within the formation. Hundreds of millions of strands of sword chi whistled through the air as they spun rapidly. Die! Long Chen twisted the scarlet blood heavenly wasteland in his hand, and in an instant, a huge change occurred in the entire area of the god-murdering sword formation. Countless sword chi soared into the sky, converging into a dozen or so sword blades that soared into the sky. The blood-red light rumbled, and the irresistible power instantly broke through the attacks of the dozen or so opponents. God-killing sword formation, Beast Tide. A completely blood-red divine dragon suddenly rose up and let out a deafening dragon roar. It whizzed towards those people. The people of the Moon Demon Cave were dealing with the attack of the Sword Sea in shock. In the next instant, the beast tide engulfed all of them. Even the 5 warriors who had passed the devouring fire tribulation could not resist at all in Long Chen's god-killing sword formation. The power of the Sword Sea was mainly used on them, instantly breaking through their defenses. As for the beast tide, it contained the power of over 1,000 beast souls, completely shattering their physical bodies and god-martial spirit. In an instant, everyone was dead. Long Chen kept the scarlet blood heavenly wasteland and everything disappeared. In front of him were the bodies of the 19 Moon Demon Cave warriors. There was a line of blood on their foreheads. The insides of their bodies had been completely destroyed by Long Chen. Only their appearances were still normal. At this moment, their corpses were falling one by one. Every time a corpse fell, the eyelids of the evil Dragon Palace disciples beside them would twitch. Only when all the corpses fell to the ground did they look at the man in the middle with blank eyes. Putting aside his strength, they realized that Long Chen was actually very handsome. Compared to Wu Yong, he was not the slightest bit inferior. In fact, his cold and demonic temperament was even more attractive. At this moment, Du Yishuang and the others discovered that their hearts were broken. Your heart is rippling, right? Chen Peiqi saw Du Yishuang's red face and teased. Rippling. These 2 simple words expressed her restless heart. In her eyes, even the way Long Chen kept the scarlet blood heavenly wasteland was so perfect. The opponent's complete annihilation was a very good result. Unfortunately, it was caused by Long Chen alone. After a short period of shock and coldness, Du Yishuang and the others finally understood that Long Chen's strength was much stronger than theirs. At the very least, he was at the level of Wu Yang and Wu Yu. No wonder he was brought here by Jiang Qing. No wonder he could defeat a character like Zhang Dongyang. In terms of strength and courage, this Long Chen was the cream of the crop. Thinking back to how they had looked down on Long Chen and claimed that they wouldn't help him, these women felt their faces burning with shame. After approaching Long Chen, everyone was embarrassed. They really didn't know what to say. Du Yishuang's heart was beating crazily. She finally plucked up her courage and said, "That. Long Chen, thank you for saving us. We are really sorry for offending you before. I hope you can forgive us. Yes, it's all our fault. From now on, the command of this team will be handed over to you. Anyway, you are stronger than us and calmer than us. As women, it's better to stand at the back." Not only Du Yishuang, even the cute Yao Bidong was not willing to show weakness. She couldn't let Du Yishuang snatch Long Chen away. "Before you speak, don't you want to put on your clothes?" Long Chen said this sentence. Originally, their hearts were beating wildly, looking forward to Long Chen's answer. With Long Chen's strength, even if he left them, it wouldn't be a problem. Ah! The 3 women screamed and quickly rushed into the house. After a while, they changed their clothes and came out. Each and every one of them was delicate and beautiful. Their faces were flushed red and their bodies exuded an intoxicating fragrance. This gave Long Chen a strong signal. In fact, Long Chen didn't kill everyone. He left one person alive. However, this person had already lost the strength to resist and couldn't even move. At this time, Long Chen was among the corpses and pulled out the cultivator from the Moon Devil's cave. He completely ignored Du Yishuang and the others who were dressed up and directly dragged the cultivator into the house. Du Yishuang and the others quickly followed. Chapter 1092. Who wants to know from your mouth? Long Chen stood in front of him and used his hand to lift the man's head. Under Long Chen's control, the man could only look at him. Bang! Long Chen gave the man a heavy blow to the head. The man, who was already close to fainting, became even more dizzy. Although Long Chen's Sea of Swords didn't mainly attack him, it still seriously injured him. If he wasn't holding on, he would have already fallen to the ground. In this state of dizziness, all the hatred gradually dissipated. At this time, a pair of misty eyes appeared above the man, looking at him. This pair of eyes was like a whirlpool, gradually swallowing the man's mind. Soul control successful. This was the 4th level of the spirit-devouring demon pupil. Long Chen hadn't used this move for a long time. In his life, he had fought many battles and killed most of his opponents directly. There was no need for him to control the soul. But in dealing with the Moon Devil Cave, because the Moon Devil Cave was too complicated, although Long Chen had a lot of information, he didn't know everything. For example, why did the people of this small town all disappear? With the soul control successful, the next step was much easier. Long Chen prepared a lot of questions and asked them one by one. The man had already entered a state of being controlled by Long Chen. No matter what question Long Chen asked, he would basically answer all of them in detail. This process lasted for half an hour. The others quietly waited outside the door for Long Chen. They didn't dare to say anything. In the past this was simply impossible. But now, Du Yishuang and the others were willing to do this. Long Chen's previous performance was really amazing. Now, he was even more mysterious. They didn't know what he was talking about. They roughly understood that Long Chen was interrogating the man. As for whether the man answered, they didn't know. Even without Long Chen's permission, they did not dare to use their spiritual consciousness to check. After an hour, Long Chen finally walked out. Everyone was trembling with fear as they looked at Long Chen's gloomy face. When they looked inside, they saw that the cultivator was no longer breathing. Long Chen, did you get anything? Yao Bitong asked nervously. There was a lot of information in Long Chen's mind, and he needed some time to sort it all out. From what the other party had said, he already knew where the people from the nearby towns and cities had gone. He also knew why the other party knew why they had appeared. Yi Zhang and the others had arrived earlier than the others. Over the past few days, they had clashed with the people from the Moon Fiend Cave. In fact, the number of people from the Moon Fiend Cave was much higher than what they had received. It was useless to tell Yao Bitong about these things. Long Chen had his own plans. At the same time, the map of the interior of the Moon Fiend Cave was already clear in Long Chen's mind. Through soul control, Long Chen had a rough idea of how to get to the Moon Fiend Cave. Now, everyone was looking at Long Chen, waiting for Long Chen's decision. Long Chen was a little angry. He had learned about this from the martial artist from the Moon Fiend Cave. Because this martial artist was not part of the upper echelons, he did not know much. Generally speaking, the upper echelons of the Moon Fiend Cave had a mystical treasure. They called it the Moonlight Treasure Box. As long as the Moonlight Treasure Box was placed under the moonlight of the full moon and the souls of 999 people were sacrificed, the Moonlight Treasure Box would open. After opening the Moonlight Treasure Box, a pattern would appear in the sky. The martial artists of the Moon Fiend Cave called it the Purple Demon Moon Pattern. This Purple Demon Moon Pattern was very strange. It was filled with the mysteries of martial arts. It was said that in the Purple Demon Moon, there was a martial artist who practiced martial arts. When the Purple Demon Moon Pattern appeared, everyone who practiced martial arts would advance by leaps and bounds. Their cultivation speed would far exceed that of ordinary people. The reason why the people of this small city had disappeared was because the next full moon was coming. In the surroundings of the Moon Fiend Cave, within a very long distance, those who could escape had already escaped or had been captured. The remaining people were all people who loved their homes, so they suffered a calamity. The Moon Fiend Cave had obtained this Moonlight Treasure Box for a very long time. It had been at least 10 years. Every month, almost 1,000 people would die. In these 10 years, the number of people that the Moon Fiend Cave had slaughtered could be imagined. This was probably the secret of the Moon Fiend Cave that could not be divulged. The Moonlight Treasure Box was the key to their strength. It was an extremely mysterious item. Even their 3 leaders did not know the true name of this treasure. Therefore, regardless of whether this was a mission from the evil Dragon Palace, since Long Chen knew about it, he felt a responsibility in his heart. There was no need for the Moon Fiend Cave to exist. Every time the Moonlight Treasure Box opened, it required the souls of thousands of people to be sacrificed. This was not a good thing. This time, because the next full moon was about to arrive, the Moon Devil Cave had entered a completely sealed state. The arrival of the true Martial Emperor Palace's members had broken the peace. Hence, a portion of the true Martial Emperor Palace's members were sent to deal with the true Martial Emperor Palace's members while the rest entered the sealed Moon Devil Cave. The Moon Fiend Cave was huge. The cultivators inside had managed it for over 100 years. They had already made full use of this complicated terrain. If it was an outsider, no matter how strong, they would not be able to find them inside. Long Chen understood that one of the 3 leaders was a genius mechanism maker. He had been interested in studying mechanisms since he was young. The Moon Fiend Cave was filled with his creations. From the cultivator's words, Long Chen could hear the deep reverence he had for this genius mechanism maker. There were definitely countless dangers waiting for Long Chen's group inside the Moon Fiend Cave. However, no matter what, Long Chen still had to enter the Moon Fiend Cave. Long Chen. Big brother, what should we do now? Now that they saw that Long Chen was silent, they didn't dare to disturb him. Only when they couldn't bear it any longer did one of them ask cautiously. If it was just one person, Long Chen wouldn't hesitate to enter the Moon Fiend Cave. However, there were so many people. Leading this group of idiots wasn't easy. Therefore, he needed to consider many things. Just as Long Chen didn't know what to do, another group of people barged into his perception range. It seemed that Yao Bitong and the others had also discovered them. Their expressions changed as they said, "It's Yi Zheng, Wu Yang, and Wu Yu." They had come first, causing Long Chen's group to be ambushed. Now they had reappeared. Although Long Chen was strong, Yao Bitong, Dui Shuang, and the others didn't believe that Long Chen could be the evil Dragon Palace's top disciple, Yi Zheng. Moreover, Long Chen didn't care about them at all. Therefore, when Yi Zheng's group appeared, they shifted their attention to them. After all, they didn't know where Jiang Qing was at this time. Yi Zheng's group quickly arrived in front of everyone. Among them, Wu Yang and Wu Yu were leading. Yi Zhang was like a ghost of slaughter, hiding among them. This was the person that Long Chen was truly afraid of. When they arrived, they saw the corpses on the ground. Wu Yang was startled. He didn't understand. In his impression, Yao Bitong and the others couldn't do this. Not a single person in their group was safe, but the Moon Fiend Cave's group was completely annihilated. This clearly wasn't their doing. Most importantly, everyone died in the same way. There was a sword wound on the forehead. This meant that everyone was killed by the same person. Moreover, it was a sword cultivator. If it wasn't for Yi Zhang being beside him, he would have thought that it was Yi Zhang who did it. Who did it? Wu Yang asked as he looked around. Everyone silently looked at each other, then shifted their gaze to Long Chen. Before Yi Zheng's group arrived, they were afraid of Long Chen. But now, Yi Zhang, who was even more terrifying, was the leader. Everyone's gaze had already told Wu Yang that everything was done by Long Chen. Since Jiang Qing was not present, it was the perfect time for enemies to meet each other. Standing next to him, Zhang Dongyang's eyes were filled with a cruel grin as he quickly said to Wu Yang, "Third senior brother, Hallmaster Zhang is not here. This is a great opportunity. Don't talk nonsense. Hallmaster Zhang must be nearby." Wu Yu stopped him in time. Although they didn't like Jiang Qing, they had to admit that Jiang Qing had cultivated for thousands of years. Just like the evil Dragon Palace Master, he was one of the old foxes. Their strength had been stagnant 1,000 years ago, and they were stuck at their current realm. After so many years of tempering, they were definitely extraordinary. It wasn't something that Yi Zhang could deal with. It was clearly unwise to make a move against Long Chen at this time. "We'll see." Wu Yang waved his hand, signaling Zhang Dongyang to shut his mouth. From Lu Qingfeng, he knew that Long Chen was protected by martial addict and drunkard. This time, the supervisor was drunkard Han Yunxing. If Jiang Qing was very mysterious, then drunkard was even more mysterious. He had never shown himself from start to finish. Yi Zhang didn't say anything. He looked like he was in a trance. His gray eyes were devoid of any color. In this group, the siblings Wu Yang and Wu Yu were temporarily in charge. You killed these people. Wu Yang and the others gradually walked over. The group of 15 finally gathered together. Yes, Long Chen said indifferently. To be honest, Long Chen didn't have any enmity towards Wu Yang and the others. However, if they had any malicious intent towards him, Long Chen wouldn't be polite. If he used his full strength, he would be able to kill everyone except Yi Zhang. Aside from that, for the sake of the Moon Devil Cave, Long Chen was very willing to cooperate with them. Chapter 1093. This sentence established Long Chen's position in everyone's hearts. At the very least, Long Chen was now part of the highest-ranked group. This group was made up of Yi Zhang, Wu Yang, Wu Yu, and himself. They were all qualified to make decisions. Wu Yang did not look at Long Chen again. Instead, he shifted his gaze and said, "Since we've come together again, let's all move together. Work together and destroy the Moon Demon Cave's people for the Evil Dragon Palace. You've all gained a lot today. We've already been here for 3 days, but we haven't killed as many as you. Today, we're preparing to sneak into the Moon Demon Cave. Coincidentally, you've all arrived. So, let's move together. Follow us. You have to listen to our commands. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you any face." After looking around and seeing that no one disagreed, especially Long Chen, Wu Yang said, "Since it's like that, there's no one in this small city. It's extremely dangerous here. We have to leave quickly. Follow me." After speaking, Wu Yang and the others left. Yao Bitong, Du Yishuang, and Chen Peiqi looked at each other. It was still safer to stay with Wu Yang and the others. So, they followed without hesitation. Only Long Chen was left. This brat is very arrogant. He probably won't follow us. Wu Yang smiled mockingly at Long Chen. "You're wrong." Wu Yu covered her mouth and laughed. That was because Long Chen was following closely behind them. "How spineless," Wu Yang said angrily. No matter what, the group gradually approached the Moon Demon Cave. Among them, Yi Zheng's divine sense was the most extensive. With his divine sense as protection, everyone's safety increased. Of course, this was only useful outside the Moon Demon Cave. Inside the Moon Demon Cave, there was no use for divine sense. This was also the reason why the Moon Demon Cave had existed for such a long time. In front of him was a vast expanse of white mountains, with a tinge of purple within. It was enchanting and beautiful. This mountain range was at least half the size of the ghastly domain forest, and the shape of the mountains was a little strange. The entrance to the Moon Demon Cave was actually hidden within these countless mountains. The Moon Demon Cave was under these mountains, and was made up of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of passageways, crisscrossing each other. To find a group of people in these countless passageways was not an ordinary difficulty. They were a group of outsiders. Their strength was inferior to the other party. Not to mention killing them, it was already very good if they were not killed. Of course, Yi Zhang and the others were much more reliable than Du Yishuang and the others. In this mountain range, there were more than 100 entrances to the Moon Demon Cave. In the true Martial Emperor Palace's information, there were more than 30 entrances. In front of the mountain range, Wu Yang and Wu Yu studied for a while and chose one of the tunnels. They then led the group in that direction. The Moon Demon Cave was so big that it was unrealistic to kill all the people inside one by one. Moreover, the other party already knew of their existence. Furthermore, the cultivators of the Moon Demon Cave that remained outside had already been slaughtered by Long Chen and the others. Now was the time for them to enter. The group advanced cautiously in the mountain range. The terrain here was very complicated. There were many emerald green trees on the mountain, and the top of the trees was covered with thick snow. Even in such a harsh environment, they could still grow to such an extent. One could see how strong the vitality of the trees here was. Their target was a cave entrance at the bottom of a cliff. This cave entrance was relatively hidden. Sure enough, there were fewer people coming in and out of this place. This place was very remote. After reaching this place, because of the soul-suppressing stone, Everyone's divine sense had basically lost its effectiveness. They could only rely on their eyes and other senses to sense the surroundings. When they were about 1 li away from the cave entrance, Long Chen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Everyone, there is a group of people not far from this cave entrance." When these words came out, everyone was stunned for a moment. At this time, although everyone's divine sense was gone, it allowed Long Chen to sense whether he was lying or something. Wu Yang and Wu Yu looked at each other, and Wu Yang said, "In that case, you lead the way. We will go and take a look first. If you are playing with us, we can only ask you to leave our group." Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. In truth, he didn't have much interest in this group. It was just that when he thought about it, Yi Zheng was indeed very strong and he knew a lot. If the two of them worked together, they should be able to quickly complete the mission. But if they acted alone, who knew how long it would take to complete the mission? For the sake of completing the mission and obtaining the dragon scale as a reward, Long Chen decided to endure this matter for now. He led the way, heading towards the group of people he had discovered. Not long after, everyone fell silent. That was because when they looked up, they could indeed see a group of people heading towards the cave entrance. The appearance of Long Chen's group attracted their attention. The people who had originally been about to enter the cave immediately turned around and charged towards Long Chen's group. "Get ready!" Wu Yang had the advantage in numbers, so he wasn't afraid at all. However, when they got closer, they realized that the two sides didn't attack because they weren't from the Moon Devil Cave. The newcomers were a few tall young men. They were slightly older than Yi Zheng's group, probably over 100 years old. In the 3 emperor domains, this age could only be considered as young adults. As for their strength, they were all at the 5th level of the divine martial realm. The dark-skinned young man leading them was as strong as Wu Yang. He was an expert. When the two sides met, they first scrutinized each other. The dark-skinned young man asked, "Looking at your clothes and age, you shouldn't be from the Moon Devil Cave, right?" "Of course not. Who are you?" Wu Yang raised his head. Based on appearance alone, he could instantly defeat the other party. "We are." The dark-skinned young man smiled and said, "We are from the Devil Bear Gang. Have you heard of us?" Of course, Wu Yang hadn't heard of them. He shook his head. At this time the dark-skinned young man asked, "It's impolite not to reciprocate. Then let me ask you, who are you?" Wu Yang couldn't answer. His identity as a member of the true martial emperor palace couldn't be divulged to anyone. Hence, he silently stared at the dark-skinned young man, not saying anything. "We've already revealed our origins, yet you guys aren't saying anything. Don't you think it's a bit too much?" The dark-skinned young man was somewhat unhappy. "If you are all here for the sake of exterminating the Moon Devil Cave, then there's no need to ask. Let's just work together." Wu Yuejiao, who was at the side, smiled. Her sweet appearance was extremely lethal to the people from the Devil Bear Gang. That dark-skinned young man laughed as a strange light flashed in his eyes. He said, "Well said. This young lady is indeed reasonable. I'm the gang leader of the Devil Bear Gang. Yang Xiong. These are my brothers. You should understand that the so-called Devil Bear Gang only consists of the few of us. Us brothers are like-minded people who formed an organization and came here to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? Is your target really the Moon Devil Cave? Don't you know how strong the 3 experts of the Moon Devil Cave are? Based on your strength, the strongest among you has only passed the 9 heavenly lightning tribulation. How are you going to deal with the Moon Devil Cave? Wu Yang was slightly suspicious of their intentions. Yang Xiong snorted disdainfully at Wu Yang's words. He coldly snorted and said, "A real man only wants to live a worthwhile life. He doesn't care about life and death. The people of the Moon Devil Cave are vicious and merciless. As a cultivator, I will definitely eliminate them on sight. If I need to consider so many things, how many more people will die in the hands of the Moon Devil Cave? We originally didn't intend to completely exterminate the Moon Devil Cave, but we will do our best to kill as many people as possible. My brothers." Turning his head, Yang Xiong looked at his brothers with a resolute gaze and said, "We are actually youths who grew up in the vicinity. We went out to temper ourselves, and when we returned, we discovered that our hometown and our relatives had already been slaughtered. Hence, we are here for revenge." In Yang Xiong's eyes, there was a flame of hatred. Wu Yang and the others exchanged glances. From Yang Xiong's words, they could tell that he wasn't lying. Yang Xiong's Devil Bear Gang had a decent combat strength. At the very least, Yang Xiong should be able to fight against Wu Yang, Wu Yu, and the others. The trial battles also tested the disciples' mentality and communication skills. If they could join hands with others to defeat their opponents, and if they could use some benefits, it would also add points. At this time, Yang Xiong looked at the crowd and continued. I think you guys must have come from afar and heard about the brutal deeds of the Moon Devil Cave. You guys have a pretty good heart. These past few days, I've sneaked into the Moon Devil Cave several times and killed many people inside. I'm also familiar with some routes. Since we are all here for the same goal, why don't we go together? We can also look after each other. What do you think? This was a big matter and Wu Yang couldn't make a decision. At this time, he still trusted Yi Zheng. He turned his head and saw that Yi Zheng didn't say anything, he just nodded. It was obvious that the 3 experts at the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm gave him a lot of pressure. Lead the way. Wu Yang didn't say anything else. He just nodded to Yang Xiong. Yang Xiong didn't say anything else. He called the crowd and rushed to the entrance of the cliff. The disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace didn't want to be outdone. They also rushed up. This was a decayed cave. It should have been a long time since anyone came here. In this place, the width of the cave was about 20 meters. It was enough for everyone to go in. Chapter 1094. Long Chen walked at the very back. He didn't say a single word as he observed the group. After Yi Zheng's group arrived, Long Chen's position in the group once again disappeared. He was reduced to a state where no one paid attention to him. He silently advanced. Even if he secretly left the group, at this time, no one would know. Long Chen really left the group. Long Chen stood in the distance and waited for them to walk far away before he followed them. His soul-devouring demon eyes scanned the surroundings. Although he couldn't see the passageway, he could clearly see the people within a mile. In fact, Du Yishuang saw that Long Chen didn't continue to move forward. She thought that Long Chen was afraid and ran away. Her impression of him was greatly reduced. He doesn't even have the courage. It seems that he is not qualified to be compared to Yi Zheng and Wu Yang. Previously, she had regarded Long Chen as one of her targets. If he became awesome in the future, she would definitely have a bright future if she could get close to him. However, judging from his courage now, she reckoned that his success would be limited. What's wrong? Chen Peiqi noticed something strange. Long Chen ran away, Du Yishuang said indifferently. Du Yishuang said indifferently. Everyone was standing close to her, so everyone heard her words. Wu Yang and Wu Yu turned their heads, and Wu Yu asked, "Why does he want to leave us? Does he have the ability to act alone?" "Sister, you think too highly of him. He probably didn't dare to move forward and ran away," Wu Yang said calmly. He was very dissatisfied with Long Chen's action of running away. "Let's wait and see." Wu Yu felt that Long Chen wasn't the kind of person who would run away. "One is gone." Next to Yang Xiong, one of the warriors said softly. "Count him lucky," Yang Xiong said expressionlessly. The team continued to advance and soon they were very deep. Their surroundings began to intertwine with each other. Some of the passages were very large, at least 100 meters wide. It was a huge underground cavern, and there were countless passages extending from the cavern, with no end in sight. After arriving here, the map in everyone's mind was completely scattered. Wu Yu took out the map drawn by the true Martial Emperor Palace. However, she didn't know where they were. Everyone walked very carefully, not making the slightest sound. Yang Xiong kept moving forward silently. He seemed to be very familiar with this place. Sometimes, he would bring everyone into a small passage that only 3 people could walk side by side. Seeing that familiar figure walking in front of them, the people from the Evil Dragon Palace gradually felt that something was wrong. At this moment, they were in a circular cave with a circumference of 100 meters. It was only 10 meters tall. On the other side of the cave, there were more than 10 passages. Each passage was very deep. No one knew where they led to. Yi Zheng raised his hand and everyone stopped. At this moment, his expression was somewhat gloomy as he looked around. At this moment, Yang Xiong quickly turned his head and asked, "Brothers, why aren't we moving? Those people's lair is still very far from here. You can't understand how big the Moon Devil Cave is. There are hundreds of thousands of passages inside. Yi Zhang looked at him with a gloomy expression. After a breath of time, Yi Zhang suddenly shouted, "Everyone, charge back." Everyone was confused. What had happened to make them charge back? Could it be? There was something wrong with Yang Xiong. No one was on guard. What Yang Xiong said was very true. Moreover, they didn't look like people from the Moon Devil Cave. People from the Moon Devil Cave should at least have a moon tattoo on their forehead. Moreover, how did they know Yi Zhang's whereabouts? No matter what, Yi Zhang's order had to be carried out immediately. For a moment, everyone was fighting to be the first to move back. Each person was faster than the other. Yi Zhang didn't immediately retreat, he stayed at the back. From this point, it could be seen that he was a very responsible leader. You finally found out? But it's already over. At this moment, Yang Xiong's face was filled with a sinister smile as he opened his arms. It was a far cry from his previous honest appearance. It could only be said that this person's acting was too good. No one would have thought that he was actually a swindler. Everyone fell for his trap. Even the calm Yi Zhang was no exception. At this time, Yang Xiong raised his arms. Suddenly, the entire cave began to shake. Looking at the falling soil, everyone couldn't help but think of one word: mechanism. According to the information, one of the 3 cave masters of the Moon Devil Cave was a rare genius in mechanisms. It was precisely because of his existence that the Moon Devil Cave had transformed into an impenetrable fortress. And now, it was clear that Yang Xiong was activating the mechanism. From this, it could be seen that Yang Xiong was definitely someone from the Moon Devil Cave. Yi Zhang and the others had been completely tricked by him. It was likely that he had used the same words to trick many people. As everyone retreated, within 100 meters of this area, purple steel pillars, burning with purple flames, pierced through the ground and directly pierced the ceiling, trapping everyone. Soil fell from the ceiling. Everyone raised their heads to look. Not only were there purple steel pillars everywhere, but even the ceiling and the ground were also filled with the same purple steel pillars. Each pillar was only as thick as an arm, and the gap between 2 pillars should be about 10 centimeters. A cage burning with purple flames completely sealed everyone inside, forming a trapped beast situation. The purple flames transmitted an extremely high temperature. If anyone's physical body approached, they would probably be roasted. Therefore, inside this cage, everyone had no choice but to wrap themselves in divine essence and float up. Everyone's expressions were extremely unsightly. Not only were they unsightly, but they were also sullen. The people of the Moon Devil Cave hadn't been killed yet, but they had been tricked. Anyone would be angry, especially Wu Yang, Wu Yu and the others. They were the decision-makers, and they had also chosen to believe Yang Xiong. Now that they had been tricked, they couldn't escape responsibility. Wu Yang coldly snorted, "Don't worry everyone, there's no cage that can stop us. Let's break this cage first, then we'll slaughter this bastard." Being tricked, everyone was incomparably angry. Those who had weapons already used their weapons to crazily hack at the purple flame cage, and those who didn't use their fists to attack it. At this critical moment, everyone had a tacit understanding. They were dealing with the same purple pillar. While everyone was going crazy, Yang Xiong smiled and said, "Don't waste time. This cage is made of purple flame godly iron. It naturally burns with purple flame essence fire. If you have the strength of the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm and have an 8th grade divine weapon, you might be able to break this cage. But if you don't, if you continue to work hard, you should be able to break it. However, it will take at least 1 day, and after 1 day when the 3 of us arrive, you will already be corpses." The people next to Yang Xiong also laughed savagely. "Let me tell you, this purple flame cage is the most important treasure of our 3rd cave master. Today, it's your good fortune to have it serve you. You should know that 2 experts of the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm died under this purple flame cage, and the person who killed them was only the 3rd cave master who had just entered the 6th level of the divine martial realm." Speaking of the 3rd cave master, everyone was incomparably respectful. Only an 8th grade divine weapon could break this cage. This showed that the material of the purple flame godly iron was really too heaven-defying. In the Moon Devil Cave, it was indeed very easy to fall into their trap. Everyone stopped, just as Yang Xiong had said. Their method was completely useless. The purple flame godly iron cage wasn't damaged in the slightest. Yang Xiong and the others were probably worried about Yi Zhang's attack, so they stood far away from the cage. Although Yi Zhang was trapped in the 6th level of the divine martial realm, they were also worried that a super expert of this level would attack him. Brainless, 6th level of the divine martial realm, didn't you still die in my hands? Children of the true martial emperor palace, you are still too inexperienced. Yang Xiong sighed. He didn't attack, he just trapped Yi Zhang and the others, obviously waiting for the arrival of their 3rd cave master. Yi Zhang and the others were like fish on the chopping board, waiting for the 3rd cave master to come and kill them. Let me try. Although Yi Zhang had spoken, his unwillingness could still be seen from his eerie gray eyes. He was a warrior from the Azura sword prison and was a natural sword cultivator. His cultivation in the way of the sword was already at the 4th tier, which was 1 tier higher than the current Long Chen. However, the amplification of his attack power was 10-fold. Therefore, when Yi Zhang used a weapon, his fighting capacity was infinitely close to the consummation of the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. Dang! Yi Zhang took out his own weapon. It was a gray long sword that emitted an aura of death, causing people's hair to stand on end. Everyone believed that if this weapon was used on their bodies would definitely rot. If there were any plants in the surroundings, this weapon would be enough to corrode them and make them wither. He even took out the sword of reincarnation. Wu Yang sighed when he saw the sword of reincarnation again. Back then, he was defeated by this sword of reincarnation and became the 3rd disciple. Since then, he had never caught up to Yi Zhang. This sword of reincarnation was brought to the true martial emperor palace by Yi Zhang himself. It was a grade 7 divine weapon. In the evil dragon palace, it was already considered a first-rate treasure. At the very least, it was a grade 7 divine weapon. Yang Xiong frowned when he saw this sword. However, he wasn't afraid. He had absolute confidence in the treasures of the genius 3rd cave master. I've said it before, if it's useless, don't waste your effort. Of course, this sword of yours is still not bad. Yang Xiong coldly said. You will know after you try. Yi Zhang calmly said. He stood in front of the purple flame divine iron mask. The sword of reincarnation in his hand was filled with gray mist. Chapter 1095. On the rank 7 divine sword, the reincarnation sword, the gray mist condensed into a long snake, coiling around it and letting out hissing sounds. Yi Zhang didn't say anything. He waved the sword in his hand and a terrifying gray aura emanated from his body. It was a deathly murderous aura. It was very different from Long Chen's murderous aura. Yi Zhang's divine martial realm Dao was also a killing Dao, but it belonged to the Azura sword prison's Azura killing Dao. Azura Hell's 7 swords. Death Ray. Everyone looked at Yi Zhang expectantly. Yi Zhang was their only hope. If even he couldn't destroy this cage made of violet flame godly metal, then they would all die here. At this moment, Yi Zhang's aura underwent a huge change. Under his control, the long sword in his hand turned into a cold gray ray of light. This ray of light was actually the sword light of the light of death. In an instant, it struck one of the purple flame godly metal ores. As long as one of them was destroyed, everyone would be able to successfully escape. Clang! The entire cage shook. The gray light had a strange fatal force. If it hit a human body, it was very likely that it would rot. However, Yi Zhang's attack didn't have much effect on anything other than flesh. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Although Yi Zhang was very strong, he couldn't do anything to this cage. The material of this cage could only be destroyed by a grade 8 divine weapon. The sword of reincarnation might be very effective in killing people, but it was very ordinary when it came to destroying things. Yi Zhang's entire body bounced back. The violet flame godly metal bar seemed to be enraged. Purple flames rushed towards Yi Zhang, wanting to surround him. At this moment, Wu Yu arrived in front of Yi Zhang. She waved her hand and instantly, a dark green gale carrying yin qi collided with the purple flames. Wu Yu cultivated the lunar water art, which was an extreme yin and extreme cold cultivation technique. Her divine energy had this attribute, which was the exact opposite of the purple flames. She had a very strong resistance against the purple flames. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces turned ashen. If even the strongest Yi Zhang couldn't do it, then it was even more impossible for the others. Therefore, if there was no other way today, they would definitely be completely annihilated. They would die before they could achieve victory. Not only would the evil Dragon Palace fail to complete the mission, but such a death would also make the evil Dragon Palace a laughingstock. So far, they had only killed a few small fries, and their mission completion rate was almost 0. Moreover, the other party's powerhouse didn't even show up. They only sent out a small fry and successfully deceived this group of idiots. This was the biggest joke. It could even be said that the true Martial Emperor Palace's reputation was tarnished. The dignified true Martial Emperor Palace actually produced a bunch of idiots. Seeing that Yi Zhang had failed, Yang Xiong and the others laughed heartily and said, "Stop struggling, just obediently enjoy your last moments inside. When our third cave master arrives, all of you will die. Of course, if there's a beautiful girl inside that catches the eye of our third cave master, then it's a different story. The heaven's pride of the true Martial Emperor Palace, I'm sure it'll be a different kind of enjoyment." Despicable and shameless. Wu Yang raged. He punched the purple flame divine metal again and again. His fist energy also contained a blazing heat that wasn't inferior to the purple flames. However, the purple flame divine metal was too hard. If they used the sword of reincarnation, they would definitely be able to break the cage after half a day of grinding. However, at that time, the third cave master, whose cultivation was on par with Yi Zhang, would arrive. By the time he arrived, everyone would still be trapped inside the cage. Who would be his match? Second senior brother. Wu Yang and Wu Yu gathered together with Yi Zheng's group. The three of them had ugly expressions on their faces. As for the others, they were filled with fear and trepidation. "I don't want to die here. It's too boring to die like this," Chen Peiqi said with some fear. The other pretty girls also turned pale from fright. "Shut up!" Wu Yang yelled at them. "What's the use of yelling at me? If you have the ability, why don't you break this broken cage?" Previously, when Long Chen defeated his opponents, he killed them all in one move. How could there be such a situation? Du Yishuang suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, "If Long Chen isn't trapped, where is he?" Yi Zhang and the others suddenly thought of Long Chen. Yi Zhang knew his own limits. He knew that he was not weak, but the requirement to destroy this purple flame divine metal was simply too harsh. He lacked a grade 8 divine weapon. Long Chen has a weapon that is also quite powerful. I just don't know what grade it is. Yao Bitong rushed to say. When Yi Zhang was at his wit's end, everyone thought of Long Chen. For a moment, everyone seemed to see hope. Don't have too much hope. Although that kid left us first, I don't know where he is right now. Moreover, with his divine origin, he is not even at the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm. How can he save us? Wu Yang's words woke everyone up from their dream. They looked at each other in dismay and felt frustrated. That's right, wanting Long Chen to come and help was purely a fantasy. For a moment, everyone was silent. The feeling of waiting for death was undoubtedly very uncomfortable. All kinds of negative emotions emerged from the bottom of their hearts. Therefore, no one was pleasing to the eye. If you didn't believe in this guy, we wouldn't have fallen into his trap. Du Yishuang muttered, expressing her dissatisfaction towards Wu Yang and the others. Yes, Long Chen must have realized that these people are swindlers. That's why he left first. If he had been the one to make the decision, things would have been different. Yao Bitong also said in a low voice. Her voice contained a hint of resentment. The others also started blaming Long Chen. For a moment, the faces of Wu Yang and the others became even more unsightly. Long Chen, are you sure he wasn't swindled? If you have the ability, you can lead the way. Don't blame others for what happened. Wu Yang's face turned red with anger as he shouted at them. Wu Yu said, now is not the time to quarrel. We need to quickly find a way to escape. Only trash will blame their own people after something happens. Don't make me look down on you. Among the female disciples of the evil dragon palace, Wu Yu was the most beautiful. Her cultivation was also the highest. Du Yishuang and the others had always been jealous of her and feared her. Every one of them had probably clashed with Wu Yu before. However, they had all been beaten black and blue. At this moment, they could only swallow their anger and accept it. However, they were still unwilling to accept it. Keep fighting amongst yourselves. It would be best if you killed each other. It seems someone escaped, but don't count on him. He won't come to save you. Our Moon Devil Cave is so complicated. If he was alone, it would take him several years to get out. Where would he find the time to come to save you? After saying that, Yang Xiong laughed loudly. Yi Zhang and the others did not have much hope for Long Chen. There are more than 10 of us. Let's take turns to use our strongest attacks on one of the purple flame godly metal ores. I don't believe we can't break it. Wu Yong gritted his teeth. He could only use this stupid method. Rather than waiting for death, they might as well do this. They started to take action. However, after a few rounds, they realized how difficult this matter was. Don't struggle anymore. Our third cave master has received news that the time is probably up. Yang Xiong smiled. All of a sudden, the sound of footsteps came from behind him. Yang Xiong laughed sinisterly. Time is here. Our third cave master is here. Just wait for your deaths. Yi Zhang and the others were extremely anxious. A martial artist of the same level as them had appeared, but they were trapped here without any space to resist. Apart from Yi Zhang, the others simply did not have any strength to resist, and Yi Zhang estimated that he would not be able to last much longer. What should we do? Everyone's hearts were filled with anxiety. They were like ants on a hot pan. They had long since regretted their actions. The footsteps in front of them were getting closer and closer. A black shadow appeared from the depths of the cave. The shadow was very long. Seeing this shadow, everyone's hearts immediately turned cold. Welcome, third cave master. Yang Xiong and the others hurriedly bowed their heads. The etiquette in the Moon Demon Cave was relatively grand. They knelt down and kowtowed. It was as if they were worshipping the moon in the sky. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps became faster and faster, and the shadow that made Yi Zhang and the others feel suffocated appeared in an instant. Before anyone could clearly see what the third cave master looked like, the third cave master had completely disappeared. A blood-red shadow instantly swept towards Yang Xiong and the others who were kneeling on the ground. Billion-killing tribulation. A ball of sword energy instantly surrounded all the people kneeling on the ground. No one had expected that their third grotto master would attack them. For a moment, all the people kneeling on the ground were a little slow to react. Furthermore, the speed of the third grotto master was simply too fast. Under the attack of the sword ball, other than Yang Xiong, the others were completely strangled in a very short time. Yang Xiong's cultivation was very strong. Before the sword ball arrived, he had already used a combat technique to protect his body. At this time, Yang Xiong couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Of course, he knew that the person who suddenly appeared from behind was not the third cave master. Such a misunderstanding was used by the opponent. Yang Xiong's subordinates were all killed in one move. How difficult would it be for a person to react when they were kneeling on the ground? Therefore, other than Yang Xiong, the others all had a line of blood between their eyebrows. Their faces were deathly pale as they fell to the ground. And on Yang Xiong's body, there were many sword wounds that were dripping with blood. This Yang Xiong was comparable to Wu Yong in the 5th level of the divine martial realm. He was a warrior who had passed the 9th heaven lightning tribulation. Previously, the Lord of the Serene Hell Prefecture also had this strength. And now, Long Chen was only at the peak of the 2nd level of the divine martial realm. Long Chen. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.